all the days have themes, and one of them is faith and values.
Ew.
The irony is not lost on me.
Yeah.
But
You
you
know, they
have
might not let you come
faith
because you
in
show up on their show.
science, Quanta. That's what I'm saying. Hey, friends, we are live. Sorry we're a pinch
Oh.
late. We have a unique setup today.
Sorry, I need
But
to go get my acai bowl.
oh yeah, where's your acai bowl? Oh, we have.
It's down the street at the acai bowl store.
Right, which is obviously where acai bowls are sold
Yes, of course.
in every
Of course.
town near you. Actually, I didn't know about acai bowls until Ian. I didn't know that this was a thing. I tried one recently
Nobody
though.
did.
It's pretty good.
He invented them, I'm pretty sure.
That's what it was. It feels a little bit like cheating to me though, because like it's the one I had is like almost like a sherbet, like tasted like a dessert. It's really
You know,
good.
I went to a fruit smoothie. So, okay, we all know Jamba Juice. I went to a fruit smoothie shop that wasn't Jamba Juice yesterday. And honestly, it wasn't very good. And it was $20 for two smoothies, for two small smoothies.
What?
Yeah.
Let
Wait,
me
but-
get
I feel
my
like
quiet
they were trying
mouse.
to be like, I feel like they were trying to be like the acai bowl shop of smoothies, like kind of hip, and like, oh, we make our smoothies with almond milk. We milk the almonds in the back ourselves, but I don't know. It didn't turn out well.
It's hard to find the tiny udders.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I mean, like what you need, like little tweezers.
it takes time. Despite the fact that you can milk anything with nipples, it's not always easy.
Yeah, I mean, usually you need permission.
Yeah. Let's do, while we're waiting for a guest to load up, let's do an audio check, make sure everybody's about at the same audio level. Friends,
Yeah.
all three of us are going to talk. We need you to let us know who's the quietest. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
For me, Blitz sounded the quietest. I'm going to turn Blitz up a little bit.
I mean, I could just move my mic closer to my face too.
It's okay.
That would probably help.
It does.
Okay.
And your voice is super crisp next to your mic.
Excellent.
Everyone's saying
Good.
Blitz. We should be better
And
now.
does my audio still sound good? Because I've been told
Yeah.
that even when we thought we fixed the issue last time, it was still not great.
I think it sounds good right now on my end. Well, let's do this, friends. We've got a caller, but we've also got a couple of super chats. While we're waiting for people to load in, we'll take our first caller. After our first caller, we'll read some super chats. Thank you for being here, friends. Sorry we're a little bit late. We had a little bit of some setup difficulties, but I think we're okay now.
Can't imagine
and,
why.
There also might have been a transporter accident.
There clearly was.
It
So
happens on occasion, but don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
But we're here now. We got our science nerd, our philosophy nerd, and our Bible nerd, and we're ready to bring in Kala Lily into the chat. How you doing, Kala?
Good morning. I was the young woman on your live that said, let's keep racism to like the weekend. I mean, when
Yeah.
we're working and everything. But, so I have been pretty much an atheist for a long time, but my parents are very positive people. They're very loving people. And they just said, well, we understand you're an atheist, but promise that you'll go to church with us every Sunday. And so I've been going to church every Sunday, keeping what you have taught me about the Bible in mind. And as I go to church more and more, I feel more and more like faith is not necessarily a good thing, but a necessary thing. And this is the first Sunday in probably 5 or 6 weeks that I haven't gone to church, because I realize that the emotional demands of the church are what's keeping me in it. Like, I put up the sign every Monday and Wednesday. I have to make food for a vacation Bible school, and all kids get fed, and taken care of through the church.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of want to just ask you, and I'm also, a Black woman, and
Mm-hmm.
obviously, Dr. Martin Luther King, Mubia Abdul-Jabbar, Malcolm X, like, how, what would be your suggestion for getting out of the social realm of the church and just making it sort of an everyday thing?
You mean an everyday thing to not be involved in the church?
Yes.
Okay.
To be
So
involved in the social structure, but not the church.
yeah. So I'm actually still friends with all my friends from church. I spent my whole life in the church basically, and so there's no reason for me to abandon my relationships. But one thing I don't do is go to church regularly. I'll go on a special event, something happening with one of my friends, or something like that. Fuck, I even sponsored one of my friends who was a missionary for a while because he was like a liberal Catholic, and I knew he wasn't telling people a whole bunch of nonsense. So like you can maintain those friendships, but you don't actually have to go to the services. You don't have to volunteer for anything. I actually know people who go to church just to volunteer in the kids ministry because they love kids so much, but they don't give a shit about what's going on at the church, right? So I think there's some gray area there. If you find something meaningful in seeing your friends and your family at church, I don't think it's wrong to go. But if you continue to do that over and over again as your main source of socialization and your main source of connecting with others, eventually the emotional play of church is going to start to kind of, pull at your heartstrings a little bit. But it's designed to do that. Like if you're part of a church, if you're ever part of a church leadership team, what you'll discover is that a lot of what happens in church is purposely designed to hook you. It has nothing to do with the Holy Spirit. It has everything to do with a bunch of pastors, preachers, and musicians saying, "Hey, what can we do to emotionally motivate somebody?" Right? And so that's kind of the problem with going to church services regularly. Is eventually it becomes normalized, and the tactics that have been developed over the centuries to kind of grab at people's emotions and fears, they work.
Yes, like I mean, I'm okay with death. I don't have a lot of fear. I think, of course, a God is illogical. That's the whole point of God, that God
Yeah.
is illogical. And I kind of even come up with like a little argument, like kind of a fine-tuning argument. And the fine-tuning argument kind of resolves around consistency, not necessarily consistency and the fall, quote unquote. And I think I really got myself into a bad space because the preacher of my church asked me to go to a seminary class at my kind of local university. And he was like, you're an attorney, you're a lawyer, you think about things logically, but why don't you think about God logically? And I told him, well, God is illogical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
don't really, I mean, I know what to do, but in a way, I don't really know what to do. I mean, I'm setting myself up for having children and for being pregnant and all that kind of stuff. And it's just really hard to think of a more collaborative environment for that than the church.
Yeah. It's one of those difficult things. Like the reason why I can't bring myself to go to church often, even though my friends and family all go, is just because I'm not comfortable with being a fake. And if I go there and I'm just myself, who obviously I don't give a shit about the songs or the preaching anymore, people will get uncomfortable around me because I go, this guy's just here, he doesn't even believe, right? So for me, it's just easier not to go. So this is not something that I personally had to struggle with. It just kind of came natural for me. If you're struggling with it, it sounds like you probably have to figure out what works best for you and not worry so much about maybe how others are going to perceive you. They're going to try to convince you to get involved. Like everybody in the church thinks that is, if you just get involved more, if you just hear the right preaching or the right teaching, you'll be convinced. It's going to be like magic. And reality is that's not how it works. And if they don't really know where you're at, they're going to continue to try to draw you in. You basically just kind of have to be really brutally honest with them. Like, hey, listen, this is not going to happen. I'm not the one you're looking for.
The alternative
Yeah, like
is.
do you? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say the alternative is you just stay involved and they're going to try to convince you, and then you're just like, well, I disagree, or you can just be like, okay, that's great for you, or that's a lovely thing that you
Yeah,
told
but
me,
I
and then just keep
belong
being
to like
involved in the community,
the
and
Black
then just not
Presbyterian Church. Like,
just don't buy it.
hmm yeah, I mean, I can do that, but just for everyone sort of on the panel, and maybe Justin can explain it. Um, if if you were going to a black church, you know, Black Presbyterian Church, Presbyterian USA, um, where they have pictures up on the wall of them actually doing things and them singing to you every Sunday, keep your eyes on the prize and we shall overcome. It's just a very difficult thing to overcome emotionally. And I do agree with Dr. Blitz about how you should just kind of keep doing what you need to do societally.
Yeah.
And when people, but like Black people in the church, when you say you're an atheist, they're like, oh, okay, well, that's a phase. And they just let you sit there. They don't
Yeah.
argue with you. They don't
Good,
barter
great.
with you. They're like, okay, well,
When it's that ingrained in your culture, sometimes you just kind of go through the motions, and it's okay as long as you're not hurting anybody. Like if your church is toxic and it's hurting people, that's when you need to be like, yeah, I can't support this. But if you just go to a local small town cultural church that's like literally helping the homeless and doing kind of the stuff you think Jesus wanted them to do, and your family and friends happen to go there, I personally like I wouldn't struggle too much internally about that. It's the reason why I do counter missionary stuff and I do these live streams is because of the dangerous churches, the people out there using the religion to hurt people. That isn't to say that every person in a church and that every church is hurting somebody, but it is to say that a lot of them are.
so you don't believe that every church is a dangerous church?
Every church has the
Because
potential
they're
to become
encouraging you
dangerous.
to believe things that aren't true.
Well, yeah. Well, there's a difference between dangerous and beneficial. Is it more beneficial to believe things that are true? I agree. Yeah. Is it inherently dangerous to believe that there's a God that loves you and wants you to help others and love each other? I don't know if that's inherently dangerous. I would prefer you to love people without the, I don't know, coercion of a God and a punishment. But I don't think all forms of Christianity are dangerous. Just like all forms of Hinduism isn't dangerous, but there are forms that are really into like the caste system. And you know what? You're poor. You're living in squalor over here because you deserved it because of your past life. Most of the Hindus I've met aren't really like that, but there are some that are, right? So I think it's a spectrum. Religion's always going to be on a spectrum. And, if your friends and family want you to go to a church and the church literally is just trying to help people to be better people, I don't know how much you should feel guilty about that.
I
It
just
sounds
feel
more
like
like
I'm
a
lying.
community center just with a touch of
Yeah.
Jesus on top.
Exactly.
Yep.
There's a lot of those.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how anyone who is Presbyterian would expect their children to like not be an atheist. I mean, for confirmation, we have to learn the Hebrew and we have to get the Oxford Study Bible and we have to look at all these different historical movements. And then they're like, do you still want to be Presbyterian? Do you still want to be a Christian? And so it's kind of really odd. It's like you're creating little atheists. I don't know if that was the point, or they're just trying to get us to learn how to establish viable community options, to learn how to vocalize to people that things like socialism and communism are the future because that is what most benefits, everyone around the world. And
I would be
in
hard
your
pressed to
country
believe
and
that there's any church that's trying to push that.
the Black church
Maybe there are
pushes that.
some.
Yeah.
Really?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
based.
Especially in the liberation movement. The liberation
Mm-hmm.
theology is like super
Let's
akin to
go.
Marxism. To be sure,
It just to tell
Yeah.
Blitz, it's kind of like the Reform Jewish synagogue,
Gotcha.
like where anyone is allowed in, and you feed everybody, and then you
Yeah.
go home, and
Yeah.
you know, you do what you do.
and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I've got friends that go to synagogue and they're atheists. And see, that's kind of what we're kind of getting at. There's a lot of churches that are just like, it's the community center with Jesus on top, or with Allah on top, or Yahweh on top. There's quite a bit of churches that really are more social than anything else. In fact, I've got friends in Cleveland that are complete, not only atheists but anti-theists, and they still go to all the festivals at the synagogue. They do all the traditional stuff. They just don't believe. For them, it's always been about community. In fact, about 50% of Jews worldwide are atheists, but they still participate
Okay.
in the communal aspect, and you can do that.
Yeah, because the church I'm going to, we got a huge grant for we're not a big church. Like
Mhm.
my church is 96 people, and we got a grant to build a food kitchen
Mhm.
out back. And so our services are literally like 20 minutes, so we can get ready for the demand of the food kitchen. And
It
it's just
it just sounds like that
has
it's just
been
best. It just sounds like that your church is probably not the kind of church that's worth fighting about. And if you need the community that you get from it, just go.
Yeah.
You don't have to feel guilty about it.
okay.
I don't feel
Yeah,
guilty
I
when I
kind of
visit
feel
my friends and
guilty because
family
I
at
feel like
church.
I'm lying.
Well, if you were going every week and you were pretending like you were a Christian, then you're lying. But like, if you just go and be yourself and make sure people know, like, you don't have to hide it. Just like, hey, listen, I don't believe this stuff, but I love you
Like
guys.
I say the Apostles' Creed, I read the Bible. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be doing any of that. Maybe I should just stay quiet during those things.
Yeah, I
You don't
don't.
have to.
Yeah, you don't have to recite those things. I don't. When I go to church, I don't say anything I don't believe.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're
Well,
okay.
thank you so much. That really helped.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
listen,
Well, I'll
Yeah.
get off.
Glad to
Thank
be
you
of
all for what
assistance.
you're doing.
sure thing, Kala. Take care. Listen, if you're friends and family, if you love them and you want to spend time with them, I can't see, abandoning them and never going to a church service unless that church is just toxic. But, friends and family are friends and family. Texas Panhandler, great to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says unapologetically starting whenever we want. You got it. You got it. It's Sunday, y'all. Get hype. 12 days, 288 hours. Texas, I'm pleased to hear the news. Let's see, 12 days you're under 2 weeks now. Less than a fortnight. Hope you have fun. And C-Bar, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Gretchen, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says y'all are fucked up like a soup sandwich today. You know what?
I have no idea what that means.
A soup sandwich? You ever try to make a
But why
sandwich
is
out
it-
of soup?
I'm familiar with what a soup sandwich is. What does it mean to be fucked up like one?
Well, I mean, Ian and Quanta.
Because we're all sort of gooped up
Mhm.
together.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Also, I'm told that I still sound a little tinny on YouTube.
Slightly,
I don't know
yeah.
if that's.
Yeah, you're coming in a little bit tinny as well on my side.
It might be compression issues because I'm having a little bit of bad internet right now. So
It could be.
I don't know.
But it does, it is working, to be sure.
Right.
Your mic is. But also, Gretchen with the follow-up says, please change Quanta's name to Quanta, not Blitz. Okay, thanks. But
Yeah,
I did.
that's it.
I did
That's what it
Quanta.
says. That's what it says.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Quanta, not Blitz. Is it? You guys know this is a play on words. I'm sure you, Gretchen, you get it.
Yeah,
You know what?
That's what it says.
Yeah.
It says Quanta, not Blitz.
I'm blocking Gretchen. Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat, friend. Social connections is neurobeneficial. That's what I think, right? That's one way church works, and also peer support, such as 12-step. I agree. I agree. While you guys know my view on the church is that it's toxic, it creates a lot of
Try
problems.
something with my audio.
That's not to say that it's always and only bad. And Relax with Russell, great to see you. Says, Justin, does the Bible actually support for hell as separation from an all-present being, or hell as a place? Also, why would an all-loving being allow you to be separated from him if it led to suffering? Okay, so the all, like, God's presence being everywhere isn't really in the Bible. There's one passage in Jeremiah, like Jeremiah 23:24. Let me double check. 23:24. Where he says, who can hide in the secret places so that I cannot see them? Says the Lord, do I not fill heaven and earth? That's it. That's the only passage in the Bible that intimates that God's presence is literally everywhere at once. And there's at least two passages that refer to being separated from God. One specifically in relation to hell, and that's in 2 Thessalonians chapter 1. And in that passage, it talks about the coming vengeance. I don't know. It sounded like we had a gremlin.
Yeah.
And it says, when Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, these will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, separated from the presence of the Lord. So this is basically the only verse that talks about being eternally, separated from God. But even here, it's not clear if you're separated from God because you're dead or because you're just like physically separated. It's not entirely clear, because in Revelation, when you go to lake of fire, you're going to the lake of fire in the presence of the Lamb, which is Jesus. So it's just, the Bible's not super clear on it, unfortunately. But there's a lot of passages talk about hell being a place that's in the ground, akin to Sheol, where the realm of the dead go. Much, much more than this like metaphysical type of place. And the Knights Who Say Knee must have took Quantonaut's spot. Quanta's gone. Says, oh great, Quant and Blitz. Well, we do have a double up. Yeah, there he goes. Why make me feel so dumb? I see it in their eyes too. They're judging me. Rock hard for Doug. And choking on Ian's hog. And hail Hadassah the prophet. True.
Calm down, mouth breather.
Fantastic. All right. Let's get our next guest in here. I believe the order that they came in was Kilgore, and then Good News, and then James. So we'll grab them that order. If you're watching on something other than TikTok and you want to join the conversation, use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA-guest, and we'll get you into the guest queue, and we'll get you into the guest box eventually. So let's grab Kilgore and see if we can have something of some kind of substance. Welcome back, Kilgore.
Howdy. Hey, how's it going?
It is going. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. And what I wanted to address is a lot of historical misunderstandings that atheists and, I think more predominantly
Kilgore, do you believe in a God?
In general.
He does. He's a Christian.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
just checking.
right.
And he wants to
just
talk about...
I believe in a weak theology.
I'm sure you do.
Sure.
Kilgore wants to talk about how the atrocities of the church really aren't that bad, but I also don't care.
Yeah, you can...
Is there an argument for why God is real, or?
Yeah, you can. Well, why God is real? We had this discussion that I'm not allowed to interpret the Bible, and that you have authority over it.
So
yeah,
give me a non-biblical argument then.
Why do I not get to have a personal interpretation?
Because you're uncommitted to intellectual honesty.
Is that? I mean, where do you get that from?
You're lazy. You just farm it out here. You just farm it out to church fathers. Kilgore, are you blind? Do you not realize you talked to me like just a couple of days ago?
Yeah, but why do you mean farm out to church fathers? What does that mean?
Yeah, you don't have the ability to interpret scripture because you farm it out to the church fathers and to the church.
Well, how about Kierkegaard? How about other?
How about him? What about him? What's his credentials?
About it? What's wrong with that?
Well, then give me a philosophical argument.
I mean, sure, yeah. I believe I'm kind of an irreligious Christian, and I believe that it's our duty to construct meaning around the around the world and the Bible,
Sure.
and they should be kind of harmonized.
Sure, yeah. So why is God real?
Yeah. I believe that God is real and also paradoxically imaginary.
Yeah, but why is God real?
That seems
that's
contradictory.
Yeah. If all
What's
humans
wrong
were
with
gone, would God exist?
Yes.
So he's not imaginary then.
Well, he can be both.
He can be imaginary and not imaginary? That sounds like a contradiction.
When we say
Yeah,
that
like I
something's
said, a
imaginary,
paradox.
it implies that the thing doesn't exist in real life.
Or it only exists
well,
within the
when I-
minds of people.
Yeah. Well, it can't exist within thought, but it does exist. There's a paradox there. If you,
How does it exist if
I
it can't
personally-
exist?
That's also not a paradox. That's just a contradiction.
Why not?
A paradox is something that seems incorrect, but actually, like, when you work it out, it's well, it might lead to a contradiction depending on what type of paradox you're talking about. But this just straight up seems like P and not P. I wouldn't call that a paradox.
Well, I'm not an analytical philosopher, so I'm not bound to that kind of thought, which I think is actually
You're not bound to believing
really that
things
great.
and also
Yeah.
their negation?
I think the key to religion is irrationality. And when I said I was
I agree.
irreligious,
That's a fair
when I
point.
said I was irreligious, I would say we embrace that irrationality. And as someone who's had an experience of God myself, it's something that you can't put into words, yet it is everything. So
Here's a different
this is where I
question.
get off saying it's real and not real at the same time.
Why should I be irrational?
Why should you be irrational? Well, I mean, have you ever played a
Irrational.
game?
Why should I be irrational like you?
Yeah. Have you ever played a game or painted a painting or any of those kind of things?
What's irrational about that?
Well, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to put a 3D world onto a 2D, flat surface with
It
the
doesn't
button and
require
to,
me
like, use it to
believing in it.
communicate.
If
What?
you write
Well,
a
if you wanna
story, you don't have to believe the story is true. You know that, right?
Well, absolutely. I think that taking the Bible as a piece of literature is the wise way to take it.
Fiction, you mean?
Well, I wouldn't say it's all fiction. Some of it is song. Some of it is could be legend or history. It's a wide variety of genres, really.
Is Jesus' death and resurrection a legend, or is it real?
I think that's the most important part of the legend.
So then you should have a
is-
most important answer.
Yeah.
One would
Yes,
hope.
and absolutely.
I'm
And
also being told I'm a bit loud on YouTube.
Oh,
that-
I can tone you down.
I think the key part of Christianity that made it a rational tradition, which ultimately led to Europe becoming a kind of a hotbed of science and reason and learning, is the atheism of Christ on the cross when he says, Eli, Eli, he cries out that he's been forsaken by God. And that's to
How
say
is that
God has
atheism?
been forsaken by God, right?
How is that atheism?
Yeah,
Oh boy.
because God doesn't forsake. If God is not present in the world and has forsaken the world, right? That's an atheistic view.
No, it's not. An
No.
atheistic view is that there is no God whatsoever, not that God exists but has forsaken the world.
Oh, I think those are synonymous
They're
in
not.
my reading.
Well, you're mistaken.
You don't think that I can have my own reading of the Bible?
You just be wrong.
Well, no.
Definitions.
You're having your own
Yeah.
reading of what the word atheist means.
Like,
Right, and
for
that's mistaken.
example,
think
you
I
can
can do that
believe
either?
that you can believe that Santa exists, but he doesn't give us any presents anymore, or that he just doesn't exist at all. Those are two separate beliefs.
Well, like I said, it's more complex than true and false. This is when we talk about mysticism, it's the essence of it is paradox, and I guess you could say contradiction if you want to make that, if that's what it means to you. And honestly, the most important, greatest revelation you've ever had in your life, in my life, completely defies being put into words. So when I start talking about it, it becomes very difficult to convey, right? In terms of logic, I don't think it fits. In terms of a painting, a novel, yeah, that's where you can start to express it.
That means nothing to any of us.
I'm so
Does
confused.
God literally
Yeah.
exist or not?
You guys I think, have the wrong point of view about this.
We're
Okay,
asking
what's the
you
correct
your
point
point
of
of view. Does God literally exist or not?
Yes,
Great. And how
Okay,
can
why
one
should
know
we
that?
think so?
you can. I think the only way you can have knowledge of it is through personal experience.
So you can't then.
Okay. So that's just not particularly compelling to any of us. Does
Nope.
that?
Yeah.
Is it sensible to them?
Well, I'm
for
not
us to then
trying
not believe in
to
God?
evangelize you. I'm just saying this is like if you ever read into mysticism and
What do you
kind of
what
the
do you think
roots
the point of this live
What's the
stream
religion.
point
is?
of this?
Yeah, that's where it comes from. I think you guys have kind of a
What do you
bad
think the
faith
point
thing
of
when
this
you're trying
live
to
stream
logically.
is?
Yeah, if you try to logically
He
disprove
won't
something that's
answer. He's not gonna
unfalsifiable.
actually
Yeah.
answer
No,
the
no, you're trying to
question.
logically
What do you think the point of this live stream
debunk
is?
unfalsifiables.
What do you think the point of the live stream is?
Basically, for people who have bad faith to tear down religion, who haven't looked into it themselves, who have a false
Oh,
view of the
Of
history
we've
course he's
never
gonna be
looked into
maximally
religion.
and of the
uncharitable.
world.
Kilgore,
Also,
You
it
guys are
seems
do
like
flat
you.
earthers
do you know any
it-
of
do you know anything
history.
about me, Kilgore?
Atheists are the flat earthers of history.
Kilgore, do you know anything
Like you
about
live
me?
in a
That's
completely
hilarious.
false
That's
This is
history.
crazy
It's
that
called the
hilarious.
Kilgore
Draper-White
I
thesis.
know.
is accusing me of not looking into any of this. This is crazy.
Yeah. Do you know about the Draper-White thesis?
Yeah,
Also,
we talked
Yeah,
about
no
it, and
mention-
it's
twist.
and it's not relevant.
And you
Oh, I
never
was
looked
thinking
into
of
it, did
something
you?
I did. I was
looked
reading
into
it
the
as we
Draper-White
were
thesis?
talking last time you were on my live streaming, and it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with whether or not God is real. And again, I asked you a question. Do you know anything about my background?
Yeah, you are a kind of authoritarian interpretation of the Bible,
So
and
you don't
do
know
it
anything
in a
about my
kind of
background.
biased and
So you don't know anything about my
destructive
background
Wait,
then?
way.
Justin is an authoritarian interpretation of the Bible?
Yeah, that's the kind of
Sorry,
things he
Justin.
does.
You are an interpretation. It's
I am
terminal.
an interpretation. I gotta put that on my birth certificate.
Also,
So-
not to mention, Kilgore, you tore down your own religion yourself when you admitted that it was illogical.
Yeah. So
I think I'm
You did that
saving it,
yourself.
honestly.
I just
I
want
think
to.
I'm saving it with that.
I don't think you are. I just want
Uh-huh.
to clarify one thing, Kilgore. So last time we talked, you spent 15 minutes crying about how you can't interpret the Bible. You have to farm it out to others. You don't have the authority. You're not allowed to have a personal interpretation. Now you're saying that we're lazy, we're bad faith,
Yeah.
we haven't looked into it. I was a
That's
Christian
right.
for 20 years, Kilgore. And do you know why I know so much of the Bible?
Because you are a Christian.
No, try again.
Tell me, does it make a big difference?
Because unlike you, I actually had some gumption. I had intellectual curiosity and honesty. I went to school. I went to Bible college, and then I went to seminary. I studied the Bible unlike you. I actually read the church fathers. I learned Greek and Hebrew. I did all the stuff that you're too lazy to do, which is why my opinions are well informed and yours are stupid and lazy.
Yeah, except I was just trying to talk about history and something that you're totally dismissive about.
And it's not relevant.
How is the kind
It's
of
not
false
relevant
world
to
that we
whether or
live
not
in
God is real.
irrelevant?
Not relevant to whether or not God is real.
I think it's very relevant.
Well, then you're wrong.
It's relevant to the illogical belief that you admitted.
Openly irrational belief, yes.
Okay. Well,
Why would anyone want to be openly irrational?
I'm going to do the only rational thing here and move on. Kilgore, you wasted
Fair,
like
that's
30
reasonable.
minutes of my live stream. I'm not going to let you waste a full 30 minutes of this live stream.
Clearly, he's not even convinced by his own arguments if he's
No.
saying it's irrational. So,
No, he just came to cry. He does that. He actually doesn't have anything. I was hoping he'd actually render an argument this time, but he's too lazy to do so. Anyways, friends, we got some guests waiting to get in. I'm going to grab just 2 or 3 super chats, and it looks like next in line is Good News, and then James. Hey, Space Lord, good to see you, says God at best seems to be misattribution of the little voice in your head. That's actually seems to be more likely the case 9 times out of 10. Like the amount of people in history and today who think God talks to them when it's really just their own internal monologue is super high.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
you know, some people don't have an internal monologue.
that's true.
That's true too.
Yeah. My twin brother, when he reads, he doesn't have any. Nothing happens. Like when I read,
if you
I
read
can
that way,
hear.
it's so much faster.
I can hear
I
the
can't do it.
words
My brother does the
in my
same.
head. It's really wild.
Yeah, me too.
Furtive Patak.
My brother
says,
reads the same way.
It's just, everyone's a little different, right? Furtive Patak says off to the Ren Fair soon, so won't be able to stick around for the whole show. But here's some money. Happy cooking. Well, thank you, Furtive Patak, and have good time at the Renaissance Fair. I've been to one of those
Yeah, that
in
should be a good time.
ages.
Have a turkey leg.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, same. It's been a while for me too.
Throw some axes, have a good time. It'd be fun. Relaxers Russell, thank you for the super chat. Dr. Blitz, I've been studying some physics and I can't seem to find anything that's actually completely still. It seems that motion is the natural state of things. does this defeat first mover argument?
Dr. Blitz?
Well then. Well, so genuinely, I would say, like, you can have a stationary wave function. It still describes like a particle with momentum, but like the wave function as a whole can still be like unmoving. But at that point, it like depends what you define as moving or not. I don't know. Allegedly, Nadian, what would you say?
I would say that. What is motion? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I mean, look, the point is that first mover arguments are not about, and actually this is an answer that the not alleged Ian would say. First mover arguments are not about physical motion. It's about cause and effect. It's about a thing is a certain way, a thing is actualized, and thus it needs an actualizer.
Fair enough.
You need a pen to flip around in your fingers.
Yeah, where's your notepad? You're supposed to be writing on a notepad.
There you go.
Now we're feeling some Ian vibes. Very good. Welcome in. Good news.
I'll
Are you
just
at
drop
least
it a lot.
18? And do you believe in God?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are
Yes,
you
I
a
am.
believer?
Yes.
And which God do you
would
believe
that
in?
be?
The Christian God.
Sure. What do you think is the best argument, evidence, or reason to believe in the Christian God?
Well, I think to me, there's a few best arguments. The first one would be that, how do we have this basically infinite complexity within our universe, within the past, which has existed for approximately like 15 billion years or something. And it doesn't seem to follow that all of this complexity could either just evolve normally over 15 billion years in a semi-random way to achieve this like infinite complexity that we still don't fully understand, and also that it could have come from either nothing or that it could have always existed without a cause. That's the first point. And then the second point is that we have a lot of evidence of actual miracles, public miracles, that defy our understanding of the universe, that seem to indicate a consistent, basically, source from the Christian God.
Sure. So what I heard, the point number one is what we would call an argument from incredulity. Basically, you don't know how it could have happened, therefore God. Do you think that's like a valid argument? Because I would just say, well, I don't know how God exists, therefore evolution.
Yeah, well, if you're going to admit the possibility that God could exist, then that's good enough for me, and that's kind of what I came up here to ask about.
But I'm not doing that. What I'm showing is that your argument's not. It's just a fallacy. It's not actually an argument. An argument from incredulity is not really an argument.
Also,
Well, it
to
is
be
an
clear, it's
argument,
not
but-
really what we would expect from a god either, because I mean, signs of intelligence usually are simplicity, like to be able to achieve some task in the simplest way possible, not with a whole bunch of extra junk that complicates and maybe even makes the task more difficult. So if we look at the universe, 99.999 whatever percent of it is completely inhospitable to life. I don't think that's what we would expect from, a god.
True.
At least not a smart one.
Yeah.
Well, God is constantly overcoming our expectations and proving them to be wrong. And then what is complex to us is simple to God.
But your argument was that what you see makes more sense with God, right? So what Quant is pointing out is actually it doesn't make more sense with God. So you can't then just say, well, it's okay, God's ways are higher. But if you say that, you've just nullified your first argument.
Yeah, I disagree, because I think you're assuming that what we have in front of us is complex to God, but in fact, I think that it's.
Well, I don't think
simple
God
thing to
exists.
God.
So we can only ever talk
then-
about the complexity with regards to us in terms of this argument.
Okay.
You're saying
Well,
that the
to get-
universe is
to get
complex
back-
to us, therefore God. But I'm saying that a god would probably not make a universe this complex to us.
When I'm using the word complex, I'm saying that on an evolutionary scale, from a random perspective, under Darwinian evolutionary theory, it does not
That's not
seem
random.
likely that over 15.
That's
Yeah, I'm not saying it's fully random. I said it's semi-random. I'm not saying over
right,
15
but
billion
what
years, it seems unlikely that this kind
what
of
would you expect
infinite complexity that we have.
if it was just?
Hello?
Sorry, my internet's cutting out a little bit. If it
No
was
worries.
just evolution without a god, what would you expect to see?
I don't know how we could just have evolution without a god, because that would mean that the universe has always existed and that there's no first cause. And I
Well,
don't
how does
think
that
within
follow?
our understanding of
That's presupposing the conclusion. Your whole argument is that, well, it can't just be evolution. There has to be some intelligence behind it. But I'm asking you, what would it look like if it was just evolution?
And furthermore,
I
I
don't
mean,
think
the
it would
argument is an
exist if it
argument from
was- yeah.
complexity and from evolution, not an argument from first cause. If you want to change the argument, you can, but that's just not the same argument anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're
Right,
familiar
but I brought up
with
multiple
both.
points, etc.
Sorry to interrupt you, Good News. We're actually familiar with
No
both
worries.
of these arguments. It's just that trying to use the two at the same time makes it difficult to address them.
I
You're welcome to
understand.
pick
Yeah.
one and run with it, though.
Well, that's what I would. I understand it's difficult to address multiple points at the same time. My ultimate point is this: are you saying, and this is just a question, that there's no possible way that there's a God, that it is some logical contradiction that it could not happen, or are you saying, sure, it's
Look,
possible, but we don't think it's likely?
So logical possibility is very cheap. It's logically possible that there isn't a god. It's logically possible that there are universe farting fairies. It's logically possible
Okay.
that I'm currently on the moon. Logical possibility doesn't get you
Great.
much. The claim here is that it is, given the data that we have, it is inductively unlikely that there's a god. And given the philosophical arguments that are available, it is metaphysically impossible that there is a god, at least if you believe the axioms of the arguments.
Okay. So just to clarify, you're saying it is logically possible that there's a God, but you think it's unlikely. Is that what you're saying?
It's so logical possibility is very cheap. Logical possibility is probably not.
I'm just asking you a question.
Not an
I-
important
Logically
feature of the
possible. I don't think
conversation.
that's cheap.
I do think most
I don't think
definitions
that's
of a
cheap,
god
I'm
lead you to a contradiction, but
Only if you, but that's only if you grant additional premises.
Yeah.
That's the issue,
Yeah.
and so that's where you get a metaphysical
Okay.
impossibility rather than logical impossibility. God is
Okay,
God
so-
as defined as God defined as a term doesn't itself induce a logical impossibility. Only once you add additional features can you get to a logical impossibility, and that's how you get to metaphysical
Got
impossibility.
it.
A logical impossibility would
Got
be
it.
something
Okay,
like
perfect.
would be a logical impossibility would be something that is explicitly like a married bachelor is a logical impossibility just by the definition of the
Yes.
terms. Logical impossibility is cheap
Agreed.
though. Again, it is logically possible
Yeah.
that God does not exist.
Okay, I'm not asking you whether it's cheap. I'm just asking you whether it's possible. So it sounds like there is a possible pathway for God
It's
to
logically
exist, but you just
possible.
don't
It is
believe it's likely. Yes.
It's logically possible that God does exist. It's also
Perfect.
logically possible
Okay.
that universe farting fairies exist.
Okay. So then why are you calling yourself an atheist if you isn't an atheist?
Why are you
the term
calling yourself a
atheist-
theist? Do you agree that it's logically possible that God doesn't exist?
I do. I think it's logically possible under either circumstance, yes.
Okay, so then why are you calling
Yes.
yourself a theist?
Because I believe in God.
Okay, then we're calling ourselves theists because we don't believe in God.
Okay. All right. So that's fine. As long as we agree that there's a pathway,
That's
I
just
think
what the
the
word means.
discussion moves towards. I think it.
although
I think it
I'm not
moves
even I'm not
towards
even sure if I'm not even sure if I've heard a well-formed idea of a god that could be right.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because in order for like
yes.
a model or a theory or anything to be true, like it has to be a well-formed idea to begin with, and I don't think I've actually ever heard that.
That's a fair point.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously different denominations. Everyone has a different conception of God. Like every single person has a different conception of God. You know,
And
generally
I
we
haven't
agree
heard
on-
one that I would consider to be a well-formed idea.
That's fine. We generally the biggest, group of Christians believes in divine simplicity. But I would say that like if we all agree that it's logically possible.
By the
for
way,
there to be a
divine
God-
simplicity implies divine simplicity and divine free will imply divine contingency. So that's like a rough
Yeah. So
rough way to go.
I think if we all agree that it's logically possible, I think the next question is why is it convincing? And to me, it's convincing because we have a series of public miracles that people across the world have experienced for 2,000 years, the past 2,000 years or more, sorry, like several, 4,500 years. And And then we have individual experiences where it would be unrealistic to think that all of these people are either delusional or lying. Like there must be at least one person that actually, their experience was true to form. So I think those things are good evidence that yes, there's a logical pathway, and this logical pathway is being expressed within our realm.
So I
for
think the
instance,
problem. I think the problem with miracles, as an atheist, I have the same problem I had when I was a Christian, right? So when I was a Christian, I thought the most powerful argument for my particular God was all the miracles, quote unquote miracles. I used to do what you're doing. I used to get on the internet, this is a long time ago when we didn't have social media, and talk to people around the globe about why they are in their religion.
The computer was powered by a hand crank.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I had a hamster just running it. It was a whole thing. But the reality was, what I discovered was that every time I talked to somebody in another religion, another faith, they had miracle stories too. It turned out miracle stories were kind of meaningless to me because everybody's got them. It just doesn't do anything.
Right, but I would ask for one miracle that's in the same public nature as the miracles of Christianity. For instance, if you talk about the miracle of Fatima, which was experienced by thousands of people, atheists included, that converted to Christianity, please give me one miracle from Islam or another contradictory religion that is so well established and proven.
Well, I don't think the miracle of Fatima is established or proven. If you read the written accounts, they're all very contradictory. I understand, like, there's some people who were like literally staring up at the sun and saw some weird stuff because you're not supposed to look at the sun. But the reality is, the miracle of Fatima to me is a bunch of nonsense. It's just as nonsense as the dancing plague of the 1500s.
I mean, yeah, that's in the 1500s. A miracle of Fatima is in the 20th century, right? So, we have a much better reporting.
Have
We have
you
newspaper
seen the
articles
miracle of Fatima? Like, it's like people say that they see a figure, and then if you go look at pictures, it's just like a blob of light.
Well, they say that they see the sun dancing around, which was what the children that were visited by the Mother Mary said would happen.
Sure,
And
let's say
exactly
the
happened
sun
on that
was
day.
let's say the sun was dancing around. How does that get you to Christianity?
Well, because the children said they were experiencing the Mother Mary, who said this will happen on this date, bring a bunch of people.
Okay,
They
children
did, and it
say lots of things, right?
But you're saying they just happened to be right about this? That's
happen to be
something
right
the
about
Mother
the
Mary
timing?
came.
It could certainly be
How
like
do
a
you know it's the Mother
self-fulfilling
Mary?
prophecy.
How do you know it's the Mother Mary?
Because
I mean, to me, a much more likely explanation is that you stared at the sun for too long, and now you're looking at the after image of the sun dance around in your vision. I mean, if you've ever looked at a bright light for too long, you'll see that as well.
It's not just one person. It's like cutting out, but it's not just one person. It's like thousands of people, and it's the sun zooming in, zooming out, changing colors, spinning around.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yes,
what does this have to do with Christianity?
But if the sun was doing that, a billion people would have seen it. That's the problem.
That's also a good point. Yeah, what's going on there?
Like everybody on the daytime planet would have seen it.
There's some people, when you have a perception of a sun from a different viewpoint, it appears different. For instance, if you're at the equator, it appears bigger. If you're at this point, it appears different. If you're at this point of the Earth, it's the sun's not even showing.
There's no way the sun could move such that only people in, I guess it was Egypt, right, could see it moving.
No, not this one. That was a different one. That's Our Lady of Zaytun, I think.
This one Fatima is what, like Portugal or Spain or something?
I thought it was either Mexico or Central America.
Maybe. Who knows? They can't keep them straight.
No,
but anyway,
that's a different one. Central America's a different one. Yeah.
So the point is regardless of where you're seeing this, regardless of where you're supposedly seeing this, there's nowhere on the globe where you wouldn't see it if it was happening, or rather,
if you see the sun,
there's no way it could move such that someone somewhere else couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're saying that God can't make the sun move in a way that other people can't see, or that he can change the perception of the sun?
Well, now we're just invoking magic, right? I mean, like, look, so could God make it so that everybody just sees this without the sun even moving?
Yes, see, God can do whatever he wants.
Okay, so could God make it so that
a hologram, like,
could God make it so that everybody is actually hallucinating this event?
I don't see what's the logical contradiction with
Also,
that.
why
can't
wouldn't
God make
he?
these things?
That would convert so many
same
more
point?
people. Why just convert the
Yeah,
people in
because
that
now
local area when you could do it to the entire planet all at once?
Well, now you're questioning God's divine wisdom, which is like a
Yeah, I
fool's
am
folly.
questioning it. It doesn't seem that very divine or wisdom or wise.
That's fine, but like you're not the all-knowing creator of the universe. You can't say God should have done something this way. We all agree that it's possible for God to exist, and now we're looking at miracles and saying, well, it could have been this, it could have been that. But I think the most reasonable explanation is if children are predicting something going to happen with the sun dancing around, changing shape, changing color, and then it actually happens, and atheists are converted, everyone sees it. It's like, come on, you guys, what's more reasonable? That God doesn't
Everyone
exist, or
didn't
that
see it. That was the point. Not everybody
these
saw
people
it.
at the area, the children said it would happen at this point, this area, this time. That's
Why
the people that saw it.
So the problem with a lot of these stories is we don't actually have evidence of even the build up to it, right? You're saying, well, these children saw a thing, then they predicted a thing, and we don't have any evidence that any of that happened either.
We do. We absolutely do.
So,
These children
just to be
were
clear-
visited twice prior to this.
Just to be clear, do we agree that the sun didn't actually move?
No, we don't agree on that. We just don't know.
Well, if the sun did move, then everybody in the world would have seen it, right?
Yeah.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption. Again,
It assumes
it's God
basic
can control
geometry.
no, it assumes that your experience is the objective experience, and that it's you're necessarily going to see the sun in everywhere you're standing.
It assumes that I'm seeing the sun in the direction that it is.
Yeah, my point is that God can make the sun appear to move from a certain point, or he can make it actually move, but it's only perceivable from a certain point. There's no logical contradiction with that.
Well, it is, yeah. It's just physically impossible for it to move. And so that somebody on one hemisphere of the planet could see it, but not the rest of the people on that hemisphere could see it. If it's moving, it's moving. Now, if it's just in their head, like God gave people a vision rather than physically moving the sun, well, now it's just psychosis.
It's not psychosis. Psychosis infers that you're deluded in yourself, not that God is causing you to see something. For instance, Paul seeing a vision is not psychosis.
Psychosis is when you have a break with reality. That's what it is.
Yeah, but
If the
reality
sun's not
is
actually
determined
moving,
by
then that is psychosis,
God.
divine, inspired or not.
So let me ask you this: who determines reality more than God? Are you saying that our understanding outweighs God's understanding when He created the universe
Until
itself?
you can demonstrate God exists, yeah.
Yeah, that's again, if it were possible to logically prove God, then no one would be here on this panel. But my point is, you guys can't logically disprove it either. So we just have to look at the evidence.
we
and see
can.
what's more convincing. But you just admitted that you couldn't like 10 minutes ago.
Hold on, no, that's not what was said. Don't strawman it. Don't strawman the position. The position here is that God simpliciter is not logically impossible. Now, you can still make logical deductions based off of given axioms or premises and come to a logical conclusion, with the conclusion being that God does not exist. The requirement then on the believer would then be to challenge one of the premises so that they could, by rejecting one of the premises, you can then reject the conclusion. But you can absolutely show you can absolutely show logically that God does not exist if the premises of certain arguments are true.
Yeah, we agree that you cannot logically disprove God unless you assume things about God that are logically contradictory.
That's true about any logical statement, right?
I don't agree with any logical statement. Yeah, you're assuming that the logic.
Any logical
is true.
statement requires assumptions, right? These are called premises or axioms.
Okay.
Any statement derivable from the laws of logic requires axioms, right?
That's
Premises.
Fine. Yeah.
And
No,
if God has any properties, those are going to be like the premises.
Yes, I agree. But here's the thing. I don't think it's helpful to get into a discussion about God's properties at this point, because it's going to get metaphysically absurd. But the point is, we all acknowledge.
I've never heard a description of a God that has a set of properties that either A, leads directly to a contradiction, or B, is just describing something that's not a God.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But you agree that at a baseline, it is possible that the concept of a God is not logically inherently contradictory.
That's the thing. I haven't heard yet a concept of a God that doesn't lead to a contradiction, or that just doesn't describe a God.
So it depends on what you think a God is the problem.
Yes, I
right?
agree.
So
I agree.
If you think a God is something that created all things out of nothing, I think that God is logically impossible. If you think a God is something more akin to like what Plato believed, or the Greeks or the Mesopotamians, where a God is just like a superhuman, a super powerful entity, I don't know if that's logically impossible. I think it's silly, but I don't know if it's logically impossible. But I think it is logically impossible to believe in an entity that is entirely outside of space and time. I don't know how you can be spatially outside of space and temporally outside of time.
Cutting out there.
I am?
It was either you or me.
Oh.
I thought it was me, so maybe it's like Video Ninja or something.
It could be Video Ninja for sure. How can you have a God?
Maybe it's just the stream.
How can you have a God located outside of space?
So are we?
Because when we're discussing God,
I think time is the big issue, because most definitions of a God require that God creates the universe, and I don't think creation is a action that's possible without time already existing.
Well, I think that discussion devolves into something so like metaphysically complex and intense that it gets semantically like impossible to discuss it between us. I'm not like a semantic philosopher that would be able to discuss what it means to have creation prior to time. I don't even.
I mean, the burden is on you to like give me a description that makes sense, because I haven't heard one yet.
Well, it's not because I don't have to fully describe how God can exist, in a way that our brain can conceive it. All I can get is that we agree that at its very baseline, God is logically possible. But once you start adding,
that's the point. That's the point. I don't think that is possible. I don't think it's possible to create time.
Not Ian, right? But not Ian agreed with it. At the baseline, it's not logically contradictory. Once you start adding assumptions and premises.
Look, so the point is that if you take God simpliciter with no additional properties, just as a word, this is not something that's logically impossible. Logical impossibility requires that there's some sort of inbuilt contradiction in the definitions of the word. But if we're just taking God to be like kind of this just vague divine being with no additional properties, then there's nothing logically impossible about that. Now, once you start invoking things like God is the creator of the universe, or God is the creator of all of physical reality, that then gets you to the claims about, or then that gets you to logical impossibility, no problem.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So that's why I'm saying if we start to go into a discussion about.
It seems like you're talking not just about God simpliciter, but like a specific God that creates the universe.
No.
And if we're talking about that, then yeah, I don't agree that that's logically possible.
Okay, for the sake of this discussion, I think we should stick to God simpliciter. And my next point is that if God simpliciter is not logically impossible, then I'm looking at all the miracles and the happenings and the complexities within our created earth and universe, and I'm thinking to myself, geez, it really seems like the idea of God simpliciter plus something is more likely or more convincing than something else. And I haven't heard any good responses to these miracles other than like
regarding the miracle at Fatima, that's what it's called, right? So what exactly happened here? You have a whole bunch. The canonical story is you have a few kids who say that there will be some sort of miracle that happens later, correct?
Correct. There are three parts. There's two prior occurrences, and then there's a third. Basically, they say this is going to happen at this point at this time. The sun is going to do something. Virgin Mary came preaching, message of Christianity and repentance. And
wait, the sun happened. So the Virgin Mary came? I thought it was just the sun moving around in the sky.
No, the Virgin Mary visited the children, and she's the one that told them this would happen.
Okay, so the Virgin Mary visits the children being famously reliable retellers of stories. But let's say that that's the case. They think that Virgin Mary came to them, fine. And then at some point in the future, a bunch of people, based off of the predictions of these children, go outside and they look and they stare at the sun. Now, there could be 1,000 explanations as to why the sun appears to move in the sky. There could be a genuine atmospheric phenomenon that happens and the kids got lucky. It could be that when you stare at the sun, you get after images, and when you look around, that after image appears to move around because it's burnt into your retina. You're not supposed to look at the sun. So you can see funny things that happen as a result of looking at the sun. But it seems like, I mean, it seems like those two explanations, either one of them are more plausible than the sun, than a genuine miracle happening, right? These are things that we know that both of these things happen.
No, it would only be more plausible if you can give me at least one other example of the sun dancing around, spinning, changing colors to thousands of people in a predicted time ever in history.
Yeah, it's happened. It's happened elsewhere, apparently.
Like you could talk during a solar eclipse when a lot of people are staring at the sun when they probably shouldn't be.
So by the way, this apparently happened in Germany in 1949. Many people within a crowd of over 10,000 testified to witnessing similar observations as at Fatima.
Okay, and you're saying this is unassociated with...
They were staring at the sun, yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
This one wasn't predicted, so...
I disagree.
Don't stare at the sun, y'all.
It's not staring.
Sorry?
Okay, why would thousands of people, including atheists and Muslims, convert just from an after image of the sun?
Sorry,
this is the sun dancing around?
Because they're foolish, gullible.
Okay, this is the point. When you guys argue, you can always argue, well, it was a mass delusion. Yes, it involved millions of people.
So where's the evidence that we have a whole bunch of atheists and Muslims converting?
Yeah, this is in the newspaper articles written at the time.
Can you cite one?
Do they give like a single name?
Yeah.
I'm looking.
I was asking, do they give like a single name of a person who converted?
Because Portugal was like largely Catholic.
Yeah, correct.
So like how many atheists are going to be there converting in that little location?
There's a very famous psychological study, or not study, but like demonstration, where an actor goes up to a tree and says, "Oh, look, there's a snake in that tree," and there's actually not. It's just a completely empty tree. But just because he's up there looking, "Oh, look, there's a snake in the tree," he starts gathering a crowd, and a whole bunch of people who were completely unrelated would go and say, "Oh yeah, there is a snake in the tree." And then by the time the original actor leaves, there's like a group of people that all start cycling through, convincing each other that there's a snake in the tree. This is like a known psychological phenomenon.
If this were
by the way, I'm not finding any accounts showing that there is actually like atheists and Muslims who converted as a result. I'm looking, and if you can find me something, that'd be great. But like, I just see people saying that that's the case, like on websites, but then they just end up unsourced.
Can you guys hear me, or am I cutting out?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah, absolutely. So if this were a one-off event, I would be like, you know what? It's very possible, likely that this is a mass delusion, that it's a hypnotism or whatever you're talking about. But the thing is that these kinds of public miracles have been happening for the past 2,000 years, and obviously prior to that is the contention. When you get into Eucharistic miracles,
hold on, before we move on to Eucharistic miracles. So first, when I brought up that, this could, like, you have 70,000 people staring at the sun, tens of thousands of them seeing that the sun appears to move as like an after image from staring at the sun, or there being like a genuine like atmospheric phenomenon. You said that, oh, well, can you give me even one other example of this happening and tens of thousands of people reporting that? And then I gave you an example and you said, oh, well, that's how do you, that's not an example.
I've never heard of that. I think.
Okay, but the point is now you're saying, oh, well, this isn't a one-off event. This happened all the time. So which one is it? Is it something that is so rare and so remarkable that we can't explain it with naturalistic means, or is it something that's fairly common that would then lend itself to a naturalistic explanation?
I'm not saying that this event has occurred thousands of times. I'm saying that the experience of public miracles, other public miracles, the Shroud of Turin, the Eucharistic
miracle.
Not even the Pope thinks that's a miracle.
Okay, so the Eucharistic miracles, I think the Shroud of Turin is a miracle, but I don't know that it's been. Why? Because when you're looking at the burial cloth, there's evidence of radioactive activity that would have been impossible to produce.
He also wasn't buried in cloth, if I recall correctly.
So in the Bible, he was buried with multiple strips of linen and had a single cloth over his head.
Okay, so that's what the Shroud of Turin is.
No, it's not. It's just one
Shroud of
single
Turin's one
cloth that literally defies like how cloths work. If you drape a cloth over somebody who's bloody, it's not going to look like a 2D image of it. Once you unfold it, the head's going to be super wide because it draped around your head. It's just an artistic representation that somebody made up. So that's why the Catholic Church rejected it.
I don't think the church has rejected it. I think that they haven't definitively said one way or the other.
They have. Also, before we move on to that,
point.
in the 1900s, the 1900 census for Portugal, which I located, 99.87% of the 5 million people living there reported as being Roman Catholic. 0.09 were already religious. The amount of non-religious people living there is 0.03. The total number that reported being non-religious were only 1,454. You think those 1,400 people were all
likely
there?
There
to
were
see
no
that
atheists
converted?
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a
Just
lot of reporters
statistically.
came from abroad because this was a widely prophesied event. So a lot of reporters, atheist Muslims,
so
came from
atheists
abroad.
traveled abroad.
It was widely prophesied,
absolutely,
or I
because
thought it was just the kids.
The kids said
So
that
the
it would
kids
happen. So a lot of
were like
reporters
well respected prophets.
they said something the Virgin Mary said would happen, and a lot of atheists traveled from abroad, including
How'd they
Muslims.
find out?
Because
Why would any atheist take that seriously
How did they even hear
before
about
it happens? Yeah.
Yeah, because of the prior
Did
two
they
claims
have
were
a
building up
popular
steam.
social media account or like?
Yeah,
And who are these atheist reporters? By the way, when reporters write things, they include their name in the byline.
Yeah.
So we should know who these people are.
Yeah, so,
These atheist reporters.
yeah. So if you want to, you have to look up the articles from the 1950s and do that thing.
1950s? This happened in 1917. We should have like the actual articles published. So yeah, sorry, 1917. We should have the articles actually published like after the week by the atheists. Where are the atheist reports?
Out of curiosity, where did you hear this claim that they were a bunch of atheists?
This is reported in some of the articles, and you can read it directly.
No, like where did you hear about these articles first?
I mean, it's a widely acknowledged miracle in the Catholic Church, and people point to it as an evidence of God having
people saying it. Like, have you actually ever looked it up directly, like the primary sources?
You can read it yourself. Of course, it's very interesting. You guys, everyone should read it. It's pretty convincing. And then why
does the Catholic Encyclopedia say that the shroud was labeled a fraud when it was discovered?
It was labeled a fraud because there was a carbon dating on a piece that was repaired.
No, when it was discovered in the 1300s.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe
I mean, there's many people that still think it's a fraud, and many people, the chain of custody argument was made that it's not the real shroud.
But obviously it's not.
Why is it obviously not? You can't disprove it. Like, what do you mean?
I mean,
what are you talking
you
about?
don't have to disprove it. You have to demonstrate that it actually is what you say it is. And on our side, we have the fact that it doesn't match what we would expect if a burial cloth was placed over somebody who was bloody. Number two, it doesn't match the timeline. The type of cloth that it is didn't exist in the first century. It also is true that the Bible contradicts it. He wasn't wrapped in one cloth. Tradition excludes it as well. It wasn't traditional to lay a cloth down on a burial table, put a person on it, and then just drape it over top of them. That's not how they used to bury people at all. Not even remotely how they used to bury people. So nothing about the Shroud of Turin rings true. And the carbon dating alone is all you need to know that it was a fraud. And it's carbon dated to when it appeared in history and was labeled a fraud by the Catholic Church. There's no good reason to believe that this thing is true other than wishful thinking.
It was never labeled a fraud. That's just dishonest.
Well, the Catholic Encyclopedia disagrees with you.
Show me where it says that the Shroud of Turin is a fraud.
Yeah, it just says in 1389, the Bishop of Troyes appealed to Clement VII, the Avignon Pope, then recognized in France to put a stop to the scandals connected to the shroud. Preserved, it was, the bishop declared, the work of an artist who some years before had confessed to having painted it.
Okay, so is that the church itself, or is that one bishop?
That's the Catholic Encyclopedia.
All right, so where is the church itself saying that the Shroud of Turin is a fraud?
Pope Clement.
It was, yeah.
But where does Pope Clement say that it's a fraud?
Do you want like an actual written statement?
Yeah, because I don't believe that. The church doesn't think that the Shroud of Turin is a fraud. I think that you're just saying that. I think that you're using
The
the
church did,
statement
or
of
the-
one
so-
bishop.
So just to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong in my history here, Justin, but I believe at this time period in the middle of the 1300s, there were multiple popes. There were 2 popes. So
Yep.
Pope Clement the Seventh was one of the popes that was recognized of the 2, and so this was, this was the, depending on which pope you side with, this was the official stance of the Catholic Church at the time. But
Okay,
there were 2
and
popes, and
first of all, do
they
you
were
think that-
fighting. So
Do you think everything? Yeah. So do you think everything that a pope ever says is the official stance of the church as a whole?
Well, when it comes
at the time, I
to
would imagine so.
when it comes to
I
trying
mean,
to
it's the Pope, right?
when it
He
comes
speaks
not how it
directly
works.
from God, supposedly.
when it's coming
that's not how
when
it
you're
works,
trying
is
to
it?
figure out
Not
what
how it
the Catholic Church supports as being authentic and
Yeah.
not authentic, I don't know how you get much higher than the Pope, or even the anti-Pope, one or the other.
I'll tell you how you get higher than the Pope, because the Pope says things all the time that are not binding on the church. It's not a statement of the church. But if the Pope is speaking infallibly ex cathedra on faith and morals from the seat of
Okay.
Peter, then in that case it is the authority
Well,
of the church, and it is what
then
the church.
Show me a
the
Pope that
church
says
is
it's real.
Yeah, did the church
Now
ever
you're
go
shifting
back
the
on that
burden.
statement?
No, I'm not.
Now you're shifting the burden.
Look, so
you're
the-
saying
so-
that the church at one point said it was a fraud, but you can't show me that statement.
I just did.
The head of the
Pope
church
speaks
said it
for
was
the
a
church.
fraud.
Okay, again, like this is. I told you
The church
that
doesn't speak, right?
first of all,
The church doesn't have a mouth. At best, you get
yeah,
you get like
That's right.
official statements, right? But the head of
Does it
the
go,
head of the church
Don't
at the time
be
spoke.
racist. I am a building. No,
I see what you did there.
thank you.
yeah.
Also,
if
was
the
Jesus'
church
head just like really
releases-
oily? Like, I never understood that to begin
look,
with.
you
Like,
guys, you guys know there's like
when
there's conferences
usually I
of,
don't have
like-
an imprint of my own face on my own mattress or my own pillow.
guys. I know it's hard to believe, but there's conferences of like thousands of doctors and scientists that know more about this kind of topic than you guys do, and they annually go to this Shroud conference
quote-
where they discuss
quote one of
why they
them.
think it's real.
We'll quote one of them.
You want me to quote one of them? It's a conference. You can just look it up. There's
What's the name of the
there's many
conference?
articles from this.
Yeah,
I just
I've
looked it up.
read the
You just look up
articles.
Shroud of-
Thousands
You
of
know- you guys
doctors.
know there's
Okay,
this
so
guy-
just to be clear, we have
Yeah.
thousands of doctors. And by the way, I just pulled up the Shroud of Turin's
Yes.
2025 International Conference and Symposium. The sold out Shroud of Turin, so they're selling tickets. The sold out Shroud of Turin 2025 International Conference and Symposium was held from July 30th to August 3rd of the Augustine Institute near St. Louis, drawing more than 425 attendees and featuring 85 presentations from 49 global experts representing 10 countries. So I suspect that they have 49 doctors and then 380 Catholics.
Yeah, and not
If you
every
will.
doctor in the world goes to that conference, but is that not enough for you? That
But then
there's
why did you
hundreds
say
of-
thousands of doctors that go to this conference?
There are thousands of doctors around the world that believe in this, and the conference has been
Okay,
going
but-
on for years.
but that's not
and
what you said.
years. Yeah, so this is 439 from 1 year. So how many other doctors from other years?
439 attendees with less than
1
50
year.
speakers. And I'm
Why are
actually
you
trying
just
to see
cherry-picking
who.
1 year?
They're probably like repeat visitors too. So
So
it seems like you're just
I-
inflating this number out of nowhere.
And I'm just checking, by the way. So
wait. So you get 439 from 1 year, and you think it's not possible that there's over 1,000 that have attended that conference
well,
in its totality?
so I'm just gonna check on the list of speakers. So the first speaker, and this is in the list of speakers on their website, their bio, it doesn't look like that they have a doctorate. So the first speaker that I saw doesn't have a doctorate. Let's look at Jorge Manuel Rodriguez Almanar. He has a
You
master's.
guys just change the topic. You change the topic every time I bring something up. So I just asked, like,
Mark
first I asked an
Antonacci
official statement from the church about the Shroud of
is an
Turin. Couldn't
attorney.
get that. Second,
Nan
Yeah, claim, and we're
Balfour-
going into that claim.
is not.
no,
Is
you
not
haven't.
even- it's just a
Do
Catholic
not be upset
minister.
when we're trying to validate
Oh, there's
what you
one.
claim is a
I'm not
source.
upset, but you guys jump from argument to argument once you can't back up what you're talking
We are
about.
literally
is this-
addressing the data that you presented.
Okay, the
So,
first point was show
it
me an official
read-
statement of the church that says the Shroud of
Well-
Turin is a fraud.
First of all, that wasn't your first
5,
point.
6,
That was a point that I brought up, and I
7.
said it was declared by a pope as not being authentic. It was the anti-pope and a bishop that declared it, which is why the Catholic Encyclopedia says it. The magisterium doesn't affirm it. The magisterium says that we don't have an official claim on whether or not this is actually authentic. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the only Catholic mention from the pope or somebody in authority is that it's fake. That's it. There's not a single. There's nothing in.
So you said
there's nothing in.
That's
still a
it was
pope.
an official statement of the church.
So you don't.
And you said
Yeah,
that
there
was
was
fraud,
there was a
labeled by the
pope.
church.
There was a pope in Avignon. Do you not know your church history?
By the way,
You
just
said
just
that
as
it was
a
a statement of the church. One second. You said it was a statement of the church. Now you're saying it's a statement of an anti-pope.
I never told you at all it was a church statement. From the
You
very
said
beginning,
it was a church-labeled fraud.
That's
what you said.
From the very beginning, I've told you that this was from the Pope or a Pope.
You said it was a church-labeled fraud.
I hope the
did you
Pope
not?
and anti-Pope never touch. That would be
Now
disastrous.
indeed it would be.
Now it's just crying about semantics.
And
By
now
the way,
I'm
I just
crying
counted.
because You made
So
a lie, and you can't back it up.
Certainly
Now I'm
wasn't a
crying.
lie.
So in 2025,
You said it was
in
a church-labeled fraud. So where did the church label it as a fraud, other than an anti-pope?
The leaders of the church speak for the church.
An anti-pope.
by the way, just as
labeled
just as a point of reference,
as a fraud,
at
and you're saying that's the
the
church.
Shroud conference
lie.
in 2025, there were exactly 11 people who hold doctorates.
Thousands.
Okay, great. Yeah, thousands. So, okay,
By
you have to
thousands,
That
you
say
mean
rate
11.
lead hundreds of years of this conference.
Okay, over 100. So you think there's only 11 doctors that have ever
There were only
attended
11
that
doctorates that were
conference? Is
speaking at this conference. I counted.
in 2025?
Yeah.
Okay.
The vast majority of the speakers were like theologians, or not even theologians, like friars, or like history teachers at like high schools, or like just random preachers.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So this is what I would say. I would say that I still contend that there's thousands of doctors across the world that would agree with this. But as far as the conference itself, yeah, maybe it's limited to hundreds of doctors.
Is there like
that
a
have attended
survey
the
that you
course of
can
its
pull
history.
up, or like where did you get
Yeah,
the idea that there are thousands?
Thousands of people across the world that attest to the
No,
validity of the
thousands
Doctrine.
of
I think it's
doctors
obvious.
specifically.
Thousands of doctors across the world. I think that's I think if we can assume that there's probably hundreds of doctors that have attended this conference over the totality of its occurrences. No, that's 1 year, brother. 1 year. What
did
don't
they
you understand
repeat,
about that?
Okay.
Yeah, they have an
like
annual conference
you
where
somehow
different people go
inflated
every year.
what we have
What is
confirmed
going on
is
with
that there's
this?
been
This is
11 doctors
crazy.
that have talked at this speech last year.
And by the way, most of them are not scientists. Most of them are like doctorates, have doctors of history or doctorates in theology. Like these are not like scientists. There are a few that are scientists. I think I counted like 3 scientists.
Yeah,
But like I was just counting
my-
anybody who has
my
a doctorate.
point-
It's a long jump
point
from
is here-
11 to thousands.
across the world? No, I don't think so. If there's hundreds of doctors that attended this conference over its totality, I don't think it's a stretch to say there's thousands.
Where did you even get
doctors
hundreds?
across the world?
We have not confirmed that.
If there's
I'm hearing 11.
if there's 11 doctorates in 1 year, then add up the number of years that this conference has existed and just use natural logic, natural deduction. Okay.
So
And
the
point
same
is
doctors
that
never
is that
come back.
This
That
is
assumes that
beyond the
there's
scope
never
of
repeat
this.
attendance. There's never repeat
Okay,
attendance.
fine. Look,
And that
this
the
is the
number
point.
of attendees does not get smaller into the past.
The argument's also invalid. Even
Yeah,
if there
yeah.
were 1,000 people with PhDs that believed it, there's thousands more who don't. It's not really. This is an argument from popularity.
Yeah,
and
I
it,
don't
it
disagree
doesn't.
with that. I don't.
It doesn't
disagree.
actually address the main issue. The main issue is one. It contradicts all the data we have. Look at the screen right now. Can you see the image of the mask above you?
Yeah, my point is here when you brought up
This
this
is-
claim that the face should have been stretched. I don't
This
believe
is what happens
you
when
three-
you put a
Right, but
cloth
DZ, I
on a
don't believe you.
face.
Okay, I don't believe you three over the much more studied people
This
that
is-
believe
What
in
about
this.
the much more studied people who don't think it's real?
I mean, would you like me to put a
Yeah, I
cloth
don't
on
think
my
you've
face and
studied as
demonstrate it
much.
in real time?
Yeah.
I've
I'm
got a
not gonna
white
look at
cloth.
this one picture and make
I could
Such an
demonstrate it in
oily
real
face.
time. All right, you talk to these two friends, and I'm gonna go get a white cloth and just demonstrate it in real time.
Okay, go ahead. Go get it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You're gonna have to
How,
make the face
how
a little
oily was Jesus's face, really?
Well, he was named Josh the Oily, so
He was
It was
Josh the
covered in
Oily.
blood. Yeah. Okay. So
why would
my point is
his
this.
face? Why would his face have been covered in blood?
The thorns, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that
isn't
could
it
be.
a crown of thorns and blood dripping down. Yeah. So you know, you
That
guys
could
can try to. You guys can say, "Oh, Miracle of Fatima, yeah, 1,000 people could have been delusional, could have been XYZ."
I'm not
but then
making
you
any
start
claims
adding
about
the miracles
delusions. I'm just
together.
making the claim about seeing things that aren't there. Like if
Yeah,
you
that's
stare at the sun,
fine.
that'll
You can say that about anything. Like,
I mean,
for
I've
instance,
stared
if
at a
God
bright
came
light
down
before,
to you-
not the sun, but
Yeah,
I've seen
if
that
God
light
came
move
down
around
to
in my
you-
vision before.
If God came down to you today, you could say, yeah, it seemed to be God. He performed these miracles, but you know what? I was just experiencing a delusion. And then if it happens
probably
again and
wouldn't.
again, and yeah,
In
and
fact, if
all
it
the-
happened to
all
even me
your
even once,
neighbors-
I'd probably be a believer.
Okay, fine. Okay, so that's fine. But you would only believe it if it happened to yourself. But there's millions of people saying
Yeah.
they've experienced these kinds of events, but you don't believe any one
Yep.
of them. You don't even believe one of them.
Yeah, because
That's right.
first-person experiences
Yeah.
are kind of by definition not recognizable by third-party observers.
I gotcha. So you're going to trust your own experience over the experience of millions of other people. So who's the delusional
Yes.
person now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
That's
that's
why we have like
Because-
recordings
Because
and
I
stuff
can't
to
experience their
validate
experiences.
events.
Yeah, we have endless.
What about the millions?
miracles,
What about the
like-
billions of people who have non-Christian religious experiences?
I would say none of those.
Probably,
that
if you
I've
go
seen.
out throughout all of
you.
human history, there's probably way
Yeah.
more of those.
If you ask Muslims about their miracles, they'll say the moon was split. Okay, show me it.
No, I'm talking about the personal experiences that they had.
Yeah, so like I'm not debating that personal experiences. For instance, Muslims can have experience from the one true God. That is without a doubt true. Same with Buddhists. Same with anyone. Doesn't mean that their religion
What
is
about
true.
Hindus?
It means that they were visited by God.
What if they have? What about Hindus? What if they have visions of like Ganesh?
DZ, you're becoming a literal clown right now, putting off the makeup. What did you say? Visions
I
of
love
Ganesh? Yeah, so I would say that's a false vision. It could either be from a supernatural deceptive element, or it could be just a psychological delusion of that person.
So who am I
individually.
supposed to believe, them or you? There's
I
billion.
think the greater-
There's
I
over a
think you should
billion
get
of them.
Yeah, so you need to look at the evidence, look at the analysis, look at the
Mhm.
overwhelming amount of miracles from the Christian perspective that have much better evidence than Ganesh visiting someone in their
Have
mind.
you looked into any of the
All of
miracles?
He's not.
Any of the Hindu miracles?
Yes, I've talked. This is like a meme right now, DZ, with you putting on the face paint of becoming a clown. So I actually think this is pretty funny. But yes, the
Well,
Christian
then you'd
miracles
also
are
call
way
Jesus
more
the clown.
effective.
So
That doesn't follow. I'm sure you understand that with your mathematical symbols on the background.
oh, my math.
See how-
symbols, yes.
Do you see
Just
how?
because these are mine.
Do you see how
Just to
that's
prove it.
much wider than my actual face? Do you see that? The cloth, those outside edges are much wider than the ones that my actual head. Why does that happen?
This is a good question. Let me answer you. What's going on right now is an exact microcosm of the atheism versus Christianity debate.
Why?
You guys bring up
Why-
something so
why does
trite
this happen?
and say this.
Why?
And then you say, "Oh,
He's
you
not
know what?
addressing.
All of the science."
He's never going
Why-
to address it.
Why does this happen?
Why does it happen? Because of the way that a cloth works. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
what you're saying.
because it
But
goes
if you put a cloth
around
on-
your head, which is
Yeah.
a radius. And when you flatten
Yeah.
a radius out, it's going to be longer than if you're looking at a 2D image of the radius. This
Okay,
is why
okay,
the
so-
shroud is an image and not a real cloth that was draped over somebody.
Are you really saying?
Wait a minute.
that
Hold on.
the
Hold on.
shroud-
Good news.
Go ahead.
I have great news for you. I have excellent news for
Okay,
you. I'm
great.
going to read
I'm
you
excited.
something. On September 21st, 1995, the famous Hindu milk miracle started in New Delhi and spread around the globe. A man dreamed that the Hindu elephant god, Lord Ganesha, wanted milk. The man woke, rushed to the temple in the middle of the night, and as a priest watched, he gave a spoonful of milk to the stone statue. What happened next? The statue consumed the milk, and it continued to accept milk all night and into the next day. Meanwhile, word of the miracle spread. People all over New Delhi dropped what they were doing and rushed to make milk offerings to other statues. Other parts of India began feeding milk to statues. They offered milk not only to Ganesha, but to statues of other gods. Some were stone, others were copper. 24 hours after the phenomenon began in India, it stopped. But for several days, the miracle continued elsewhere, and people fed milk to idols in New York, Los Angeles, and Canada until those statues too stopped accepting milk.
Justin, I just sent you an image that might help demonstrate the point.
Do statues drink milk? Is that normal?
I don't know, and I'd already explained that there's many purported miracles from Muslims and Buddhists that and Hindus that don't have a good basis in evidence. For instance,
bro, this was reported in this was in 1995.
Oh no,
there's newspaper articles all about this. This is super well reported.
That doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean it's true.
What do you mean it's meaningless? This is more well evidenced than the miracle of the sun at Fatima.
No, there was absolutely no prophecy that was fulfilled where thousands
literally
of
there
people
was a man who dreamed about Ganesha the night before.
Okay, so what do you think the explanation is here then?
Oh, I think that Ganesha is actually a divine being.
Okay.
Clearly.
So you're a Hindu?
Yeah. This miracle is more compelling to me than the miracle of the sun, apparently.
Well, that shows a lot about your genuineness in this conversation. If you think an elephant is slurping milk, yeah,
thousands of statues across the entire world.
Sounds more realistic than the sun bouncing around.
I just don't believe that. If there's actually evidence that thousands of statues are slurping milk, I would actually be very.
Why would I believe that the sun moved around in the sky?
Because there are many independent observers that said that it happens.
Yeah, there are many people who reported the statues drinking milk.
I just don't believe that. I don't believe that claim.
Okay, and I don't believe that the sun moved around in the sky.
Okay, fine. That's my point. If you don't want to believe it, that's fine. But if everyone here
not a matter of wanting to believe.
At least I'm being consistent. I'm not believing any of them. You're picking and choosing which ones to believe.
Yeah, this is the point. Like if you're not going to believe in the experiences of a lot of people that seem to indicate something, then that's more on you than it is on.
Yeah, you're doing exactly that. You're not believing in the experiences of the people who saw statues of Ganesha drinking milk.
There are in fact many Christian miracles that are reported that the church investigates and says this is not a miracle. This is just either a deception or something else was going on. It's the same thing here. There's many purported miracles that didn't actually exist.
So apparently this is considered one of the largest claimed mass miracles in modern history. Like this is so well documented.
Yeah.
Well, then you haven't looked.
You just looked it up for the first time.
Then you haven't looked
it up for the first time. You're saying
it was so easy
it's
to
one of the most
find.
well-documented miracles, but you just figured out this time?
Good news. I thought you said you looked into all these other miracles.
I've never heard of this one. I have looked. I've looked into miracles.
So then apparently you haven't looked there.
Yeah.
So, by the way, all it took to find this, by the way, was type in Hindu miracles documentation on Google, and it was the first thing that popped up.
What I'm saying is that you're misrepresenting it, because if you just heard about it for the first time...
No, I'm not. There's even a Wikipedia article on it, actually.
On a daily basis? Yeah, you do this on a daily basis. The first time you've heard of it, it's clearly not that strong of
There's a Wikipedia article. There's a Wikipedia article on it. It's fairly long, actually.
So it must be real.
Well, no, I mean, it has sources at the bottom. It has sources at the bottom. Like you can go look at all of the... Like, this is something that I was alive for. Like this is not something that was like 100+ years ago, where like I have to rely on like sketchy old newspapers that I have to pay to access. You can go like find articles that are still online from this period.
Okay. So this is my final and main points, and then I believe it is that we all agree that there's a
Justin, can you pull up that picture if it's possible?
Possibility for God. And if everyone here looks into the miracles in depth, I think it's a more convincing argument for God than the alternative. That's the point. And we could go to every miracle
for Ganesha, right?
But at the end of the day, not for Ganesh. No, of course not. I don't think. I just don't believe. I don't believe in the milk slurping elephant statue things.
I don't believe in suns dancing around the sky or milk slurping elephant statues. So
it comes down to what it comes down to at the end of the day is a balance of the evidence. You guys make up your mind. You don't believe it's convincing.
There is no evidence.
At the end of the day, it's night.
Logically contradictory about that. There's nothing logically contradictory about me deciding that the evidence supports the
I
argument
gave
for
you
God.
the logical contradiction in your
to
specific
me
God. The
again,
logical
please.
contradiction in your specific
Okay.
God is that it's impossible for something to exist outside of space and time. And also, you're a Catholic, which means you obviously believe in the Trinity. The Trinity is a logical contradiction.
Also, how is it a contradiction?
Law of
Explain that.
identity.
How,
The law of identity is broken.
How is it
how
broken?
many persons are there?
3.
Oh, there you
Okay,
go.
so there are 3 persons, which means that the Father is not the same as the Son.
Not the same person.
Well, yeah, but they're not identical, right?
Identical in what regard?
That they share all properties.
They do share the same properties.
Nope.
Then they're identical.
They're identical in
Jesus-
essence, but they're not identical in personhood.
Jesus is a
What
man,
other sense of identical do you have?
and the Father is not a man, so they don't share all properties.
Oh, that's a good point.
Okay. Yeah, so that doesn't
I
mean
mean,
that
look,
they're
so
not
we
identical in
have-
essence. It means they're
so-
not identical in person.
Seems like
Essence-
What
it
is that?
defies the transitive property too.
Essence,
Yeah.
you're using wrong. Essence requires to their essential properties. So if they
No,
don't have
that's
identical
your-
if they don't have identical essential properties, then they're not one in essence.
Yeah, but that's not how I'm defining essence here.
Look,
Essence
the
is
problem with
referring
the Trinity
to the oneness.
The
Go ahead.
problem with the Trinity is basically this, and we can just summarize it because it sounds like you want to go. It's that the way that we count things is by counting difference, right? So when we say that there are 3 apples on the counter, what we mean is that even though they have a lot of things in common, they're different because they're in different places, right? Or maybe they were picked from the tree at different times. Whatever it is, there are 3 of them and they have differences. They're not identical in every way. So we count 3 of them. If you then want to say that there's one God, then that means that the 3 things that are different to make them 3 different persons are not present when you're trying to count them as gods. So it seems like you either have 3 gods and 3 persons or 1 god and 1 person. It doesn't seem like you can have both.
It's a category error because yes, there are distinctions between the personhood. For instance, like there's a Son, there's a Father, there's Holy Spirit. The Son is
Yeah, so they're
fully man,
different
fully
persons.
God. Yeah, different persons. So
Each
there's a
person is the
distinction there.
God.
That's why it's a cat.
So it sounds like
it's a
they're different
category
gods.
error. But
You got 3 gods.
if you no, because when you're talking about the oneness
sounds
of
like we're
something,
getting into
whether it is
partialism.
God. No,
But-
you're getting into partialism. That's
Well,
the
God
problem
doesn't-
here, right? You're not,
No, you.
God doesn't have
you're not listening to
whatness.
what I'm saying.
Your God is completely immaterial and spaceless and timeless, so God doesn't have any whatness.
He doesn't have oneness. Oneness is referring to what he is. So
What is he?
is he God? Yes.
I don't know,
his
what is a
nature, his
God?
essence.
What is a
A
God?
God is the uncaused cause. He's the all-knowing
What's a
the
cause?
creator.
What is
universe.
God's name? What's God's name?
Yahweh.
What's
Okay,
Jesus'
so
name?
it's not Yeshua.
Yeshua is referring to a person of the Godhead, but if you refer to the Godhead in its entirety, you can use the term God, Yahweh. That's how God referred to
But-
himself. So
but
Yahweh doesn't
what's the name of the
distinguish
Father?
between the persons.
But Yahweh
What's the name of
does.
the
Yahweh
Father?
says in Isaiah that everyone will bow the knee to the name of Yahweh, and that he shares his glory with no other name. And so Jesus is another name.
He's not another name because he's not another being. He is
Jesus
God. So Jesus is
is a
Yahweh.
different
Well, it is another
name.
name.
Jesus is Yahweh.
Literally a
Jesus
name.
is Yahweh. Jesus is Yahweh. The Father is Yahweh.
Jesus is then
It's
they'd
not-
be
it's
identical. If Jesus and Yahweh are the same person, same identity, then they'd have the same name.
No, because when you're referring to what it is, it's a different category of things. It's an essence, it's a nature. So one,
So,
two, three.
they're in
different-
different
three distinct
categories?
persons.
How could they be
There's
identical
two
in different categories?
here. There's 2 categories here. There's the essence, the category of what God is, and then
What
there's
it-
the category of the personhood of God.
Can you list one thing
so
in
we're-
the essence? Name one thing that you could say the essence defines.
Yeah, so all-knowing.
Jesus ain't all knowing.
Yes, he
In
is.
Luke chapter 4, he has to learn. He grows in wisdom in Luke chapter 4. In
And what
Matthew
nature
chapter,
and what nature is that referring to?
his wisdom, his knowledge,
No, what nature? What nature? His human
knowl-
nature or his divine nature?
his knowledge.
His human nature or
Does
his
Jesus
divine
have
nature?
2 knowledges?
Jesus has
Yeah, two
two
di-
competing knowledges now, huh?
You claim to have gone to seminary, but you don't know this about
And now
Jesus.
I
now
do know
God has
this.
which is
why
partialism.
this is why I reject the Trinity.
Because you clearly don't understand it. This is a fundamental
No.
Christian teaching that
I-
Jesus has
and-
two natures. He has
and
a
it's
human
illogical.
nature.
Yeah, you're talking about the
You think so?
hypostatic
Okay.
union, and it's illogical because Jesus can't have two natures if God is divinely simplistic.
Why is
Either
it-
that
why
or
is it
Jesus
illo-
isn't 100% God. Jesus can be partially God. He could be part God,
Why is
part
it-
man, but now he's a demigod.
Why is it illogical for
Like Hercules.
Jesus to have two distinct natures, one divine and one human? Go ahead.
Because God is divinely simple, he has no parts. If Jesus has two natures, he has two parts, he's not divinely simple, he can't be God.
Why is it nature apart?
Because the nature defines parts. And also the body was disposable. He didn't have the body prior to being incarnated, which means he has a part that is obviously not divine.
A part is
Nature doesn't define a
just
part.
like a description of the thing that is not the whole description of the thing, right?
Yeah.
So like you could say that like a part of me is my my kindness, and a part of me is my sense of vision. And like those are part of me. They're partial descriptions of me. They're just not the whole description of me. You know, I'm a kind person who has a sense of vision and also a whole bunch of other properties. So I have a whole bunch of parts. So if you're going to say that the human nature is a description of Jesus, and the divine nature is a description of Jesus, and they're not the same description, but they're both are included in the category of descriptions, then it seems like that there's just two distinct descriptions, which should be two different parts.
Yeah, but that's the error that you guys are assuming, that if you have two natures, they must be within the same realm. But these are two distinct
What does that
natures,
mean?
and they don't.
But what do you mean
overlap.
They are
realm?
distinct.
They
That's
don't.
why they're two different parts.
This is where you guys are assuming the contradiction. You're saying that if you have two natures that are contradictory to each other, that's a contradiction. But the fact is that these are
No,
two
that's not the
distinctive.
claim here.
No.
The claim is that it's a contradiction with divine
non-overlapping
simplicity,
natures.
not that they're contradicting each other. You could look. Hercules in Greek mythology has two parts, or has two different natures, 2 competing natures. There's the nature of the divine, and there's the nature of the human. Hercules is half human, or half mortal, half immortal. And that's not an issue because Hercules has parts. But you're saying that God, which Jesus is, doesn't have parts, and yet Jesus has two distinct natures.
Absolutely, he has two distinct non-overlapping natures. Therefore, it's not a contradiction. You can have a divine
But that's
nature.
the part.
and
Those are
human
parts.
nature.
That's just what part means.
This is not. That's not what part
Every
means
Two
in this
overlapping,
context.
two non-overlapping things that make up a whole thing. Those are parts.
I've never talked to a Trinitarian that the conversation didn't devolve into heresy. You could be a heretic
This
if
is
you
not-
want.
no,
Just say you're a partialist.
What you're talking, DZ, the fact that you didn't know that Jesus has two natures.
I did know
shows
that.
I don't know
I'm demonstrating
what
why.
seminary did you go to?
I'm demonstrating why it's silly.
Okay, what kind of seminary did you go to? I'm just.
I went to a
curious.
great seminary, which is why I know this is a
What was
problem.
it? What was it called, and what denomination was it?
It was obviously not Catholic. It was Anabaptist, specifically Brethren, and my Bible college was missionary.
Okay, so it's a Baptist belief. Is that what you're saying?
Nope, Anabaptist.
It's Anabaptist. Okay. Yeah. So I think that you guys need to think about.
I think maybe you should
Christian
worry about what we're
theology,
saying
like,
rather than about worrying about my education.
what you're
But
saying.
maybe-
doesn't make
maybe
any
focus
sense.
on the
have
talking
you ever
points.
considered that 3 is equal to 1?
If you're what modality are you referring to? It's not the law of identity. It's not as simple as
Numbers don't have
one
modalities.
equals 3. Yeah, well,
there is
we're
one
talking
God.
about the essence versus the personhood. One God.
There is
refers to
one
his
God.
essence.
There are three persons, each of whom are God,
Yes.
and each of these three
Yes.
persons are not each other. So you
Right.
have three
Yes.
Three.
distinct persons, each of whom are God. So you have three
Yes.
distinct gods.
No, because now you're saying three
The
persons. must equal three
cardinality of
different
the set
natures.
of all gods is 3.
Okay. I'm
Would
going
you
to
say
drop
that there are
down.
three
Let someone else
divine
come up, but I'm
beings?
gonna- No, absolutely not. So this is what you guys are.
Okay, so-
you guys
so
are
is
assuming
Jesus
that because
divine?
there are three persons, there must be three.
Is
Can I
Jesus
just
divine?
answer you, please? Can I actually
Okay,
answer
sure.
you?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Your assumption is that because there are three persons, there must be three distinct beings. That's not the Christian belief.
I said divine
That's-
beings.
Yeah, that's not the Christian belief. You guys are straw manning Christianity.
If they're not
misunderstanding
distinct,
of willfully.
if they're not distinct, then they must be identical. Those
Okay,
are
actually, maybe I can
They are
reframe it this way.
distinct. What do you mean?
Okay, do we?
Then
do
they're
you-
not
so
identical.
Is Jesus divine?
Is Jesus divine?
Is
Yes,
Jesus
of
divine?
course.
Okay, is the Father divine?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay, and the Holy Spirit's divine. Now,
yeah.
Jesus is a person. The Father's a person. The Holy Spirit's a person.
Mhm.
They're 3 distinct persons. So you would say that, and each of these persons has the property of being divine. So you would say that there are 3 divine persons.
I would say that they are divine. Their essence is divine. Yeah.
So, well, right, but each person has the adjective. It's correct as an adjective
Yeah,
to say that this is a
it's-
divine person. Jesus
Yes,
is the
correct.
divine person.
Correct.
Okay, so there are
Correct.
3 distinct divine persons.
Correct.
Okay, now what is another word for a divine person, Justin?
God.
Okay, that's what I thought. So a divine person, a god. So there are 3 distinct divine persons. There are 3 distinct
And
gods.
how many-
They seem like they're synonyms.
How many essences are there?
I don't know what an essence is.
So,
I don't
again,
think.
they don't-
Exactly. Now you
they
don't
don't
know.
share
Now you don't
in the
know. There's
essence.
one.
They don't share in
There's
the
one,
essence. We already went over
absolutely.
this because Jesus is not omnipresent. He's certainly not omnipotent, and he's certainly not omniscient. So he doesn't share in the essence.
He
And also,
absolutely is.
and
He
also,
is-
neither
he
does
is.
the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is only allowed to communicate what the Father tells him to, which means the Holy
All the
Spirit
persons.
doesn't actually
Oh,
have
what kind
the Holy Spirit doesn't actually have omnipotence either.
Your seminary has clearly mistaught you because the Bible says
I'm
that
just
Jesus
telling you what
was
the Bible
with,
says.
was with the Father since the very beginning. He was
But that's-
eternally caused. And
that
also
has nothing
says
to
that
do
all
with
the persons.
That has
Yes, it
nothing
does,
to
and
do
also-
with omnipresence.
Okay, can I answer you?
You
It
didn't
also
answer
says
me.
that all. Can I try?
You can try, but you're saying things unrelated to
Okay.
what I said.
Okay. The Bible clearly says that all of the persons of the Godhead work together in all things. It says that they all eternally existed.
It doesn't say
says that
anything about
Jesus
the
was-
Does
persons
the
of
Bible
the
say anything
Godhead.
about Godhead?
Not once.
I don't think so.
Yes, it does. And it says it not verbatim, but it says it in different scriptures that you have to
It,
think about.
1
in
John
one
5:7 is
context.
the closest you'll get, and that has nothing to do with the Trinity. It was added in the 6th century at best.
Okay.
It literally
So-
first shows up as a partial possible quote by a church father. The first manuscript that ever lists that verse is not until the medieval period.
Guys, the Bible says all over the board through the entire Bible that there's a Son of God, that there's a Father that is God, that there's a Spirit of God, and each of
It
these
doesn't
things
say-
are referred to.
Doesn't say anything about a
Yes, it
son of
does.
God, unless you think David's a son of God
Yes,
in
it
Psalm
does.
2. David says in Psalm 2
No, it-
that God has begotten him.
It says in multiple places. It says who is the Father, who's God, and who is His Son. It says
No,
that in the
that's-
Old Testament.
That's Proverbs 30, and that's not about God's son. You
Wait, so it's not
misquoted.
about God's Son?
You just misquoted Proverbs
says-
30.
It says who is God's
the-
Son.
The plea of Agwar. It doesn't say that. You want me to read it for you?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You've
but
never read
says-
it.
It literally said God's Son. I
No, it
absolutely
doesn't.
have.
How much money you want to bet
Okay, go
on it?
ahead.
How much money you want to bet on it?
I don't know what verse you're referring to, but I would bet.
I do.
would bet
I know
$1
what verse I'm
million.
referring to.
I don't
Maybe-
know what verse you're referring to.
Maybe
but
rather
God-
than
it
concerning
refers to
yourself
as
with
having
my
a son in the Old
non-Catholic
Testament.
seminary, you should actually read the book.
I'll
read it to you. It's Proverbs 30. Wait, I haven't read this one.
$1 million that
This
it says
is-
that God has a son.
No, it won't.
Yes.
Well, money is on the table right
Okay.
now. The words of Agwar, son of Jakeh, an oracle. Thus saith the man, I am weary, O God, I am weary, O God, I am wasting away. Surely I am too stupid to be human, I do not have human understanding. I have not learned wisdom, nor have I knowledge of the holy ones. Now do you know what the holy ones mean? It shows up in
holy
the Hebrew
ones?
Bible as a
Yeah.
reference to the divine beings and the angels, the holy ones.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It says, I have no
Scroll
knowledge
down.
of the holy ones. Who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of his hand? Who has wrapped up the waters in his garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is the person's name? And what is the name of the person's child? Surely you know.
Wait, so God has a child now?
It's not about God. That's why I keep trying to tell
What
you.
translation are you pulling?
this
This
is-
is the
this is-
craziest translation.
This is
I've
the
seen.
NRSV, and it's
What
going
is
to
this?
read identical in every translation, except for in some translations it'll say son rather than child. And again,
There you go.
it's not
So
about
it's
God.
also-
Not
okay.
once does it say God's child. So if you read this clearly, you would recognize that this is
Wait,
Agwar asking
one second,
about whether or not there is
Easy.
a human being
That this is
who
a
has
complete
done
lie.
the things that God has done.
You're completely lying. Who is the person referred to in verse 4?
I just told you, is a metaphorical person that doesn't exist. He's asking, is there a person who has done these things? The answer is no, there's not.
Wait,
If there is,
where is he
show me
saying
where.
is-
If
where-
there is, show me
where
where
is-
they're at.
Where is he saying it's a metaphorical person? If you scroll up, it says, scroll up and go to verse 1.
Yeah.
It says, thus says the man, I'm weary, O God, I'm weary, O God, I'm wasting away. Then it says, who has ascended to heaven and come down? So you tell me that. Who has ascended
Nobody.
to heaven and come down? And
Nobody, that's the point.
you don't think he's referring to God?
No, he's saying that he doesn't have wisdom of the divine. Who can have
Well, then why
wisdom
is
of
he
the
saying-
divine? Nobody has ascended to heaven and come back with this wisdom.
Wait, he's saying, I am weary, O God, and you're saying he
Maybe.
doesn't believe in
Wait,
God?
wait. I have a new interpretation. Maybe that second verse is a prophecy for this exact debate. And
Oh,
the
fuck.
guest.
That's
Okay,
cold.
so wait,
Surely
so-
I am
so-
too stupid
so
to
you-
be human.
You're
Indeed.
saying, I am weary, O God, but this same man that says this doesn't believe in God? Is that really
I didn't
what you're
say
saying?
that at all. You're not really good at listening. The
Dude,
person
what you're
who's
saying makes
claiming
no
that he's
sense.
weary is saying that he does not have wisdom from heaven. He doesn't have divine wisdom
Right,
because
but he's
he
referring to
is-
God, right?
because he's a man, because he's
That's
mortal.
right. So
And he's
but
asking,
he's
hey,
acknowledging.
who has actually ascended to heaven and come down? Obviously nobody.
see-
Only God
DZ,
has
you're
done these
dodging.
things.
Easy, you're dodging. So he's saying in verse
I
1
gave you
that
the
there's a
answer.
God, right?
What
Wait,
about
wait,
the,
wait,
what about
you're
verse 2
dodging.
and
Let
verse
me-
3?
The
He's
dude
saying,
is
one second,
literally
I will
Verse 2 and
get
verse
there.
the
3.
dude is literally
I will get there.
praying
Why are you
to
dodging?
God right now.
Okay, so he's praying to God, so he knows that there's a God, and he said,
Yeah.
who has ascended to heaven and come down?
Yeah, nobody.
But he knows there's a God, and he knows that God exists in heaven. So what do you
He
mean?
doesn't.
nobody?
Wait, hold on.
God in
hold on.
heaven has
He
nothing
doesn't
to do
think
with
that God
ascending and
has ascended
descending.
and then come down.
You guys, dude, you gotta be kidding me. He's saying, oh God.
I'm not kidding you at
Who
all.
has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of the hand? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment?
Yeah.
Who has established all the ends of the earth?
You nailed it.
He's saying it's God.
He's saying no,
it's
no.
God.
He's saying
I'm aware of God.
he's saying no person has done this, which is why even in your favorite rendering, because you're Catholic, in the Greek Septuagint edition of this, it doesn't even say child or son. It says, "Who is this man and who are his children?" The traditional interpretation of this passage has always been about this person asking a rhetorical question. Find me a human being who actually does have this wisdom that I lack.
Okay,
By
so
the
let
way,
me get
here's a
this
good
straight.
here's a good
He's-
parallel.
One second,
Let
one
he
second.
who is
Ian,
without
one
sin
sec.
cast the first stone.
1 second. Ian, Ian and DZ, you're saying that he is praying to God about this, and then he's saying, what is God's name?
No,
who is he
I
that
didn't say
wrapped
that
up
at
the waters in
all.
the garment?
You're not listening. He's not asking
Also,
for God's
wouldn't,
name.
wouldn't God have descended first?
Okay, can you scroll up
And then
a
ascended?
second?
Mhm.
You scroll up to
Look,
the
people
okay.
do this kind. People use this kind of language all the time. Jesus says, I know it's an added verse, but let he who is without sin cast the first stone. He's not literally asking, "Hey, does anybody here not have sin?" No, he's saying nobody has sin. That's why he's asking the question. It's a rhetorical device.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. However,
So this fella here is saying nobody has done these things.
he's not saying that. He's saying,
He-
he knows
yeah.
there's
You just
a God.
agreed with. You
and
just
he-
agreed in the other
he's-
context.
Yeah, in the other context is right, but in this context it says God. He's
It's the
literally
same
praying to God
thing.
in
It's
verse
the
1.
same rhetorical
No, it's
device.
not. It says he's praying to God in verse 1, and then in verse 2, 3, 4, he's asking about the nature of who God is. And
In
the
verse,
No, he's
nature
in
of
not.
verse
God's
2 and
Son.
3, he says, "I'm too stupid to understand what heaven is like." I mean, after
Yeah,
all,
he says, I don't have
who
the-
really
he
has
says, I
gone
don't
to
have
heaven
the
and come
full
back
understanding
down
of
with all
God.
of the knowledge of heaven?
I don't understand. If he's praying to God, you guys are simultaneously saying that he doesn't know there's a God? That's nonsense.
Again,
No, he
that's
doesn't
not what we're
understand
saying.
heaven.
Good news. You refuse to listen to our words. I don't know why you do this. No one is saying that this
This is
person
bad
is an
news.
atheist.
Okay.
This
so you admit that
person
he agrees that he believes
obviously
in
is
God, right?
praying to God because
Okay.
he lacks wisdom that he would like to have. This
Wisdom
is
about
a
what?
plea. This is a plea about his state as a mortal. He has some understanding as a human being, but he doesn't have an understanding of the divine realm.
Exactly. He doesn't
Does-
understand the full nature of God. That's why he's
No-
asking,
and
what
nobody
is his name and what's
does.
his son's name?
Nobody
Agreed.
does.
So he's asking.
Nobody
so he's
has the
asking, what
full
is it?
revelation of God. That's why he's asking for information. Where can I find a
Al-
person who does have this information?
You know, where
Also,
does
to
he
be
asking for a
clear,
person
to be-
who
to be-
knows?
to be
He's
very
saying-
clear,
he's
this
saying,
is
what
not-
God's name and what is
this
the
is-
name of the God's
He
son.
didn't say what
This
is
is
God's
not
name.
God. This is
It
not
says, what is
God
the person's
talking.
name? That's what
No, it
it's
doesn't
referring
say
to.
God's name. Person. What is the person's name?
person is the person above in verse 2, 3, and 4.
No, it's certainly not.
The person who has.
Nope.
You don't think that the person connects to when he says who
There's-
has ascended to heaven and come down, and then he says what is the person's name?
It
That's the only
doesn't say
person referred
it
to
doesn't
in
say
this
person
verse.
in Hebrew. It just says person in English because it assumes that you understand how English words work, but apparently you don't.
Yeah.
Also,
so now
Justin,
you're-
I'm curious.
I want to be
Not
clear.
against
The,
not
the
against
person
it.
speaking right now is not a prophet, right?
Mhm.
Right? Because this isn't God speaking, and it's not a prophet. So why would this person potentially know about like Jesus? That doesn't make sense in the context.
He doesn't know about Jesus.
It's
This is
a
the Old
person
Testament
praying.
being. Yes, and he's praying. He's saying, "Who is God?"
But why would he
Who
know
is he?
about Jesus?
He doesn't
Like,
say who
what
is
would
God. He never said who is God, not once.
Okay, is there someone else besides God that has ascended to heaven and come down? That's gathered
Nobody
the
has.
wind,
That's the
that
point.
has
Also,
wrapped up
God
the
didn't
waters.
ascend to heaven then come down.
Well,
Yeah, it's the other way around, right? He
In the
would have
Christian
descended
faith,
and then
God
ascended.
God ascends and descends. Yes.
Well, the order's
So-
wrong. He would have
Do you think that
descended
anyone-
first and then
It
ascended.
doesn't.
He doesn't start on
say-
earth. He starts in heaven.
In this verse, he doesn't say that who has first ascended. He just says who has ascended and come down. And then in verse 4, it says who has established all the ends of the earth. If you guys could show me one other being in Christian
That's
theology,
what
or
he's
Jewish
asking. He's
theology
asking what- he's asking
has
who's
established
done
all
this.
the ends of the earth.
This,
Yeah,
this,
that's
That's
this,
the
point.
point.
Is
He's
that
asking who's
he's-
done this.
this is
He's
really
saying,
simple.
No, he's saying,
This is
he's
not like a
saying who has
prophet.
done it. He's saying what's his name.
Yeah, the person.
He knows that it's God that did it.
I know
Obviously, all
that's
these
the
people knew that
fucking
it's
point.
God.
He's drawing a distinction between humans and gods. That's the whole
He's
point.
saying what's God's name and what's the name
He
of
didn't
his
say
child.
what's God's name, not once.
Well, then
He knows
how
God's.
is the person
He
how is
uses
the person
God's
referring to
name
someone else?
in this passage. I'm sure of it.
Yes, how is he referring to then
Okay,
how is the
so
person
does
someone other
does
than
he
God?
know the name of God?
Yes, he does, because this is a rhetorical
Oh, okay, so
question.
he
knows
does.
God
So
himself.
he knows the name of God. So why is he asking what's the name of God?
It's called rhetorics. That's why I say.
Oh,
who is
so
ascended
now
to
you
heaven
believe in
and-
rhetorical
and,
questions, don't you?
It's a rhetorical. I've said
Interesting
that
how
the whole
that
time. It's a rhetorical
works.
question.
Now,
He knows
now
it's
he
God.
believes in rhetorical questions. What about that? Isn't that wild?
Bro, this is crazy. Okay.
It's not crazy.
There's
This
no other
my
person
my
that
interpretation
he's referring
is
to in verse
literally
4.
the standard interpretation.
No,
Almost
no, it's
every
not. It's
commentary
the
you're going to open
opposite.
is going to agree with me.
DZ, I don't want to call you a liar, but that's so wrong, man. So
No, it's
wrong.
not. Want me to show you?
It is.
How much you want to bet? Yeah, I'll show it to you.
$1 million. He's talking about God. Who else has
You don't-
established
you
all the
don't
ends
have-
of the earth?
Do you
You
have
don't
$1
have
million
$1 million
in escrow?
Yes, I do have over $1 million. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, I don't, but I'll bet it anyways.
I established the bet on TikTok right now, enforceable by law in court, that he is referring generally to who is God's name and what is the name of his son. That's what
Except
he's
he's
referring
not.
to in verse 4.
Except he's not.
Well,
Which is why
Justin, go get your
the-
book.
That's why the oldest translation of this says, "What is the name of this person and the name of his children?" Because it's always
What
in,
person?
it's,
What other person?
it's
created all
always
the ends of the
been
earth?
it's always been traditionally understood as a human being that he's seeking.
A human that established all the ends of the earth.
That's the point, is that a human hasn't done it.
Okay.
Like,
So you're
he
saying
was
that-
without
yeah,
sin
okay.
cast the first stone. That's not saying that there's a person without sin. That's just saying that nobody
Yeah.
is. And therefore, it's a rhetorical question.
All right. Well, it's been a good conversation, and I guess if you want to take me to court, we can establish it in better factual complexity. But I appreciate the
So,
time.
I mean, I can just read you the commentary entries on it.
Yeah, I don't want your cherry picked commentaries. I mean, who are they from?
Can you actual Bible scholars, like people who have PhDs
Most
in
of
this
the
field of
people I've
study?
never heard of.
What did you know
Like,
any Bible
other
scholars?
Yeah, like other Anabaptists. You mean from your seminary or
What
2,000
the
year
fuck you
old
talking about?
Catholic church?
Anabaptist. There hasn't been an Anabaptist
from your-
scholar since like 300 years ago. What are you talking?
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think you
perfect.
understand at all what happens at seminary. You're demonstrating it right now.
No, I think what you're
Seminaries
calling
aren't like
seminary is-
institutions where they
Wait.
train you to just read stuff from your own tradition. It's fucking crazy.
What,
So
what you're
what-
calling a seminary is not a real
so
seminary.
this-
You were never part of the real
It
Christian church,
was.
brother.
It
That's
certainly
my
was
point.
a real seminary. I'm sorry that
No, it wasn't.
your Catholic brain is not intelligent enough to know that there are other Christians and
it
other
wasn't.
educational
You-
institutes in the world. But as it turns
Yeah,
out, the Catholics aren't the only Christians on the planet. You're just as bad as the
DZ.
Baptists who think that the Catholics aren't real Christians. That's the problem. But this is an actual German scholar who's not an Anabaptist, and he says, I'm inclined to suppose that Aguiar is still speaking in verse 4, and that Baruch is wrong in the assumption that it's God's reply. The suggestion is not entirely misplaced, and one can see its force. God, in effect, tells Aguiar that he is not unique in his perplexity, and that his condition reflects faithfully the transcendence and hiddenness of God, who is inaccessible to the research of men. The verse is more impressive if it is a comment from Aguiar himself on the inaccessibility of God to human inquiry. The knowledge of God, which is taught with such confidence and ranks as wisdom, has no empirical basis. It is empty speculation and vain imagining. If any man has been up to heaven where God is and has come down again to report what he has found, he deserves to be listened to, but there is no such wisdom teacher. How many commentaries do you want me to read this to you in? I've got a lot of them. I can read it in a Catholic commentary. Let me get my Catholic commentary.
Yeah, that commentary that you read seems to be talking about him rhetorically asking about the nature of God, which was my whole point here.
Nope.
So
he
he's
quite
not referring
literally
to-
verbatim.
There's another.
The commentary verbatim says, if there's a person who has been to heaven and come back. Now you're just being dishonest or you refuse to listen. But let me read you the Jerome Bible commentary.
Wait, so this person that has ascended to heaven has established all the ends of the earth?
Nope, that's the point, is that a person has not done it.
Okay, so then when he's asking, what is the person's? So you're, yeah, dude, this is, so what's your claim? Just make it clear. Your claim is that there's not a person that's done any of these things except for God, right?
That's the whole point, is that human wisdom lacks the divine wisdom. Humans
agree with
are
that.
without divine wisdom. If there's a human with
Yeah.
this divine wisdom, where is he and where is his son?
Okay, why is it asking for a random person's son? That doesn't
Because
make
it's
any
looking
sense.
for a person that's not random. Is there a human being who has divine wisdom? If so, where can I find them? What's their name and what's the name of their son?
Okay, why is he asking for a random person's child? What does that have
He's
to do
not
with
asking
anything?
for a random person's child. He's asking for the child of a person who has the wisdom he seeks.
Yes, why? Why is that? What
Because
relevance
he
is that
wants
person's child?
wisdom.
Why is he assuming that this person even has a child?
He doesn't know the person. He's assuming the person does not exist.
God damn it. Good news. I can give you an example of like what I mean, of like what's going on here. Like this is the kind of conversation. It's like, let's say somebody comes to me and they're like, yeah, like my buddy, he just climbed Mount Everest and he dove to the bottom of the Mariana Trench on the same day. And I'm like, really? Your buddy did that? All right, what's his name and who's his mama? Like
Yeah.
that's what's happening here.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, I don't think that any such person exists. You know, if you wanted to say such a person exists, you got to prove it to me. Tell me who he is. What, like in this case, you know, who's his mama or, you know, who's his son, right?
What's
like,
his address? You know,
Who is your
he's
daddy
obviously-
and what does he do?
It's like showing incredulity. It's like, okay, if this person does have this wisdom, what, you're telling me that he went up into heaven? Who is he? Who's his son? That's what's happening here.
I understand.
At least hopefully you can understand the point of view.
I understand your point of view 100%. But what seems more realistic to me, if he's praying to God and he's asking things, who is this God that has established all the ends of the earth? Because clearly he's talking about a divine being. And,
well, and again, he's not a prophet. So like, even if we were to grant,
can I just finish what I'm saying real quick? Like, I'm saying if this person clearly believed in the God of Yahweh, so he clearly believed that he's referring to Yahweh, and then he's asking about who is Yahweh's child. That's
No, he's not
what I
referring.
think-
He's not referring to God here.
Okay.
He's asking about somebody who would have. Okay, so in verse 3 it says, "And I have not learned wisdom that I should have the knowledge of the Holy One." So he doesn't have the wisdom of the heavens, right? So he's like, okay,
doesn't
I don't
have
have the
wi-
wisdom
he-
of the heavens.
He doesn't have
Right?
the
He
wisdom
doesn't
of
have
God.
the-
He doesn't know God's full
Yeah,
nature.
he doesn't
That's
have all
correct,
this wisdom, and he's like, look.
yeah. Correct.
So his thought process is like, look, the only way you could have that wisdom is if you went up there, right? If you went up there, if you did all of these things. So show me who did that. Tell me who went up there and talked to God. I'll wait. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, but okay.
And
So
again, he's not
this-
a prophet. He's not a prophet. He wouldn't, even if we were to grant that it is actually like about Jesus, this guy wouldn't know about that.
Yeah, we're not. Okay, so your argument is now
Why
that
would he
even
have
if
that
it's-
knowledge to begin with? That wouldn't
Why
even
would he
make
think that
sense in
God
the
has a son?
context. Yeah, why would he think that at all if he's not like a prophet?
Because this is what the other prophets were referring to, that God has a son, such as Isaiah and the other prophets. That's the point. So the Jewish people believed in a Messiah, a divine Messiah that would be a son of God, the son of God. And that's why he's asking, what is the person's name? It's Yahweh. What is the name of the person's child?
So just to be clear, I'm pretty sure that
That's
the
not there.
Proverbs are earlier than most of the prophets. Like the book of Proverbs appears earlier than most of the books of prophets.
Yeah, there's some
At
early
least
proverbs
some of them.
and some late proverbs. It kind of depends on which one you're touching at. But there's no prophecy in the Hebrew Bible about the Messiah being like an actual son of God or a divine being. That's something you
there
want
is.
to be
Yeah,
in the
there
Old
is.
Testament.
No,
there's
it's not. It's in Daniel.
No, it's not in
refers to
Daniel.
him as- Okay, go to Daniel 7. Or what is
I'm
Daniel
more
9?
than happy
Sorry.
to read Daniel 7. Daniel 7 is one like the Son of Man. It says in
Yeah, exactly.
verse 14.
So if he's received in Daniel 7, go to Daniel 7. If the
Daniel
Messiah
7,
is
14.
receiving-
The Messiah
Go ahead.
is not a God.
Go ahead.
It's clearly
I'm
an
gonna pull it up on
angel.
screen and I
I'm
will
more than
show
happy
you that
to.
it's God.
He's busy. He's
No,
looking
you
at the
won't.
thing
Show you that
on
You certainly
he's
won't
looking
show
up the
me
thing
that.
for you.
I
Yeah.
will show
So
you it.
I'm in
I will show
the
you it.
Jerome Bible commentary, which is a Catholic commentary.
Why are you in the
Says
commentary? Just go to the
verses
verse.
2 through 3 indicates Aguar's lack of both human wisdom and knowledge of heavenly matters. He questions who might know such things in words reminiscent to Isaiah 40:12, Job 38:4, and then that's all he says. Who might know such things? It didn't say anything
Brother,
about
go to Daniel
Jesus.
7.
Doesn't say anything about an actual son of God.
Go to Daniel
nothing
7
like
and I
that.
will show you. Go to
You
Daniel
won't.
7 and
I
I'll
can
show
promise
you.
you that.
This
I
is a
do-
Messiah that is God.
I do
that is
We
divine.
love-
are
I do
really,
love
really
your
deep on
confidence,
this.
though.
Okay, so I will show you
But
that
yeah,
this
go
Messiah
ahead.
is divine and that the Messiah that the people knew was coming was divine. Go down to, okay.
Verse 14. Yeah, I know.
Okay, perfect. So that all people, so to him was given dominion and glory and kingship. This is the Messiah that they're referring to, right?
Yeah, and it's an archangel.
Okay, perfect. So it's the Messiah.
It's
That
Michael.
all peoples, nations, and languages should what? Should what?
Serve him.
What are all people, nations, and languages going to do?
Serve him.
And what's that word for serve in the Aramaic?
Gonna be, you mean, well, this section is written in, not in Aramaic. This section is going to be in Hasmonean Hebrew.
No, it's written in Aramaic. You're wrong. Just look it up.
How much you want to bet?
It's in Aramaic. Yes, it is.
How much you
$1
wanna
million, dude. Go look it up. Go look it up. It's Aramaic, brother, and the word
Sure about
used is
that?
palak. Yeah, I'm sure about that. Are you sure about that?
No, I can look it up though.
Brother, this is the kind of stuff that okay, I'm not gonna be offensive, but
The beginning of this Bible will tell me which sections are in Aramaic and which ones are going to be in Hebrew.
yeah, this is
You do know that
absolutely
you do know that Daniel is written in both Hebrew and Aramaic, right?
absolutely. And what do you think Daniel 7 was written in originally?
I'm about to find out.
But you said it was Hebrew.
I'm pretty certain it's Hebrew. It says
Oh, now you're pretty certain.
verse 28 in chapter 7 starts the Hebrew. So verse 14 is still in Aramaic, not till verse
There you
28 till we
go.
get to the Hebrew.
So when I bet you $1 million, are you gonna pay? Are you gonna pay me now or what?
You didn't bet me $1 million.
So what
on
is the
this.
word for serve?
In Hebrew, it'd be Eved. We can look this one up though in Aramaic. Do you know
I can just
Aramaic?
tell you, it's palak.
Uh-huh.
Palak is referring to a divine service or a divine worship. It's simply meant for the divine, and that's why the people knew that the Messiah, the Son of God, would be divine.
That's interesting because the lexicon disagrees with you.
That's not true. The lexicon
It is
definitely agrees with you.
the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon disagrees with you.
Okay, go ahead and read it.
It just says to pay reverence or to serve.
Why don't you show it on the screen?
Sure.
Wrong picture.
Wait, scroll up. Oh,
It's
pay
right
reverence to
there.
who? Pay reverence to who?
Doesn't say to who. It says to pay reverence or to serve.
Keep going down. Keep going down.
To
What
lots
does
of
it say under
things.
number one? What
To a
does it say under
deity?
number one? Pay reverence to deity.
Yeah, you can do that to a deity. Doesn't mean you have to.
Find me one instance of the word palak.
Also,
that's
that
not
looks like that's a
used.
different word.
It's
That's
in
the
a different
roots of it, that's why.
conjugation.
Yeah,
The-
exactly.
Yeah.
The pay-al conjugation is an active stem in Semitic languages.
Find me one reference to the word palak that is not used in the divine context. Go ahead.
I mean, it's literally right there on the page, right?
Find me one instance
Let's
of the
see.
use in the Bible of the word palak where it's not used
Why,
in the divine
why would you say
context.
in the Bible, given that almost none of the Bible, other than Daniel, is written in Aramaic? That's such a silly bar to set. Also, Daniel
And
6:16.
Daniel or any other Aramaic
I
writing.
just told you Daniel
anywhere.
6:16.
Show it to me. Where is Daniel 6:16 using the word palak?
It's on the screen. Right here.
And who are they serving?
Themselves. What it said.
No.
Yeah. Now, 6:16, then the king gave the command, and Daniel was brought and thrown into the den of lions. And the king said to Daniel, "May your God, whom you faithfully serve, deliver you."
Boom.
Oh, that's interesting.
Who's he serving? Who's he serving?
Because the NAS translates that you constantly
Yeah,
serve.
that's
Oh, I
brother.
see. No, that's actually
No.
me. I misread this the way this was
okay.
worded.
It's
I
okay.
mis I,
It's
I
okay.
misread the way that's worded. So you're gonna have to live with that
know.
one.
It's okay.
But
I do live with
but
it.
but nevertheless, just because the word shows up in Daniel specifically under a particular usage doesn't mean that that's the way it works. That's why these lexicons aren't designed to tell
That's
you.
the worst.
Lexicons aren't designed
But
to tell you that a word only means a particular thing because how a particular author uses it. It tells you what the word means in the language in which it exists.
Yes, in Aramaic, the word
And
palak
to
is
be
never
clear, the
used
angels are
without-
divine beings, which is what I told you beginning. Daniel 7:14 is about Michael the archangel. The angel is
are the
described
angels-
throughout the book of Daniel as being like a son of man, like a son of God, and is actually the
Okay.
one who's going to save his people in the 12th chapter.
DZ, is the archangel Michael going to be worshipped or served in a divine sense by all mankind? And is he going to have a kingdom forever
Yeah.
by all mankind?
According
No,
to
that's
Daniel.
not.
That's what Daniel
no
is
one
saying.
would say that.
That's what Daniel's saying.
No one. He's never said that's not the archangel Michael.
John
You're just
John
saying
J.
that.
Collins,
Only
John J.
one knows.
Collins, a Catholic scholar, agrees with me. John J. Collins is like one of the primary scholars on the book of Daniel today. He's a Catholic,
Yes.
and his interpretation
No
is that
one-
Daniel 7:14 is about Michael the archangel.
If you're going to believe, if you're going to read the Bible, you would know. And if you went to seminary, you would know that no one gets divine worship except God.
And
Not the
you'd be
angels.
wrong.
The angels don't get their own kingdom.
And you'd be
angels
wrong.
don't get divine service or worship.
You'd be wrong. Because at that time,
wouldn't be
Michael,
wrong.
the
No.
great prince, the protector of your people, shall arise. There shall be a time of anguish, such as has never occurred since nations first came into existence. But at that time, your people shall be delivered. So the Savior, the deliverer of the people in the last
The great
days, is going
prince
to be
even.
Michael, the great prince.
Yeah, that's completely false. Nowhere does it say that he's going to be the savior of mankind. Nowhere does it say that he gets his own kingdom. that
He's
receives
the
divine
Savior
worship.
of Israel. Chapter 10
He's
tells
the
you
great
that.
prince.
Did you
Who's the
bother to
great
read chapter
prince?
10?
The great prince of what?
Is he the Messiah? You
Yeah.
just acknowledged that Daniel 7 is talking about the Messiah. So
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying
Michael,
that
I know.
The archangel Michael is the Messiah,
Yeah, according to Daniel, yep.
and that's what your seminary taught you.
No, that's what John J.
the book
Collins
says.
taught me. That's what the book says.
Okay, so you believe in John J. Collins?
So
Do you believe in
I
what
believe
everything
in what
else it
Daniel says. Again, one in human form touched me. One like
Hey,
a
what-
human, just like Daniel 7, one like a human touched me and strengthened me and said, "Do not
Is
fear,
Ar-
greatly beloved. You are safe. Be strong and courageous."
Is the archangel
When he
Michael
spoke
a
to
man?
me, I was strengthened and said, "Let my Lord speak, for you have strengthened me." And he said, Do you know why I have come to you? Now I must return and fight against the prince of Persia, and when I am through with him, the prince of Greece will come. But I tell you what is inscribed in the book of truth. So this angel has the book of truth available to it. And it says, there's no one with me who contends against these princes except Michael, your prince.
Guys, go back to Daniel 7, because it can't possibly be about the Archangel Michael. If you go to Daniel 7, you'll see that it's referring to the Messiah being like a son of man. Do you think Michael, the Archangel, is a son of man?
Yeah, it just said it in verse 10:18. One in human form. One in human form.
That's not the Archangel Michael.
It is.
Michael is an angel.
It's an angel.
Yeah, and okay.
In
Michael,
Daniel 10:18, the one in human form is Gabriel. Gabriel and Michael are both described as a man and like a man, and then also in the fiery furnace in chapter 4, described as like a son of the gods. The angels are somewhere between a man and a god in the way Daniel describes them. They're like a half, a middle, and in between.
A son of
Daniel
God,
7,
if
that's
you
what we're
will.
talking about.
Daniel 7 is the same thing.
Okay, so let's read it. To him was given dominion and glory and kingship. Okay, scroll down.
Oh, hold on.
Why? Just show the whole chapter on this. I'm going to walk you through it to explain why it can't be an angel.
You're definitely not going to walk me through it and demonstrate that.
Go to Daniel 7.
I'll never understand why people with no education demand on embarrassing themselves in this book.
You just admitted that you were wrong, that you thought this was written in Hebrew. So can you go to the top?
Oh
please?
no, Justin was wrong on one thing.
I was off by 10 verses. Oh no.
That would be a real shame if you weren't wrong about 30 things for the last hour and a half.
He was also wrong about the word palak. He's clearly.
I didn't say anything about palak. I had nothing to say about that.
The word is palak, not balak.
Oh, you mean from the lexicon? No. I wasn't wrong about that. The lexicon agrees with me.
It absolutely does not, and you haven't.
It absolutely does. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the Bible uses it in that way. That's what the word means in the language.
Justin, check Discord.
Yeah, what a word means something is how it's used in the language. It's never used outside of the divine context.
It doesn't matter.
It cannot be about an angel.
You're saying that the only way it's used. You're saying that the only way it's moved or used is the way Daniel uses it. That's not how languages work. And I agree, Blitz. We're gonna move on after we're done with Daniel because this guy's already cooked enough. So it says in verse 13, I saw one like a human being.
So why don't you scroll up to the top of Daniel? So we'll start at the top.
Sure, yeah. You can waste as much time as you want on this. You're gonna be wrong every time.
Okay. All right, so this is where they discuss the kingdoms, right? So keep scrolling down.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and who is the ancient one here that it's referring to?
The ancient one's usually Yahweh.
Okay, perfect. Keep scrolling down.
Mm-hmm.
Keep scrolling down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven,
which is an angel.
So you're saying that's an angel? Okay.
It's clearly an angel because Daniel describes the angels as being like like a son of a human, and also like the son of a god.
Okay. And then it says to him was given dominion and glory and kingship. So are you saying the angels are made into kings?
Only one of them.
Only Michael. Okay. Okay.
The great Prince Michael. Yeah.
That all peoples, nations, and languages should divine worship or serve him.
It doesn't say divine worship.
Yeah, the great Prince Michael.
Means.
No, it doesn't.
The great Prince Michael. And to be clear,
it's only used.
Angels are divine beings.
The word palak is only used in the divine context, right? Yes or no?
Angels are divine beings. Angels are divine beings. So even if that's the case, angels are divine beings. So
I just asked him a question. The word palak is only used in the divine sense, right?
No.
Find me one instance. I'll wait.
Again, I just told you. Just because Daniel uses it that way doesn't mean that that's how it's always used in Aramaic.
I'm saying anywhere in Aramaic where palak is used outside of the divine context.
Oh, it shouldn't be hard at all. I'll just show you the Aramaic lexicon. Okay. That's crazy how little these people know.
When you find the lexicon, you're going to show me an example, right, of where it's being used outside of
the lexicon is going to show you an example.
Yeah, please do. Please show me an example, whether it's in the lexicon of the lexicon pointing to an example, whether it's inside the Bible or out, of the word palak being used outside of the divine context. You're not going to find it. That's the point.
Oh,
And you're
sure.
also
Yeah.
not going to be able to find anywhere.
Which lexicon
Jewish,
which lexicon did you use to find this out?
any of the major lexicons?
Name one.
Totally fine. Brown Driver Briggs.
Name. I already told you Brown Driver Briggs. Name one. I bet you don't even know another one.
That's like the most. That's the most
Name one.
well-used lexicon.
Well, Brown Driver Briggs agreed with me.
It did not agree with you. You have
Sure
not found
did.
me one example. Then show me Brown Driver Briggs that
Brian,
shows me.
Brian Driver
one
Briggs
example
gave
in any
me the
text.
definition of the word, which agreed with me.
I'm asking you for an example.
This
I'm not
feels like
asking
it's
you
going in
for.
circles.
Well, Brian Driver Briggs
It
is
does.
not
Because you can't
is not
find an
designed to
example,
give you
because they're making it up.
examples. Nope, I just told you what the lexicon says.
That's not an example in any text. That's a
I
lexicon.
didn't say that the lexicon was
Describing
going to
the
give me
meaning.
example outside the
Remember
Bible.
when- Oh my dude!
Can we
Remember when
please
you
move
brought
on to
Daniel
somebody a
6?
little bit more interesting?
Yeah,
It's
this
been
guy
done.
is actually not all that interesting.
It's been done. Sorry, I'm getting a headache.
Fair enough.
Is
Can
it going
feel
away
my
now?
pulse. No.
Hmm.
No, I live with this now. This is part of my life.
Darn.
Oh, TikTok's frozen, by the way, Justin.
Well, TikTok froze? Oh shit, let me get that.
So it is.
That did drag on. I apologize. I thought we'd get to the resolution on Daniel 7 faster.
No,
My
probably
apologies.
not.
Just
It's
words
okay.
don't mean words.
They never do. Lexicons don't mean what they say, obviously.
And also, all numbers are identical to each other.
Clearly,
Yep.
has to be the case.
Clearly,
Nevertheless,
they were doing modular arithmetic.
I mean, wait, what the hell is that?
It's clock math. You know, you
Oh.
add 7 hours to 6 o'clock and you end up at 1 o'clock.
Fair enough. Also, it looks like the root word is actually malach. It's conjugated to palach, which is a different conjugation of the word, and the word malach would just means to serve. Nevertheless, we're not going to fuck around with that. We've got to get some some new meat in here and do some debates. Kelly, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says good news. Could it be that a few of the miracles humans have experienced is a form of mental illness? What if Jesus was a poor young man who had bipolar disorder? I mean, it seems plausible. He was out of his mind, I think. But then again, he might not even have existed. Susie, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. For instance, Dr. Blitz, can you explain what Dr. L. Krauss meant when he was debating William Lane Craig and said, "Forget Jesus dying for you. Stars died so we could be here. Thanks."
Dr. Blitz?
Well, you see, no. Go.
Yeah, all Lawrence Krauss is saying is he's saying the stuff that makes up your body, at least some of it, a small fraction of it, required supernova explosions to form. So the stars died in order so that you could be here. I mean, like any element heavier than iron forms in either a supernova explosion or neutron star collisions. And so those both involve dead stars. And we have some elements heavier than iron in our body, not many, but some.
Okay. And Jeff, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, let's stick with God's simpliciter, then immediately jumps to Christian miracles. Dishonest as fuck, as he knows he can't actually defend his Sky Daddy. What a joke. You know what, though? What he lacked in good arguments, he did make up for in overconfidence. So we'll give him
Gumption, even.
that.
It was
Even, for
entertaining.
sure. And Nerd, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, guest demands you show him proof for your claims, but it is also your job to look up the proofs of his own proof, too. Actually, that is the case. To be fair, he couldn't show his screen. Maybe if he could show his screen, he would have given us his supposed proof, but I'm inclined to believe he doesn't have any.
I
Karen,
think
hey,
it was so
thank you.
funny when 11 people became thousands of people. That
was rough.
That was
When 3 became 1, you know.
Mm-hmm. And Karen Dave, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, the weirdest part about shroud apologism is that the Bible tells us all about multiple resurrections, and none of them suddenly squirt blood, oil onto nearly clothes or emit powerful radiation. Seems anti-biblical. True. There's definitely some resurrection stories in the Bible, but there's really no reason to believe that like they're gonna radiate anything. But then again, I think the claim is that Jesus, his cloth
Jesus was
is
special.
more miraculous. Yeah, it's a special resurrection.
It was
right?
radioactive.
Yeah, it was only Jesus from which neutrinos were emitted
Exactly.
spontaneously.
And
yeah, this is a claim.
Carnage-
This is an actual claim I've actually heard.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
Carnage, thank you for the super chat. I defy anyone to show me a prettier fella. And I got to be honest, I thought the makeup did me well. I thought I was getting a glow even. Was that the right way to say it? I might have to try this
You were
out.
glowing.
Well, it's Halo Glow Liquid Filter.
You should try on guyliner next.
Guyliner? I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Maybe I can get more eyebrows. Yeah, like my eyebrows are like missing in my old age. I need some eyebrows.
Delicate.
Oh well. Thank you, Carnage. I appreciate your vote of confidence. And Raw Settles says, Justin, doing a live demonstration is not clownish. It's your fault that Republicans destroyed education in your state. Good news, but you're making it our problem. That is the case. Yes. Doing a demonstration is never clownish if it proves the point, no matter if it seems silly on the face of it. And Penelope, thank you for the $10 super test. It amazes me when seemingly intelligent people like Good News presuppose that they have not been brainwashed and they fight tooth and nail to defend nonsense. Exactly. And that's the problem with brainwashing is brainwashed people don't know that they're brainwashed. And they do this. Last super chat for now from Tracy, formerly Yantu. Good to see your friend, says gay for Justin, ballin' for Blitz, and Quanta Cutie. Oh, Quanta Cutie.
I am both Blitz and Quanta now, so
Fucking A.
By the way,
Both of
it's
those go to
drooling
me.
for Blitz. It's drooling for Blitz now.
Oh,
what?
drooling?
No,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
no.
Okay. All right, friends, we've got a bunch of people in the guest queue. I apologize it took so long. James was going to be in here next, so let's grab James.
Oh, we even have a special request.
Oh?
We do.
Okay. Well, James, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
My god is called Farming Simulator.
Your
Oh,
god
That's
is...
a child.
You are
That's a
12
fetus.
years old at best.
Wait.
You got to go. Oh, shit. All right. That maybe not even a fetus yet. I think he was still a sperm.
Zygote.
Jeez,
We do
Louise.
indeed have a special guest, though.
Who's that?
Justin, look at... I got it.
Oh, shit.
With all the human organs?
Indeed. His organs are downloading. Just chill.
Sure. Needs
Or
more
not.
RAM.
What do you mean? He's a human with real human organs.
Yeah, humans have RAM, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely something that I know about.
of course.
I don't know why it says connected here, but not connected on Justin's
Yeah.
end.
It's still got the
Hmm.
twirly twirls up here.
Let me try something. That didn't work.
That did not work. Maybe drop and reconnect?
Probably.
Let's try that. Oh, I'm hearing myself again. Oh no. There's an audio issue.
No, you're
Oh, it's because I
kicked out.
unmuted myself. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
One sec.
So, I mean, I'm in the, just for people who want to follow up on that last clownish guest about the word palach, I've got the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament up here, also known as the Howlet. And I'll show you exactly what the word means, which is, as it turns out, what it meant in the Brown Driver Briggs as well. Give me 1 second, though. I was trying to make it bigger. But while Blitz's brother is coming up.
My real human brother, indeed.
Real human, yes.
See, how do I change the fucking layout so it's widescreen?
With
There we
multiple
go.
organs.
He has at least one.
So, palach, let's see, that's palach, there's palach. Basic meaning is to split. or to work on something or to serve, to break through, to work on or to serve, to labor, to serve, to serve. It even gives counterparts in Syriac and the dictionaries, and even in the Akkadian loanword, it means to split or to plow. It just seems
I was
like
just about to
that is-
ask
Let's
if you could
go.
apply it to farming.
Yeah. So
Well, we do have 7 guests that we should probably bring up one of. We should probably bring up one of these 7 guests.
let's make it happen.
My real human brother is currently charging. Resting. So I think that it was actually just a glitch. I mean, a mistake.
I think next in line was Mountain Man. So I apologize. A bunch of people came in during that last conversation, so I didn't catch everyone's order. But I think Mountain Man was in here prior to everyone else. How you doing, Mountain Man?
Sorry,
Mountain Man?
I do not know why I'm up here.
Oh, well, we'll take care of it. Cheers. Must have been an accidental request. Well, I think after that was Grana Zana.
Obana.
B5 Fofana.
Oh no!
How you doing, Grana?
Oh my!
Grana.
Go!
Grana?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know I was on.
Hey, how you doing?
I accidentally threw the phone at when someone scored. So I'm doing great. I'm listening to you guys while watching the football match. So
Sure. So
how
what
was your day?
how the matches have been incredible.
I think that she joined on accident, Justin.
Oh, Grana, did you join
Yeah,
by
I
accident?
joined on accident. Yes, because
no worries.
my phone fell
Happened a
off
few
my
times now.
knee.
We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
No worries. Thanks for being here.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's grab the next one, possibly Zeno. How you doing,
Is that
Zeno?
like
Are you at least
allegedly
18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do, but I will say I'm on thin ice with that. As of a few days ago.
Sure. Which one do you possibly believe in?
Christianity.
Okay. I'm going to write Christian maybe in my notes. Okay, so let's go through some introductory questions. Obviously, we're all atheists. What do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God, or what's the thing that convinces you still that the Christian God is real?
So initially, it was the PSR. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. Therefore,
the Kalam?
Essentially, and no. Just the Leibniz cosmological argument. I don't know if that was the correct phrasing of the first premise, but yeah. So that solidified my faith a little bit, and then I got introduced to the modal collapse issue, and now I'm a necessitarian, but I don't know how that is, that if that's even compatible with any kind of theism. So that's why I said I'm on thin ice with that as of a few days ago.
So that's rough, right? So the thing about necessitarianism is that you could say that there is a deity, or even some sort of God, but that God didn't really have a choice in the matter to create the world, and that God, the things that God believes and the will that God's will, all of these things are necessary. None of them were freely chosen, and so you could have theism that's compatible with it. It's just what kind of a God is it if it's not, making these choices freely, right?
Exactly. That's where I'm running into issues. And I was going to see if you guys had.
At that point, it just sounds like a force of nature that's generic.
Exactly.
Right. So then that was the second question. I know there's people that believe that. Wonder who these people are. People that believe it's the wave function, and Dr. Blitz, I know you kind of know about physics. So what's
Yes, I do.
Can you
I do.
elaborate? Yeah, just maybe just a little bit. But can you explain the metaphysics behind that? Oh, to somebody like me, how that would work.
Like which part specifically? The idea is that the wave function is just the necessary mathematical object, but that doesn't have a mind, and I wouldn't even say that it created the universe. It just is a description of the universe.
Interesting. Yeah, no, so that was pretty much it. I mean, that I just wanted to investigate your guys' opinions on that. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I think it does create some problems. I'll have to, do my own further research, see if there's any kind of compatibility. But right now, it sounds like it might not be. So
Yeah. Well,
that was pretty much it.
Necessitarianism is a hard pill to bite, hard pill to swallow. Hard.
Yeah, swallow.
Yeah.
Well, let's do this.
You don't
Another
bite
thing,
pills.
Zeno. Zeno, I don't think you and I have chatted before on my channel, but I think if you and I have a discussion when I'm live next, it'll be tomorrow night. I'm usually live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'd be more than happy to dig into some of the stuff specific to Christianity, because even if you might still believe in a God, I can pretty much get rid of this nonsense about Christianity for you and free you up to think more generally about God without having to worry about the Bible.
So yeah, like I've been a Christian my entire life, but a few days ago the modal collapse issue was like brought up to me, and I was like, yeah, there's just no way to. I always thought like, oh, maybe I just need to read more Thomas Aquinas, but then I read Thomas Aquinas, and I'm like, okay, he kind of has nothing. Like
Nothing.
I can't see how like if P entails Q and P is necessary and Q is necessary, I don't see how like nobody gets out of that. It's always some like mental gymnastics, some linguistic gymnastics. Oh, well, God can, do things outside of his will, but like not really. And then it just gets into like bleh. Like it's like saying, oh, a married bachelor can happen in these circumstances, but a married bachelor cannot happen. Like what? So that's part of the reason that.
Yeah, modal collapse
Yeah,
is a pretty
so-
serious issue. The one way that you can get out of it, by the way, and this is you just abandon the PSR and you instead say, oh well, God has free will, and God's free will is a brute contingent fact.
Right. So that I think that's what Leibniz did, but well, he didn't. He kind of hinted at it, I think, and then he just said that. Yeah, he kind of went on with the other explanations of. I think he attributed it. I think people like Proust, Alexander Proust, say that. Oh, there's we don't have to say that these facts necessarily entail the other facts. Then the issue comes about. Well, okay, why those facts? Did God choose those facts as opposed to other facts?
Right.
Issues, get come again. And wait, Dr. Blitz, how do you? So, can you elaborate more on how that escapes the God's will thing? Like, yes, it may not explain. We can get out of the PSR, but how does that not explain God's will? Like the theist still has.
Do you mean me, allegedly not Ian, or
Or
Dr.
me.
Quanta not
Sorry.
Blitz?
Allegedly not Ian. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So the idea is that if you say that God's will is contingent, and it's just not contingent upon anything, it's just a brute fact, then you can say that God has a will, and that that will itself is contingent, but it's not the same as God. You have to abandon divine simplicity, but maybe you do that. That will is contingent, and that begins the chain of all things contingent afterwards.
Right. So that's what I'm exploring. Just to...
Yeah, that's one out, but then you don't have then you lose the PSR, because the PSR, the strong PSR anyway, says that all contingent things must have an explanation.
Facts. Yep.
Yeah.
It's just all necessary facts.
Yeah. So I mean, you can't really have it like there's tension between contingent things existing, the PSR, and some ultimate necessary foundation. There's tension between those three things. You can't have all of them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a trouble. I know Spinoza has some stuff on that. I know he was a necessitarian. Again,
I don't know. I don't know, but Spinoza's view of God is essentially the same as atheism.
Exactly. So that's kind of where I'm getting at.
Right. Which, welcome to the club. And get folded
maybe.
like a lawn chair, flipped like an omelet.
You have to do the bippin' and boppin' bit.
I
all over
my
my
deepest
rhetorical
apologies for not adding that to the soundboard yet. I gotta get it today.
I know. I mean, I would try to give some defense, but anytime I read like Duns Scotus, Thomas Aquinas, Alec Bruce, Rob Coons from Texas University of Texas, and it's just the same thing, and nobody has a good answer. So I mean, maybe I'll do some further investigation, but like I said, I don't know. As of now, it kind of sounds like I'm joining the club, so who knows?
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
thank
have a
you
good
guys.
one.
cookies.
I'm sorry for that. Yep.
Oh, no, it's perfect. Good to hear from you, friend. Good luck on your investigations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Well, love to hear someone who's like digging in and trying to be honest with the information that they're finding. That's always good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's bring in. I think the order that we got him is Jam, and then Make America Strong Again, and then Insabalo, and then Sam. So we'll try to get everybody in that order.
Uh-oh, are we having that same glitch?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll give him a second to load. While that's happening, I'm adding Ian to the soundboard now. I'm not gonna forget to do it. If I wait till later, I'm gonna forget to do it. Maybe Jam not gonna load up. We'll see.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go make some coffee, take some Tylenol, because I'm having the worst sinus pain.
Oh
So I'll be right back.
no!
Don't have any philosophical conversations without me.
I'll try not to. In fact, I don't even fucking want to. I'd rather not if I can. If I can help it.
All right, y'all. When Blitz comes back, I need you all to spam Blitz is losing the feud. I need you all to do this for me. Lock in.
All right. Well, here's the thing. That guest didn't connect, so we're gonna grab Make America Strong Again. I think was next in line.
Oh boy. Let's see how this goes.
Right. How you doing, Make America?
How are y'all doing? I'm doing good.
Yeah,
you know?
I
for
saw this
fuck's
coming a
sake.
mile away.
Obviously,
A
a
mile away.
child.
I'm here for God, y'all.
I know. All right.
A mile away.
I'll try to get
Right,
Insa
y'all.
Balalo.
By the way, Dr. Quantonaut Blitz, I was wearing my AirPods.
One of these days, when you least suspect it. When you least suspect it.
There we go. We got
I
it
didn't get
next.
coffee though. I should probably go make some coffee.
Nsabalalo.
Insa Balalo, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Can you
How
hear-
are you guys?
Doing well. Thanks for
I'm
asking.
gonna go make some coffee.
Yeah, sure. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Sure. Yes, I'm over 18 and I believe in a higher power. Yes.
Sure. Any particular one?
I practice African spirituality. I believe in uNkulunkulu.
Sure. Is there a good argument, evidence, or reason to believe in this God?
Yeah.
Well,
like,
I'd
yes,
first like to know
in
like the
Zulu
properties.
cosmology we have.
I'd first like to know the properties of this god. Like, did they create the universe? Are they all powerful? Are they all good?
Good point.
Things like
Yes,
that.
yes.
So yes to all those.
They're all powerful, all good. I don't know, but they're all
Did
powerful.
they create the universe?
Created the universe. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to establish
Done.
the basics first.
Okay. Yeah, so in African spirituality, we have spiritual awakening, spiritual enlightenment. So it's a real thing. It's not a theory. It can actually be proven.
That's what we're
So
asking for.
there's
What's
no way
the
you can say
evidence?
there's no God.
Well, that's what I'm asking you for. What's the evidence?
It's evident.
What is the evidence?
We have people
Why
that
why should we
initiate.
believe?
People that initiate. Why should you believe? Well, I believe in integration. I believe that all that we have learned as spiritual practitioners should be actually put together, like, a giant network, like just like AI. And the reason why people should be, I don't know, like persuaded to believe is because I believe that African spirituality is the only thing that's gonna, unify the world. It's gonna
But
cure, it's gonna end,
Insa,
generational trauma.
Insa, I know that
Yes, yes.
you'd like to explain more of what you believe, and that's maybe we'll get there. What we're asking is not what you believe. We're asking why should anyone believe it? Like, what's the evidence for it?
Well, as I said, there's like initiation. People are initiating into sangomas. People that
Do you have
heal
anything that's
using
not?
African herbs.
Do you have anything that's not just like personal experience? Because
Like,
I
what do you
don't
mean
find personal experience
If
like
you are a person as well.
either a philosophical argument or maybe a bit of empirical evidence, something like that. Something outside of just what's going on in a person's brain. Just what's going on.
Yeah, like it's empirical. People are initiating. There are methods that people use to actually awaken their spiritual eyes. In isiZulu they are called amakobongo, but in English they are called chakras.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
That doesn't
usually
sound
people
empirical to me. Is this like
It also
peer
doesn't sound
reviewed? Or is
English.
there...
How about a live demonstration?
Is that TikTok terms of service appropriate?
The chakras?
Well, I mean, whatever induces the experience, let's say.
Oh, now that I don't know.
Usually somebody will start to fall ill, they'll start to hear voices, like losing their mind, and then they go to this, place, and then they're initiated into a sangoma. In African spirituality, we don't believe in mental illness like your schizophrenia. It's actually a calling. It's a spiritual calling. When you start hearing voices, those are your ancestors talking to you from the other side. It's called ubizo.
This sounds like a more dangerous philosophy now, because it might encourage people to not seek, help for mental illnesses.
No. We actually have Caucasian sangomas now. There's this lady, like you guys can even find here
That
on
doesn't
TikTok.
address what I just said. Kitty.
Okay, well,
but that's
there
very
is
not
a formula.
empirical. If you're going against all of modern psychology, then that's pretty non-empirical.
What do you mean? Well, the thing is, right now we are going under we are living under spiritual oppression as the entire globe. The entire globe is living under spiritual oppression. Like the powers that
At least you think it's a globe.
Are trying hard to make it.
Give me a meow.
Yeah, like I deal with empiricism as well. Like I used to be an atheist for the longest time up until I had my own spiritual awakening. So I deal with evidence. I don't deal with theory.
Right,
so
but
if I tell
but
you guys
that's
that
not
there is a
evidence to
formula,
us.
there's
Like
a
your awakening will never be evidence for us. That's not something you can demonstrate to us.
What do you mean I can't? Well, I can give you the formula so that you could test it out for yourself if it's real.
The
or
formula.
That's what I
if it's
said.
theoretical.
Let's do a live
Is this
demonstration
a
right
chemical
now.
formula or a mathematical formula?
Mathematics.
If something it's a formula, it should be mathematical. That's the only thing
Well, I
I
mean,
know. If something
people talk about
is-
like chemical formulas all the time, so that's all I was asking about.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, like, well, this formula is something that you can use to awaken your chakras yourself. Like I heard earlier when I got here, somebody said that they had sinuses. When you have sinus, there's a chakra that you can open so that
Oh,
you can
can you help
like
me?
permanently heal from sinuses.
Well, let's
You
do
know,
a
Yeah,
little
let's
live.
do it.
Let's do a live
demo.
experiment.
Yeah, let's
How do
do
I
it.
heal my sinuses?
Okay, well, if you have like sinus or a sore throat, can you can find the tear ducts at the bridge of your nose between your eyes, and you can pinch, and then you take some time,
What does that
up
have to
until
do
you
with
feel a
chakras,
shift,
though?
when
Okay,
you
I'm trying
practice.
to. I'm pinching.
No,
Now what?
it is like the thyroid gland, the
What
throat
am I supposed to
chakra is
do?
secreted in
Do I
the
just keep
thyroid
pinching?
gland. The
Do I just keep
thyroid.
pinching? What do I do?
Yes, you pinch and yes, up until you feel a shift.
Is it possible to get a medical
Like
doctor?
if your nose
Where's
is
Ems when
blocked,
you need them?
it's gonna go away.
It's not going away though. It just hurts.
No, you don't need a medical doctor. African spirituality is older than Western medicine.
It's true. It is
Western
older.
medicine
That doesn't
is
mean that it's better.
appropriated African medicine.
Older isn't better. But how long am I supposed to do this? Because it
No,
still
it
hurts.
is
And in
better.
fact, it hurts a little bit more now.
Yes, you're gonna get used to it. Like probably do it when you go to sleep tonight. It's gonna be way better. It's gonna be way better.
Wait, so it's not good.
That's how
like,
you unlock your throat chakra.
So like you can't fix it by chakra stuff?
No, you can. You can't do that. That's how you unlock.
Why
your
wasn't
throat
it working?
chakra. And you have No, it's not something that
You just
happens instantly.
Not Ian. You just have to wait long enough
continually
until
do
it would have gone away anyways.
It's been like 3 weeks now.
No, it works. It really works. Spirituality is a real thing, and it's not a
Why
theory.
isn't it working then?
If you like,
God, this makes my nose look enormous.
no,
by
it's
the way.
not. It's not.
little red,
Even
too.
after you take like,
Wow, I'm cutting off
Even
blood
if you-
supply, right?
Is Ems here? I think Ems might be in the chat.
no, you have to unlearn that. You have to unlearn and relearn, because what happened was, like people found people thriving in their way of living, and then they pointed pews at these people and started changing their way of life, and that is how humanity has forgotten itself. Right now we are going through a time of remembrance where people. That's why there's like this narrative.
Are y'all
of
done?
This global
I
awakening
think
that's
Because
going
I
on
feel like we're
right
not
now.
getting anywhere.
Yeah, I
If
think-
we're not gonna have Ems up, then probably
Yeah,
not.
I think we're beyond that. Okay. So next in line is going to be Valerie. Actually, I apologize. We have Sam that was waiting before Valerie. I apologize, Val. We'll get to you in a minute. We've got Sam and Ibn Adam. We're waiting to get in, but I also know we've got one guest in the YouTube queue who has a camera, a microphone, and headphones ready. And you guys know we like to prioritize people that are super ready to have a good debate. So let's do this. Because Sam's been here for a long time, I'm gonna grab Sam, and then we'll grab Captain, and then after that we'll do Ibn Adam, and then we'll get back to Valerie. All right, so Sam is. I added Sam to the wrong spot. I apologize. Let's do it in the right location. There we go. Sam, welcome in. Can you hear us?
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi.
It's a little glitchy though.
I was. Hold. How's this?
It's
Is this
okay right
It
now.
wasn't on your end. It was Video Ninja.
Yeah. All right, Sam, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, we've had a conversation before, and
Oh.
it was about morality. On your channel.
Okay.
On the Deconstruction Zone, or
Sure.
Deconstruction Zone, or whatever it's called.
Okay.
You openly promoted the G word against my people.
What
you then
what you
denied
talk
it.
about? I don't promote genocide.
That's
on
a
any
harsh
people.
accusation. You better have evidence for that claim.
Right. Okay. That's fine. I brought receipts this time. No
Mhm.
problem. Let's all have a listen.
Who are your people?
It says enjoy the show. They're, you know, maybe they'll take care of it for us and just go to war with each other and, you know, decrease the numbers.
Maybe they'll take care of it, go to war with each other, and decrease the numbers.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? What's the context here?
I think I lost a little bit of that. I don't know if my stream lagged or what.
It was a debate about morality,
thinks,
and your colleague.
He thinks
Your colleague here essentially said,
that-
"I hope these people go to war and decrease."
I didn't say I hope.
I'll play it for you again.
We just listened to it.
Take care of it for
We
us
said
and just
maybe.
go to war with each other and maybe they'll
Is this person not
take
here
care
for
of
a
it for us and
debate,
just go to
or
war
is
with
it
each other
just-
and, you know, decrease the numbers. Mick says
So who are these people that are being
Maybe
referred to
they'll-
here?
they'll take care of it for us and just go to war.
Sorry, maybe not do us
Who
a
are-
favor,
who are
but you
each
did
other?
say maybe they'll take care of it for us, right?
So who are each other here?
Well, there was a guy named Mo, and he made the point.
I
prior to
assume
this. Hold on, let me
Sam
answer the question.
is
Hold
a
on,
Muslim
let me can I just
who was
finish
probably
the question?
advocating for something terrible.
No, that's not the context.
Mm-hmm.
There was a guy from his panel, his friend, who was on the show.
Ems.
Mo or Ems, whatever. And his point was that there is only one Muslim that is the Muslim, and all the other Muslims, including the Shias, you know, they must be unalive. This is his exact words, yeah?
You think that
So he's
Ems was
like,
saying that all of the? You think that Ems believes that Shias have to all be killed?
I can play it for you. How
So-
good was the audio?
So right now,
that's a
I
crazy
show
claim.
that Sam and I talked on 413, and in my notes I just say is he came without an argument, just came to cry, and that's it. So Sam, I think
Your
this could
whole
be a
YouTube channel
replay
is to
of
cry.
the
That's
first time that
hilarious.
you were
Your
here
whole
before,
existence,
which is that
you
you
have
don't
hours and
actually
hours
have
of
an
you crying.
argument of your God. Am I understanding this
didn't-
correctly? So you didn't bring an
like
argument
my
again.
argument.
So you still have nothing. And his connection cut out. Well, okay. I'll just write in my notes here. Came to cry again. Okay. Do
Yeah, I would be a
not
little bit
clip.
perplexed if Ems would have thought that all Shias should be killed. That would be a crazy thing for a doctor to say, given
Yeah,
that
Ems-
doctors take the oath to do no harm.
Yeah, Ems wouldn't say anything like that. Base Shara, good to see you. Says Thomas Aquinas, more like Thomas Aquinas. You guys know what that means?
I have no idea.
I think it's just like, fancy schmancy. You know,
Oh, I got you.
Oh,
I got you,
Schwein
Base
also
Shara.
is a German word for pig or pork.
Oh, fuck. True.
Oh.
Good point. Okay, fantastic. Good call on that one, Blitz. Thanks, Base Shara. And Metal Roofing. Thanks for the super chat. Says Justin, to be fair, Good News did say $1 million to how much do you want to bet when you were wrong about Daniel 7 in Hebrew. Here's 5 to help out. Apparently I was wrong.
Well, look,
But-
so
but-
here's
what
how
did-
bets work. You can't
But
say
my
how
claim
much do
was
you want.
I didn't say it. Did I?
You
say
can't
that?
say how much do you want to bet, and then they say $1 million, and then that's binding. It has to be how much do you want to bet? $1 million. Okay.
True.
Right? It has to you have to agree to the terms of the bet. You're not just automatically bound when you say how much do you want to bet.
True. Fair point. And Beheaded Comic, that's a name. Good News is wrong about so many things, including his own faith. At this point, it's almost impressive, Pretzel. True. You could be wrong once or twice. It's a little bit of a skill to be wrong that many times, though, in one conversation. But I got to be fair. If you're raised in Christianity, you've been in it for a long time, you absorb a lot of things that you've been told that are wrong, and you don't know that you're stacking wrong things on top of wrong things. Dr. Joe, good to see you, says, did he just say he doesn't want Justin to cherry pick commentaries when guests cherry pick data throughout the conversation? That's exactly what he said. Yeah. I'm cherry picking commentaries, even though I was reading from multiples that weren't Anabaptists. Anabaptists don't have too many commentaries. They weren't really into that kind of a thing. They weren't into telling you what you had to believe. And Akram says 1 million people in a state, 40 are PDF, not unusual. 300 people in a congregation, and 40 PDF group has a problem. True. Demographically speaking, statistically speaking, the most dangerous place your child could be is in a church if you don't want them to be touched. And Timothy says, is there anything y'all disagree on? I mean, probably. I think the only thing, like, I don't know if Blitz and I disagree on much. I think the only thing that, like, we're still, like, I'm more confident than Blitz is. Blitz is, like, super epistemically humble on the universe being eternal. I'm very persuaded in this particular fact, or this particular idea, but I don't know if that's a disagreement. I just think we feel differently because Blitz has more education than I do in this field, and I'm just drawing on a small bit of information. But I don't know, Blitz, do we disagree on anything?
Yeah, Blitz. Do you guys disagree on anything?
I disagree on the many worlds interpretation.
Oh, okay.
That's not like the Blitz I've heard. The Blitz that I've heard would never say such a thing.
But I'm Quanta, not Blitz.
True. And Grim Fellow...
I'm the new and improved model, one might say.
Well, you are newer.
I know how to use an oscilloscope, so...
Fuck. Actually, you know what? Friends, I told you I'm starting this
I owned an oscilloscope.
This winter, I'm starting... after my book is finished, a STEM channel. I told Blitz, for people who want electrical engineering content, it's happening. I actually finally purchased an updated O-scope, not like a 1980s thing that I used to like handed down from my father. So we're going to have some really cool electrical engineering shit happening. And the audience members already picked the name. It's going to be called Conduction Zone. So fucking A.
That's pretty
going to
good.
happen.
Yes.
Grimfellow says, holy crap, 2 science nerds. If the universe has a finite beginning, then will it also have an end? Huh.
That doesn't follow.
It doesn't follow.
Not necessarily. No.
I don't think so. But it is intriguing to think if they were connected. But I'm not sure there's a connection just here. And Akram, again, thank you so much. I flock with PlagnibDX, pronounced, Planet X. Okay. P equals polyflock equals fuck with let's use this in Christian terrorism, which we get to define. Akram, I'm going to apologize. I don't know if I know what's happening in this message, and that might be on me.
It's not on you.
You might have to message me on this one to explain it. I apologize. Bobby Ellis says, Dr. Blitz, any recs for some entertaining books about physics for newbies who are also bad at math?
Well, I would recommend. Actually, I think I have some. Oh yes. So the first book that really got me into like deeper physics when I was in high school was, of course, TikTok's not gonna.
I finally
love that book.
I finally got it. Is it good?
Yes.
Okay.
I really like this.
It is very stringy forward. He is going to try to convince you that string theory is true.
Yes. But there's a lot in it that's also not about string theory. So he goes through a description about like Bell's theorem, and I think it's like a really good intuitive analogy that he paints out that doesn't involve any math. It's very well done, in my opinion. But as for like philosophy of physics textbooks, I also have Lawrence Sklar's Philosophy of Physics, which is a good, later read, and then a deeper one is Philosophical Concepts in Physics by James T. Cushing. Highly recommend.
So, friends, we've got a lot more super chats to read. I'm going to address the ones we haven't read so much. I'll address at the end of the stream. But I do want to get, because we've had a couple people waiting for a while to get in. So I do want to get Ibn Adam and then Captain Skeleton and then Valerie. So let me grab our next guest and we'll hopefully keep the conversation rolling. Ibn Adam, though, I added Ibn Adam to scene number 2, and they're not actually adding. I'm curious if they've got a failed connection. It looks like their connection might be failed right now. And they're unmuted on my end, but Ibn Adam, if you're here, you're muted on your end. If you could unmute yourself, that'd be helpful. But I don't know if you're fully connected right now, because they're still muted, which means they can't hear me. I'll drop Ibn, and then if they get a connection coming back, that means Captain Skeleton Man is next in line. Welcome in, Captain.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Peace be with you guys. I am over 18, and yes, I believe in God.
Cool. Is there a specific God?
That is, I'm not what you would call in a religion belief of God. So Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism. However, I have studied the scriptures of what they call holy books, and I actually write thesis papers on them. So I believe in a creator, but not in the context of religion, because it's actually described, which I can surprise you with it, which maybe I can get you to believe in a God later on, but not the way that Christians and Muslims and them describe a God. That,
does your God have a mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. And can you tell us some characteristics of your God so we can kind of understand where you're coming from?
Okay, so my God consists of 7 spirits. Obviously, the number 1 spirit is life itself. Without life, you, me, and Dr. Blitz and DZ could not even be communicating had we not consciousness or some form of life in us.
So can I address just that first one real quick? I don't know if you and I have the same definition of life. It sounds like you're using the word life to refer to like a tangible thing. When I say life, I'm referring to like a biological process. So I don't know if this is helpful just yet.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So we have plant life. Plant life consists different than human life, but
well, it's all the same laws of physics.
Well, the biochemical reactions within each one is different. They use different, amino acids and stuff to,
but it's the same physics. Like you don't need you don't need an extra life force to imbue them with life. You can just get them from the laws of physics.
Right. So that's why, in linguistics in the book, it says there's one way, one truth, one life. So we can agree in physics, life in any shape or form of plant life, animal life, amphibians, reptilians, it's all coming from that same scientific life in that sense. Would you agree with me?
Not really, because there's not like a fundamental force of life. It's a emergent property.
So that's where you and I disagree, because there are things that you have not seen or heard that are considered life as well. Just because we don't know something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, just to be clear, if we haven't seen or heard it, then we wouldn't consider it life. We wouldn't consider it anything. So then why'd you say that there are things that we have not seen or heard that would be considered life?
I'll go to the next spirit. See, we consist of 7. The next spirit is counsel. So,
what are we doing?
Of course, the next spirit, counsel.
Wait.
You have.
Did we move off of life?
Yeah,
we haven't moved off of life, but that's part of what you're insinuating, that life is my God. No, my God consists of 7 spirits.
Well,
life is only one of them.
No.
Well, hold on.
My argument was just that.
Sorry, I apologize. Let's pause real quick. There are 7 spirits. He's trying to define his God. So let's do this. Give us the 7 spirits. I'll write them down so that I have them listed, right? And then we can discuss the various aspects of those 7. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Okay. So I've got the first is life and the second is counsel. What's number 3?
Counsel. And then we have understanding, knowledge, wisdom, fear or power, and then fear.
Sounds like a D&D character skill sheet.
No, you use this in every day that you exist in life. Without these things, nothing would be in existence. Nothing.
I don't understand what's happening.
I have a
guy. He took the names down.
I mean, this sounds like cool world building for like a fictional world, but I don't see how it applies.
So is knowledge? So tell me, Doctor, is knowledge fiction?
Oh, again, I'm listed as the doctor here.
Yes.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Is knowledge fiction?
No, knowledge is not fiction.
Okay. Is
Knowledge is
wisdom
knowledge and fiction is fiction.
exactly? So is wisdom fiction as well? So, because
Well,
the reason I'm saying this is because
Those are like
insinuated.
different words. They're not
Well,
synonyms with each other.
But what I'm saying is because you insinuated before that what I'm creating is something of fantasy land, and no, I want to reiterate exactly the spirits I had suggested to you. They're not fiction. So I want to correct you to say
Well, I
your
don't
statement
disagree
about it
that
being
these
fiction. It's
concepts-
not.
I don't disagree that these concepts, are a thing that exist in our universe. I just don't think there's anything particularly divine about them or fundamental.
Right. I think
Well,
that
it is very fundamental because not everyone consists of the same amount of spirits in life.
well,
There are some people who are not as intelligent as others.
well, Captain,
Correct?
I think what Quanta is saying is this is where I'm trying to figure out too is we agree that like life, counsel, understanding, like these are things we would assume that are not fake, they're not imaginary, but we're having a hard time understanding how it is that they can be a spirit. Like, what's the connection between wisdom and a spirit? Is there like a spirit that gives wisdom, or are you saying that there is literally a spirit that is equivalent to wisdom?
So in the studying, when you get into religion connotations, you have Christianity where they call these things seraphim or archangels.
Oh, no.
These are 7 spirits, archangels, which create the oneness of the Creator Himself. Are you following me?
Do you know what a seraph
No.
is?
Seraph means
I'm not
fire.
following.
Okay,
Traditionally, a seraph refers to a fiery serpent of some nature.
Yes, and you understand that in that connotation, fiery serpent or the phoenix that rises out of the flame, in that sense, is sometimes used in colleges and so on and so forth as education, understanding, gaining wisdom and knowledge. Truth itself derives from this. So if you say God does not exist, then you need to have a truth that He does. So
I'm just
there
not
is
sure.
evidence of truths that these things exist, which are not tangible. So you can't touch and give wisdom a hug. They're not physical things that you can put in a box. So these are spirit. This is what spirit means.
Why is it that brain damage can manipulate somebody's knowledge?
Well, you could have someone who is in a coma, but they still have life, don't they?
That doesn't
So you can
answer my
exist.
question.
You can exist without knowledge, understanding, wisdom.
No, that
itself
wasn't what I was trying
is
to
one
get
of the
at.
things. So in a coma patient, they
that's
exist.
not what I'm trying to get at, Captain. What I'm trying to ask here is that why is it that when we mess with the brain, we also happen to mess with knowledge? To me, it seems like knowledge is an emergent property of the brain. We don't need
When
an
you
extra
say mess up
spirit
the
for this.
brain, can you clarify mess up the brain?
Like when you poke it and prod it.
Okay, so
Think of like Phineas
when
Gage, the guy
doctors
who had a
wanna- so when a
railroad spike
doctor-
stuck through his brain.
So when the doctor attaches electrodes into certain parts of the brain, let's say the cerebrum, then maybe they can make their arm move. They can have a feeling of something.
Exactly.
Okay.
That, and also like they can have memory loss. Like their
So
knowledge about the world can change when their brain is manipulated.
Correct. So the brain is just a form for you to gain information from in your world. Consciousness itself is not the brain. So you have
Do we have
something.
like evidence for that? Because every
Yes, No, of
bit
course
of
not.
evidence that I've seen
Yes,
seems to show that it comes from the brain.
Okay, so here's a new scientific study that they have recently unfolded. Sperm itself. So you know that you sperm and an egg, they unite together to create human beings. Do you know what happens to the sperm right before it enters into the egg?
Tell
you
us.
aware? It becomes light. It
Oh,
becomes light.
no, you're mistaken.
Oh,
damn
this
it.
one. I've heard this one before.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
so
zinc
if
flash.
you've heard it, explain it then. Since you
Yeah,
say
it's not
you heard
real.
it,
There's no
explain
light
it.
that's actually emitted.
Right. So they actually they're bombarding this I don't know, connection, this event with phosphorescence. And when you do that, it can react with chemicals. and one of the
In this
reactions,
case, it's zinc. That's what it's reacting with.
One of the reactions causes what we would consider like a flash of light. So it's not that happens in real life. It's that we're causing a chemical reaction.
No, you're observing something that
we're
causing it.
We're observing what we're causing it.
You can observe.
No, it is caused by humans.
No. Listen to what. There's a difference
by
between
human intervention.
observation.
It doesn't happen every time.
It doesn't. In fact, it doesn't happen without humans at all. Humans have to.
Happens.
Humans.
It happens regardless. So
Skeleton
1 +
Man,
1 equals 2 does not need an observer. Yes.
Skeleton Man. What happens is that when scientists would go in and they put something called a phosphor, they basically dye the cells that are in, or they dye the fluid that the cells are in.
No.
Then when the sperm meets with the egg releases a ton of zinc ions, and those zinc ions interact with the phosphors that the scientists put there, and the phosphors then emit light.
So
and like even in the case that did happen,
sir, that's a different study that you are observing.
No, it's not.
There is a different observation that was going on.
Nope.
Okay, what's the different? What's the name of the study, please?
Energy is being processed, created from the sperm. But let me just get back to the understanding. All right, of what we were just talking about to begin with, without getting off topic here.
Is this the one that was done in 2011?
No, I'm not talking about that one. This is a recent study that's been done.
Where? Who did it?
Because this observation, when you look at this observation,
who did it?
Most in science, you have to.
But
you're producing a cause to something to see an effect of something.
Captain, I'm trying to help you. Where can I find the new data so I can put it on the screen?
I'm not quite sure.
Do you know the name of it?
I'm not quite sure.
Where did you first hear about it?
This was 2 years ago.
So is it possible that the title was something like "Scientists just captured the flash of light that sparks when sperm meets an egg"?
No. That was.
It's definitely. It wouldn't be that one.
What you're bringing up,
crazy.
Which was way earlier.
This was published in 2016.
Through them, what they're doing is they're doing experiments, and then later on, after the experiment is done, now they have found evidence of something else that exists.
I'm just curious where you've heard about this. Like, was it a TikTok video, a YouTube video,
I don't watch TikTok.
ChatGPT, or
doctor.
I'm not
please.
actually a doctor. That's
okay.
the
So then, please respect me, who is one. Okay.
Where'd you get your PhD?
So when you ask me a question like TikTok and stuff, I'm well aware of what you're doing. So please do not do that to me. Okay. Can we have a normal conversation without, being badgering in that manner, right?
Where'd you get your doctorate from?
Harvard.
Really?
I have a channel, Captain Skeleton Man. I write thesis papers on religion. I have a PhD in linguistics, by the way.
No way.
Linguistics.
That's crazy.
So please don't disrespect me and try to assume, did I get my information from TikTok or some other platform?
Sorry,
I'm just doing my due diligence.
I'm well aware. Right?
What was your PhD
I'm just
on?
saying, have a little bit of respect,
What was your PhD on? I'm curious.
What you do is makes you look a little unintelligent.
I'm curious. What was your dissertation on? Your
I've
PhD
wrote many
thesis?
dissertations, many.
Well, I mean, if you have a doctorate, then if you have a doctorate, then like there's the one that you did to get your doctorate. So I'm just curious.
Look it up. I have a channel. I told you I have a channel. You can look it up. Here, I just want to discuss my 7 spirit attribute. So
well, I want to look it up. What's it called?
There is your
Is it
evidence.
Captain Skeleton Man?
Yeah, Captain Skeleton Man.
Okay, let's go.
There is your evidence for God. God exists.
And again, I'm just trying to do my due diligence to make sure that you're getting it from a reliable source. I don't know about your background or anything.
Okay, so regardless, my background is not the subject of your matter, right?
I'm not seeing it anywhere.
His description
the
says
subject of your matter.
I found his YouTube.
King
I
of
found the YouTube
Debates.
channel. I don't see the dissertation anywhere.
Wait, this one.
Were
This
you lying
is you,
to
right?
us?
You're the
DZ, they don't want to have an actual conversation, do they, about the subject that you have
You're
your
the-
title?
Seeing a lot of like AI generated
Instead, they have
thumbnails.
completely
I'm pretty
switched it
sure.
over to wanting to know who I am,
well.
rather than the
You made the
subject.
claim,
This
so
focus, gentlemen, focus, please.
Well, it's a.
Focus.
We're trying to focus.
yeah.
It's not. It's not a change of subject. It's actually just a point of interest. Like so.
You made it. You
so
made
that
the.
can
You made a
be
claim.
outside that your point of interest you can do on your own time. Here, I'm trying to
Well, look,
address
I mean, if you
God
made the
is
claim that you have a
real.
doctorate
hold
from
on,
Harvard,
hold on.
was very defensive
if
when
you
I
wanted
asked
to
where
give-
you,
Hold
where
on,
you heard this from.
everyone, just everyone quiet. Let's reset. Let's reset. Let's not get into, because no one can hear anything when we're all yelling at each other. So I'll just what we're doing, right? If you say you have credentials, and you do have credentials, the reason why we ask is because it frames some of what you're going to say. For example, when I tell people that I have credentials in biblical studies, then it frames the conversation as, oh, this is a person who's speaking from some level of education. I should at least listen to them rather than thinking that they're silly. So when we ask you about your credentials, we're trying to figure out is, are you going to say something silly, or are you speaking from a place of education? We're not trying to dog on you or anything like that. We're just trying to figure out who we're speaking to and how much of what you're saying is from an education or just from like searching the internet, because most of the people we talk to are just out there searching the internet.
No, I've given you, I said I studied linguistics, so I studied Hebrew language.
Right,
Latin.
but you said you got a PhD in linguistics from Harvard, which is like an enormous claim.
Well, you can look at it and you see.
So,
it,
like, what was your
and
dissertation
My dissertation is written there in my
Where?
Skeleton Man. So let's not.
I'm looking. I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, I'm looking as well.
Okay, so I want you to clarify God then to me. If I'm going to continue with you,
Wait,
you're the one who's.
are we just
put this
dodging from
title
that,
here.
or
Yeah, we're just
Clarify
dodging.
what you think is God, because what you
looking
say
in
is
the
God
bio?
comes from the context
I'm
of
just scrolling through all the
Christianity,
videos.
Islam, Hinduism,
Me
or
too.
Buddhism. My God does
Nothing in
not
the
come from that
description.
context.
I looked through all of them. None of them have a PhD thesis
See,
in
they
it.
don't even want to have an DZ. Do you see?
You said we could find
They're
it here.
not even. They're so intrigued by this rather than the subject
Yeah,
matter.
so look. So generally speaking, Captain Skeleton Man, I'm generally intrigued by extraordinary claims, like the existence of God. That's an extraordinary claim. But honestly, I would sooner believe that there's a God than believe that you have a PhD from Harvard.
So is
See,
your
and
name?
then it becomes then it becomes an attack like this, DZ.
So
I
is
suggest
your
you should have me come to your channel instead of these guys, because right now
Captain,
they're making your channel look very bad, because I will upload this
Captain,
to my own
this
stream.
Captain Skeleton Man, you realize this
And
isn't
critique
DZ's
you,
channel,
and
right?
critique you on this, right?
This isn't my channel,
You know
buddy.
this isn't. You know it's not DZ's channel, right?
Do you know where you are?
No.
Yes, I know where I'm at.
Captain,
Can you try drawing a clock for me?
Oh, come on. Listen,
I
Captain.
don't care whose channel. Whose channel is it? Raise your hand.
It's
Raise
all,
your hand.
it's
Whose
all
channel
of
is it?
ours. So,
All of ours, so,
Captain,
okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Captain,
I'm a guest.
Just to be clear, you're always welcome on Deconstruction Zone to come and talk. This particular channel is a joint venture between a number of us, primarily Dr. Blitz, myself, and Ian. And Quanta has been kind enough to join us on a number of occasions.
Blitz says he's not really a doctor, right?
But it's a joke.
No,
so,
I'm the real Dr. Blitz. This is a
just
joke
be clear.
because
Yeah, we're
I'm
mixing
taking
each other. It's a bit.
we're doing a bit today. I get that it's confusing
okay,
though.
I'm trying to figure out, all right, some data and information to help everybody
go
out
back
here.
to the data that you wrote down, seven spirits, right? DZ? Let's go back to
Captain,
that.
we're going to. Is it perchance that your name is Adam Alexic?
I don't. My name is not important. My
No,
words are more
no. It's not
important
that
than
guy.
who I am.
No. I know who that guy
Okay.
is. The etymology nerd.
Okay.
That's not the etymology nerd. They're
Okay, I don't
different
know.
guys.
I'm just using the internet to find somebody with a name similar to Skeleton Man that has a PhD
Also,
in
the
linguistics.
etymology nerd doesn't have a PhD from
We
Harvard.
have spent.
Oh,
we have
well-
spent 20 minutes almost, and I've lost 20 minutes of my explanation.
I mean, I guess it would be easier if you would just
Do
tell
you
us
mind?
what
Do
your
you guys
dissertation
mind? Let me
was.
ask you this: Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette while you
Well, no,
discuss amongst yourselves?
it'll
more
actually
about
shut
me?
our stream down if you do that. Hey, Dr. Blitz,
Okay.
what was the
I'll
title
respect
of
you. I
your
will not do
PhD
it.
dissertation?
The title?
Yeah.
It was like on the extrinsic geometry of conformal hypersurfaces or something
that-
like that.
that was
I can
easy.
go pull up the proper name.
Okay,
I can
Skeleton
tell
Man,
you the
what was
title of my thesis that I'm working on.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah.
It is R&D. No, wait. Actually, let me pull up my overleaf document because it's a long title.
Yeah, the thing about titles is that they tend to not be important, but I could tell you about the subject matter if you wanted to.
So
I can tell you about my subject matter as well.
That's all
Or I
I'm
could just
getting
pull up
at right now is you don't, we're not asking you to cover your dissertation.
I've written many. For instance, here's one. Moses.
You don't
did not
write
turn
many
sticks into
PhD
snakes.
dissertations.
Okay.
So
okay.
you know
Mine is
there's a story.
Mine
Okay, I
is
just pulled up my
performance
title.
studies of SIPM on tile calorimetry for the electron ion collider and forward calorimetry analysis at STAR.
And who did
Oh,
your
yeah,
peer
so-
review? And who did your
So
peer
mine is
review?
Mine
did
is
the peer review?
mine is on the extrinsic geometry of conformally embedded hypersurfaces.
And who did
I
your
was pretty
peer
close.
review?
Mine's
Well,
longer
it's
than yours.
anonymous.
They're not.
Oh, okay.
It's anonymous.
So,
that's the whole. that's the whole
see,
business.
many people, I'll explain to
PhD
the audience,
dissertations
many
aren't
people
really
will
peer
claim these things,
reviewed.
but when I ask them who
They
did
go
your peer
before
review,
like a
they
board,
won't
right?
give an
And then you
answer
have to
because
defend it, right?
they actually didn't have one.
So I mean, look. Here's
I've got
the
a peer
important point.
review.
So my PhD was composed of stapling 3 papers that I wrote together, all 3 of which were peer reviewed.
By who?
All 3 of which have appeared in academic journals. So when you do peer review, it is anonymous. The referee is anonymous. You're not supposed to know who
it's
did
not
it, the individual.
anonymous.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Peer
Yeah,
review is never
it's
anonymous.
reviewer 1,
Yes, it
reviewer
is.
2, and reviewer 3.
No.
Oh, you get
And
3
reviewer two
reviewers? I
is
just get
always
reviewers. I just get 2.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't do peer reviews. And he
deGrasse?
does it anonymously.
When he does it, yeah. If he,
No.
but I doubt he does peer reviews anymore these days.
You can actually ask to have do a peer review on your dissertation or thesis. And you can ask them.
That's not a peer review. A
And
peer
it will be
review in the
published
scientific
by them, and their name will
So
not
appear
how that
as
works.
if
So a
they
peer review
critiqued
for
it
scientific
for you.
journals is
Yes.
anonymous.
So sometimes people will pretend like they have high knowledge on YouTube channels when in fact
Oh,
they don't.
let me pull something up.
Yeah,
So
that's
we
what
go
we're
back,
trying to.
we can go back
That's what we're
to
trying to
the
figure out right
subject.
now.
Again, these
Can you
guys
pull
are
up my
not
website, Justin?
focused. Everyone, can you now
Yeah.
see? They're
Yeah,
not
it's
focused at all.
blitz.pht.
They have completely gone
So
off
easy to
their
get to.
own topic, and now they're infatuated with me.
We would love to continue
This
the
is
main
crazy.
topic. We just need to know that you're not lying to us right now. That's it.
Listen to what I'm telling you. That's
And like he
enough
could
for
have
you
told us
to have your
his
education.
dissertation a long time ago.
I do not.
So-
I don't think that you know what critical thinking is, do you?
So Blitz's
And then go to the research tab.
They're not having
yeah,
critical thinking.
Blitz's research is just right here on his
And
website.
you can scroll down and you can click on any of the
All
papers, and it'll tell you which ones are
Google
actually
Scholar.
published.
Are you guys able
Oh, no,
to
you can
have
just scroll
the
down on the website and it'll tell
capacity?
you.
I'm also published in like the Journal of
Do you have the
Instrumentation
capacity
and
to keep your
the
title
Nuclear Instrumentation and
and
Methods.
speak about it? Or
So, Captain, here's what I would like to do. First of all, I would love to talk about what you came to talk about. We
Let's
just
do that.
need one thing from you. That's it.
How many
Just
people
one-
come to your channel where they talk and then you listen to what they say and then you make your assumption of whether they're unintelligent or intelligent, and then you'll
Depends
throw
what
them
they
out or
say.
something?
It
Okay,
depends what
so
they say. So the
let's
point is,
continue
Most of them
our
don't make claims
discussion.
of having a
But-
PhD in
And
linguistics
it's
from Harvard.
fine
But
if you want to throw me
the-
out. I don't care.
but I don't want to throw you out. What I want to do is 2 things. Number 1, I just want you to tell us the name of your dissertation. Number 2, as soon as you tell us the name of your dissertation, we'll fuck off. We're done with it. We just need to know the name of the dissertation, and then we'll
No,
go right
because you're
back
trying
into
to
the
find-
7 spirits.
You're trying to find who I am, and that is my privacy. When I appear on YouTube,
Do you want to
and I
like
don't
DM
write
it
my
to
real
one of
name
us?
on the bottom right here. For
Do you
have
want to like DM
respect
to
for
DM it to one
someone's
of us, and we
privacy,
won't?
correct? It's part of YouTube policy. My friends,
Mhm.
listen to me. Part of YouTube's policy. If someone wishes to remain anonymous, that is,
I thought you said that we
what
could
we're
find it
allowed
on
to
your
do.
YouTube page.
it is. It's on my YouTube channel. Now
We
you're
just-
looking for it. You can search for it.
We
And
did.
I really don't
see
even
anything.
care because
I
if
see,
you want to post it, you'll
by
now
the way,
try to
every
post
single
it.
video is in all
And it's a
caps.
violation of my own. It's a violation, man. I don't think these guys get it.
New podcast,
They don't.
new package
All right,
arrived
so
today.
let's do this. We're
I do
obviously
many
not,
things
we're
on that
obviously
channel. I make music. I create
Guys,
music.
we're
I
obviously
write songs.
not
all
going to
sorts
get
of kinds of things. I
we're
do.
not going to get Skeleton Man to tell us any personal information. And as somebody who receives
you.
death threats often, I don't know if we have to push him for that. I don't
don't.
think that's not the precedent we have to set. He already said that this is a
You're right.
privacy issue, and we, as all people, Dr. Blitz and I, Quanta, we should understand that why that is important. Now, back to the 7 spirits, right? I think the problem that we're going to have here is, one, you're taking things that we understand to exist somehow in the real world, and you're referring to them as spirits. And I think that's going to be our hang up. What is the connection between these things existing and somehow being a spirit?
So thought is the first activity. Thought is the first activity that you do before you have any function mechanically. So is thought a spirit?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
You don't think so? Okay, so explain to me then how thought works in a mechanical way, if you can.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like thought is some kind of complex process that happens in the brain. Like it seems like it's the processing of input data to lead to output data, or to lead to output neuronal signals.
And how is that process done? That's what I'm asking you. Do you know
Via
how
the
process
transmission
is
of chemical ions across what are these, cell barriers?
Axions and all that. Yeah.
Not axions,
that's
axons.
Axon. Sorry, I get the two.
That becomes that supersedes that comes after thought. Thought must exist first. What is thought? So you're
No, I think that's what thought is.
When I wanted you to describe thought, you started
think
to
that's what
describe
thought
the
is.
mechanics of how the brain achieves something in order to create it into
I was
the
telling you what I
physicalness
thought.
of the world.
I was telling you what I think thought is.
So you think thought is that. Okay, so I can tell
Yeah.
you know what you described is still a function in the activity of the brain. Thought comes before that.
Oh, why should I believe that that's true?
When you want to, let's say, play a game, for instance, what makes you want to play the game?
I would say that it's neuronal pathways firing in a particular way.
Something happens before that takes place.
I don't think that there is something that happens before that takes place. I mean, I guess
It
there's
has to
stimuli from
happen.
the external world.
Something has to happen before your body chemically starts reactions in
I mean,
order
we could
for
say that
you to function.
we could say that there's stimuli from the external world. That's possible.
Yeah, maybe I look at a board game and my neural pathways have an inclination to have a positive response to the experience of me playing it, and so therefore I decide, oh, I'm going to go play that.
For instance, I'll clarify it more. For instance,
Love that.
Let's say
love not addressing that.
Sir Isaac Newton is sitting underneath the tree and he sees an apple fall. What's his thought process? Why does that come to his thought process?
Tree.
How does an inventor invent something that is non-existent in the real world?
Oh, as an engineer, I could tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
There,
And
he's
that's
an
not
engineer.
related
That's
to
very good.
the Newton
That's something
Apple
very good. So
thing.
as an engineer,
the whole point of the Newton Apple thing was that he saw two seemingly unrelated events, namely the apple falling in a breeze and the moon traveling around the Earth, and he realized that they are both governed by the same mechanism.
So that's one kind of thought. So the engineer, I believe, is about to tell us there's another kind of thought. So if there's nothing that you can observe as an engineer of any mechanics or anything that's physical, how do you create something and where does it come from?
So it comes from your brain. And typically when you're doing, I don't know, design work, what you're imagining is usually somewhat similar to something else that exists. It's not all that common. It's not all that common that an inventor is like doing something out of thin air that is completely unrelated to something that anything that came before it.
Well, you said the word that is key. That's a critical word.
I have no idea.
Imagination.
Yeah, we agree. Imagination is what the brain does.
So, is imagination physical?
Yeah.
So you can touch imagination?
It's in your synapses.
You can
and
touch
neurons.
things, or there are physical things that you can't touch.
Maybe I need to clarify for you. There's physical, there's mechanical.
It's
a good analogy.
Between these.
Is both.
Is like the program Word in a computer. Can you touch that program?
Yes, you can touch a
Microsoft
program.
Word.
Yes, you can touch a program, but you can't touch the data that's on the program.
But
because data collected needs a different mechanism.
You can touch
For
a
instance,
program?
In my imagination contains data.
What does it feel like?
Let me explain something. Imagination contains data. In order for you to extrapolate this data from my imagination, you would need some kind of interface, which we call a computer. So in order for you to get the data from a floppy disk, the floppy disk is little. Look how thin it is. There's a lot of data on this, but you can't physically get a hold of it. So you'd need something to interface with it and pull it up, and now you have it on your screen. And that is a lot of data can be collected. Let's say there's a terabyte.
Seems like a non sequitur.
So in your imagination, that works the same way. That's the spirit realm.
So wait, do computers use the spirit realm?
I didn't. Did I say spirit? Did I say computers use the spirit realm? I gave
I'm
you
asking.
an analogy. I just gave
I'm
you an
asking.
analogy of how. What is imagination? Imagination consists of every amount of data that you can possibly imagine ever created into the world.
I'm so
I don't-
lost.
And in that, we
Why
call
would I
that the
think
word
that?
of God. The word of God. So the word of God, with him, all things are possible. So in imagination and thought, all things can be made possible. But
I'm
they
not
don't
even sure if
always
this is a
manifest
coherent
in the
idea.
they don't always manifest in the physical realm. So data, you could have like data centers.
Data's
for
my
instance,
favorite character
there's
on
a lot of
The
data
Next
centers,
Generation.
and the data keeps getting collected to more and more data, right?
But data is in the physical realm.
The building is in the physical realm. The data itself is not a physical entity in
Yeah,
the
it
realm
is.
that you and I are in the three-dimensional. No.
Yeah,
Very
it is.
much is physical.
It's like
No.
literally
Bits.
stored in bits.
If every amount of data that's
It's-
stored as a code became physical,
It is
there
physical.
would not be enough room
Is
on this
data-
planet to contain us as
Yeah,
physical
it would.
Data
entities.
stored in is data stored in the balls?
Data becomes data becomes the imagination that can be manifested into reality.
Is that a yes?
What is it?
Is data stored in the balls?
It can be, yes.
Oh, okay.
It's DNA, right? DNA is a form of data. Yet DNA is not a human being. So you just dropped your penny, has just dropped, right? Because you wanted to be a joker and make a
Penny.
joke.
I mean, it was pretty
And
funny.
now your penny has dropped because, yes, your testicles,
My penny
by the
has
way,
dropped? What does that mean?
contains
My testicles
DNA
dropped.
that can create entities
Uh-huh.
of physical realm that occupy space and time. But as that
Entities.
data is in your testicles, are they taking up space, occupying space and time? Do you
Yeah.
have children yet produced from that
That's
data?
how data works.
Yeah, exactly. So the imagination is the same way.
Yeah, it
Imagination exists.
takes up space and
data
time. I
is
know.
there,
Imagination is stored in the balls.
but the spirit is what manifests it into becoming physical.
But that's what we're trying to say is no to that. There's no spirit that we can observe.
No, you as a three-dimensional entity cannot observe a spirit. No.
Four-dimensional.
So what would be the argument or the evidence
Three-dimensional, you're
that
not
any spirit
fourth-dimensional.
exists?
We got 4.
So this
At least
gentleman
four.
down
Agree to
here at the
disagree.
bottom, he said he's a fourth-dimensional creature.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow. Fourth-dimensional creature living in a 3D world. You know that's impossible.
No, the world's four-dimensional.
You think that? So you think the world is 4 dimensions?
Yeah.
Where
Yep.
you're in right now has 4 dimensions.
Yeah.
Well, Einstein says.
I mean, like, technically it's where and when, but yeah.
So obviously, you see, when they were saying that, claiming that they had intelligence, now they're making the claim that we live in a
Are
four-dimensional
you
world,
disagreeing with Einstein?
and he's a fourth-dimension person.
Bro's
you
just like
disagreeing with
casually
Einstein?
Einstein is
I
unintelligent.
disagree with pretty much anything that's called
Wait.
a theory or a hypothesis. Yes.
So
Well, good thing
Including
we've
the theory of
experimentally-
mind.
Until new evidence approaches you.
Wait, do you
you're
disagree
gonna-
with the
you're
theory
gonna
of mind?
agree, let's say the theory of relativity. It's a theory.
How about the
right?
theory of mind? Do you disagree with the theory of mind?
I disagree. Did I not just earlier state? Are you focused, sir?
Dude,
I'm
Are
very
you focused?
focused.
Okay, so what did I
Locked in.
say earlier about all theories?
That you
Dude.
disagree with all of them. I was just double checking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
So you
Just
disagree
I'm
with the
just
theory of
checking to make
mind?
sure you're focused, because when you repeat a question to me, it seems like you're
Oh, I
not
wasn't
focused.
repeating a question. I was being
You're trying
incredulous
to
because you just
lead
said that
the
you disagree with
witness. Yeah,
all
that's what
theories,
you're
which
doing,
is
it's called
There's
exactly
also
yeah,
germ
yeah.
theory, music theory.
But back
What if-
again to what the
theory of
engineer
gravity.
stated.
well, like what about
So when
like
you're wanting to create something,
there's like a really
you have
famous
your skills, you have your
book
measurements, and these are all
um,
things that are real for you. But you
electrical
need
theory?
a imagination, which is a data center in a manner. So you want to try to grasp some data, pull the data out of where? Nowhere, space, time,
Well, the data
non-existence,
exists.
spirit realm, to try to put that in paper
I
to
got some
build
data right
something
here.
physical,
So
right?
I got some.
Just
I got
to-
some data.
not to
I
not
got
to
some
move
data. No, I'm kidding.
not to move forward too
I
I got some
fast,
data
but
right here.
there's a
DZ,
very
you see,
there's
DZ,
a
you
very
see.
common. I'm not trying to interrupt anyone. Just hold on for 5 seconds. There's a very popular book in my field. This is Understanding Electrical Theory for NEC applications. The NEC is a major code body that we use in electrical engineering. We're not confused about electrical engineering or electricity. This is not a theory. A theory just means in science an explanation for a body of facts. It doesn't mean that it's untested. It doesn't mean that it's untrue. It just means it's an explanation for things. And you know what? Some theories have been around for a long time and they're essentially debunkable. Some theories are brand new and they might need some tweaking. Just because the word theory shows up in any of these forms doesn't mean that we should just throw them out. That's not how that works. So
yeah, we don't throw out theories. I agree. What we do test them more to bring forth more evidence because some theories will change throughout time.
And sometimes they do. So
With
all
time
I'm saying
being
is
a dimension.
you can't just say, well, because the word theory is connected to it, I don't have to pay attention to it. That would be silly. So what was your next point that you were getting off to?
That. I didn't say I do not use theories. I said I do not accept theories as facts and without more evidence, because more evidence will come along.
I actually don't think that's what you said. I think you're just changing what you said.
No, that's what I said. You added words to me and tried to make me as if I said I don't believe in theories. I didn't say I did not believe in theories. Theories exist, but not all theories are correct. So when you asked me the question, I said, no, I do not accept theories as facts.
Is that what you said?
Regardless, general and special relativity have something that have been experimentally confirmed many times over.
So back to the seven spirits. Okay. Where does knowledge come from?
The balls.
That's one of the spirits. Where does knowledge come from?
Well, knowledge.
When we go back to that analogy of the data centers and the data and stuff like that, where does knowledge come from?
Well, knowledge isn't a thing that comes from anywhere. Knowledge is a description of what happens when a person with a brain has something in their brain that seems to be what we would call true, meaning I have knowledge that there's a pen in my hand. We're really describing a brain state.
Okay.
That's it.
And that came forth from what?
From a brain?
No. So
there's obviously not, Justin. That's absurd.
Then you have to have counsel. For instance, when you're born as a child, you don't have the knowledge you have right now.
I was actually born as an adult.
Were you born with all the knowledge as an engineer right now? Do you have that when you were a newborn child?
Knowledge is gained through experience.
Very good. So I would say that it's gained through what? Spirit came after life.
Well, again,
why would I think it's a spirit?
Why would we put a spirit in there?
What is that thing that came next? Counsel?
Yeah.
Counsel?
But why does the word spirit get tied to any of these things?
Because counsel is something that is non-entity. That's why we call it spirit. In the Greek, they use the word pneuma. Instead of phantasma, so I'll give you an example of linguistics.
That's not the word for counsel in Greek.
We have two words for spirit in the Greek.
Pneuma means
phantasma
Are you questioning the
pneuma.
PhD?
Listen to me. Phantasma and pneuma. Do you know the meaning of the Greek word phantasma, which is the word spirit in English? If you translate it into English, it's spirit. Do you know the difference between phantasma and pneuma?
One is typically referred to like a spiritual experience, like an apparition or a ghost, or even what we would call a phantom in English.
And which one is that? Very good. Phantom.
And pneuma has a different sense to it.
And that's why the Greeks, who are highly educated, instead of saying phantasma, they wrote pneuma. Because there's a different connotation. There's a different meaning to it. So what does pneuma mean in the Greek understanding of what they were trying to describe to you as a reader of a book?
It's a generic word for some kind of spirit, or sometimes it could refer to even like wind or breath, similar to what we find in Hebrew with ruach.
HaKodesh, you mean? No, it comes from HaKodesh, not
no. HaKodesh doesn't mean spirit. That means holy.
Is the Kodesh is the breath of life itself.
No, Kodesh is holy.
Listen, I am an Israelite. I speak Hebrew.
You're certainly not.
Kodesh does not mean holy.
You do not speak. Oh yeah. Ha'im ata medaber avrit.
It doesn't mean Holy Spirit. Don't add the word Holy Spirit. It means what it meant.
Ha'im. Listen, Ha'im ata medaber evrit.
And you want to cross where?
What?
You know what I said?
Even I know what that means.
I just asked him, and he
So
still
you,
hasn't
so you
given me
don't
the
know
answer.
Hebrew then?
You said Avri?
I had.
Do you know
said
what Avri means? Do you know what Avri
Ha'im.
means?
I didn't say Avri. I said Ha'im
He doesn't say
ata
Avri at the end of his sentence.
medaber evrit.
Yeah, listen. It's a bad accent, but even I know what he's saying.
So this is what they like to do. They like to play this game, right?
It means, do you
One
speak
word.
Hebrew, dumbass?
HaKodesh to them, they go
I
around
asked
saying,
you-
the Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit. HaKodesh means the one who gives life, life itself.
No, it does not.
HaKodesh, the very holy thing.
This guy's
Without
so
life,
lost in his own
you
world.
cannot have any of the
Yeah,
other
this
seven
guy
spirits,
doesn't
6
know
spirits
any
with
Hebrew
it.
for sure.
So he has no understanding about
This is
this.
rough.
None.
Saucer, something else.
He has a computer in front of him,
do you
and he's
want
going
me
to
to-
type in whatever he thinks, and
Do
he
you
thinks
want
he's
me
wise
to,
with his
to
computer.
show you Kodesh in the
I
lexicon?
actually critiqued the word HaKodesh and wrote a thesis on that as well.
Well, you shouldn't have, because you're
Do you
wrong.
think that like a thesis is just like
You
any
really
time,
look
anytime
really
that you
silly
like
to me right
ramble on the
now
internet?
when you have just said HaKodesh means it's the same as saying Roch. It's spirit of life.
I didn't
Holy
say that.
Spirit.
I said
That's
the
what you
exact
said.
opposite. I
Holy
said
Spirit.
Kodesh means holy.
HaKodesh hasn't even
Maybe
the spirit in
manifesto
it.
and thesis are the same
HaKodesh
thing.
HaKodesh
Turns
just
out,
means
yeah.
the holy.
The holy what?
Whatever you apply it to.
Ish. What's ish?
Ish means man.
No, we're looking at the letter. The letter. The
There's
letter.
no
You know,
ish
Hebrew
letter.
Do you even
letters
know the
have
name
meaning.
of? Do you even know the name of the?
No, they
Hebrew
don't.
letters?
Hebrew. Oh, wait. He said Hebrew letters
This guy,
have no meaning.
way this guy learned Hebrew now.
Hebrew
no,
letters
not
have
a
no meaning,
chance.
everyone.
They
Wait a
don't.
minute.
Bro's
Wait
just
a
been
minute.
lying for like the last hour.
So if
There's
I bring
no
up the
way.
Hebrew meaning,
There's
you're going to deny it?
absolutely no way that this guy
PhD
has a
from Harvard
PhD
lied?
in linguistics.
Never.
Because
Let's go.
if he
You ready,
had, he
everyone?
would know that Hebrew is a consonantal language, which was previously a
There's no
syllabic language,
vowels.
which was
Does he even know where Harvard is?
previously an iconographic
Everyone,
language.
here you go.
And when
This gentleman
languages
just declared
and
something
when
that was an
languages
absolute lie.
and when languages turn
They're
from
called pictographs, hieroglyphs.
when pictographs become a consonantal language, what happens? I don't know why you think this is funny.
wise. You
Laughing
thought
like
he
the
was
Joker.
wise.
I am
Jeremiah
wise.
There's that one
chapter
I'm
Gorilla song
educating you
about to
right
play.
now.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 8.
What-
So I'll show you the letter. You want to look at the letter?
What's a syllabic language? Listen, you
Here's
can
the
show
letter
me.
right here for you to
You can
look
show
at.
me whatever you want on the internet. It doesn't mean
So,
anything because I'm
when we
explaining
say
to you why.
HaKodesh,
I'm
when we say
explaining to you why you're wrong. Do you want to hear
Kodesh.
it? Would you like to hear why you're wrong?
I'm
Of course
not
you
wrong.
wouldn't.
Well,
Am
you
I
are
saying-
wrong.
Am I
I don't
using,
think
Okay.
this guy's
am I
heard
using sheep?
anybody else's thoughts
Do you
besides his
know
own.
what a syllabic language is?
Yes.
What is it?
You tell me.
So you don't, Mr.
You're
Linguistics.
the one looking up on a computer for all these definitions. I don't need to do that.
I know what it is. I went to school and actually learned the language.
Tell me what is the Slavic understanding
So-
and your meaning.
I
Without
didn't
the
say
computer.
Slavic. I said
Turn your
syllabic.
computer off right now because you do look
I'm
really silly
talking
when
to you on the
have to
computer,
type into a
idiot.
computer. This is what you do. This
Do
is
you,
where you try
do you,
to make
do you
people
want me
look
to
foolish.
explain to you? I'll explain it
Look,
to you since
nobody's
you don't
making
have
you
a
look
PhD in
foolish, skeleton
linguistics.
man.
Yeah.
You're doing
So-
it yourself.
A syllabic
Slavic-
language is when you take an icon. Egyptians did it. The Sumerians did it.
It's called
You take-
heretics. Egyptians call it heretics.
It's not heretics.
Egyptians
So-
call it heretics.
No, they don't. So just pay attention. So what happens
they
I
don't.
think he means
when
hieratic.
you go there you go.
not
Hieratic.
hieratic.
It's also not a listen. It is hieratic. That's the Egyptian language. So
Yeah.
what happens when you go from a pictographic language to a syllabic language is they took the common pictographs and said, listen, the first syllable of this pictograph is all we really need. This pictograph no longer has a simple meaning. It just means this one syllable. And we're going to take this one syllable and combine it with other syllables now to form words. That way, we don't need thousands of pictographs anymore. We can get away with maybe 800 syllables. It's easy. It clears the language up so much better. And that's what happened with
called
Semitic
heretics.
languages. They changed from a pictographic language to a syllabic language. Now, the syllabic language doesn't care about anything behind the original pictographic meanings. Nothing. Not a damn thing
So-
about the meaning of a pictographic icon has anything to do with why the syllable was chosen to form words. And then when it changed from a consonantal language, or from a syllabic to consonantal language, what happened is they said, listen, these syllables that are formed when we have these letters, these icons, we actually don't need the whole syllable. We can actually just go with the initial sound, the letter of that initial sound, and we only need like 22 to 26 of them. Shit, we can get rid of so many
this
of
is what the
these.
gentleman just did. He typed
We can get
this
rid
in,
of so many
and he
of
read it,
these.
and he read
We
it
can get rid of
verbatim.
so many. I have no idea what's on your screen. We have
read
so
it
many
verbatim,
of these letters,
and that's how I know he's
and that's
uneducated.
all we need to do a
The
language.
Slavic
So
language.
what
I'm
happened?
going to read it for you.
It's not
You
called
ready? I'll read
Slavic.
it. Slavic language.
It's not
Ready?
Slavic. It's syllabic.
I've just put it in here, and I'm going to read exactly what he just said, and this is what they do.
I bet you're not
They
going to
have
read
no
anything I just said.
But by the way, where
Can you
does the
repeat what he just
Hebrew
said, then?
language, what group of people spoke
Can
the
you
Hebrew
repeat
language?
what he just said, just to make sure that you're tracking?
See? Look, right here.
Because unlike
Yeah,
this
see?
guy, actually,
Indo-European language family.
actually have credentials.
That's where the
by the
Slavic
way.
language comes
He
from.
didn't even hear the first word of the whole thing.
Hebrew
He's
is
still-
not an Indo-European language,
He's still
everyone.
mixing up syllabic.
It's a
He's
Semitic.
still confusing.
There.
He's still confusing
You see?
syllabic with Slavic. This is embarrassing.
Oh,
this is
what a
so
rough
bad.
world we live in.
This is rough.
That's what you said. Slavic
Holy shit.
language.
I certainly did not.
Slavic. That's what I
Syllab,
was-
syllabic
not
with
what
a
he said.
B, genius.
Slavic. It's
Sy-
like
syllabic.
salvia. It's like
Bic.
salvia, right?
Bic, no.
I bet you know a lot about salvia, huh?
Syllabic.
See? This is
Syllabic
that guy
with a
down there at the
B.
bottom
Like a
over here next to
syllable.
me. He's
Like a
really
syllable.
weird.
Syllable.
So
Syllabic.
they can't
So-
even they come to YouTube, they say God
so
isn't real.
here's
and then
an
they invite
example
people to come
of,
and they don't even actually listen to anyone.
Here's an example of a syllabic language. This is when Egyptian was in the syllabic form. Do you see how every icon is equal to a
heretics.
syllable? It's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
He's not listening to a word.
Do you
you're
see
saying.
how
I am listening to
every
him, bro.
symbol, Captain, just pay attention. Do you see how every
am.
symbol is equal to a syllable? Do you see
I'm the one who
how
showed you that with the Hebrew language just a little while ago in the
symbol-
pictograph when you denied that it had
Do
meaning.
you see how every symbol is equal to a syllable? I said a
Liz, I think
syllable.
your headache is contagious.
You see?
Did it spread to him?
Do you know what a syllable is?
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I told you that every letter
So-
has a meaning, you said
They don't.
no, it doesn't.
They don't.
Okay, so when I show you this, now
I
I
don't-
want you to tell me
listen,
then.
I
When you,
listen.
no, you just
I
lied. You just
I
lied,
know.
and you
No,
lied.
I
to
didn't.
the
I
audience
didn't
as well.
lie. I didn't
And
lie.
everyone
So,
is well aware of it.
Captain, just stop
Justin.
talking for 5 seconds. You're showing me an icon from Harvey Benner's fucking website. I know him. He's a really cool dude. He doesn't
No,
believe.
this is actually mine. Everyone,
He
look.
doesn't
Tell me,
believe.
what is
you
the
did,
meaning of
You
Aleph?
did
Does
not
Aleph
make.
have
You.
a meaning? It's
No,
a
it
picture?
doesn't.
It also
Nope.
has a
Like
meaning.
talking to a brick wall.
No, it does not.
You see? Oh,
Nope.
it doesn't.
Nope.
How then did you
This is
produce
embarrassing.
the alphabet?
This is really
Sir,
embarrassing.
How did you produce the alphabet if letters don't have meaning?
The letter is equal to a sound, not an idea.
No, the pictograph
We
is
don't
the
use
idea.
pictographs. No, it's not.
The picture.
Pictographs
draw up a
have
picture of a
nothing to
camel,
do. Pictographs
What
have
is the
nothing to
meaning of
do.
my picture? That it's an
Pictographs
animal, a camel.
have nothing
Now I
to
take
do
that
with
and I
syllabic
translate that.
languages.
It's called-
Okay,
and
so
I
I'm
trans-
just gonna mute you now.
I'm
okay,
dying.
No one,
This is
no
so
one
funny.
can hear you. So
It's
pictographs have
wild.
nothing to do with syllabic languages. The meaning of the original picture has nothing to do with how it's used in syllabic languages. The only thing they care about is what that sounds like in the very first syllable. In fact, I'll draw it for you because I realize this is hard for
Maybe
your
get some keys to
reptilian
jangle.
brain. So we'll just do this right
So rude.
here. So we'll do an original Aleph, which is really just an ox head. And then what we can do is say, listen, here's
Olive? Ox? You mean that olive means ox
Yeah.
head?
We've got a pictograph. Now, what's interesting is this could be equal to an a whole idea, but what people said is actually, you know what? I don't know if we need the whole idea. We actually just need like the first syllable. The first syllable would be something kind of like this in Hebrew, which we would use 2 letters to indicate it. It'd just be an aleph and a lamed. Easy. That's a syllable. A syllable is a sound that is not just like a single letter. Like it's usually at least 1 vowel and usually like 2 consonants. And then later, someone was like, actually, we don't want this icon to mean even 1 syllable. That's too much. We want it to be just literally 1 sound. And we'll represent that sound nowadays with literally just 1 letter, just the aleph, which just means ah, typically, although it's silent nowadays. It used to not always be silent. So that's how languages work. By the time you get to a consonantal language, the meaning of the original pictograph is entirely useless. It doesn't do anything for you. By the time consonantal Hebrew came along, nobody even knew the original meanings of the pictographs. They have nothing to do with how the letters were chosen to form words. And given that you don't know any Hebrew and you're lying about your linguistics degree, this is embarrassing.
So you think that muting me makes you correct?
Yeah.
That's how you hold the debate?
It
You mute people?
actually.
It makes
In
me
real life,
correct.
you couldn't defeat me. I already made you look stupid.
No, you certainly didn't.
Pictographs
Host
have
it.
meaning.
Maybe we should up the chat.
You just dug yourself
it.
a hole when you drew
Certainly
it
didn't.
and said, I'm going to draw the head of an ox. Why
I
would
just
they
showed-
use an ox, the head of an ox, to describe what? What is the
Because-
meaning
He
of
was
it?
not listening.
Because
What
he
is the
wasn't
meaning of
listening.
it?
It means
Does it mean
means
strength?
It did mean strength when
Shut
they
up,
were
get out of here.
using
You're a fucking
pictographs.
moron.
Oh,
You're
there
a
he goes.
fucking moron,
He's
and I'll
losing
flip
it.
you off right
He's
now.
losing it
You're
now.
a fucking
He can't
idiot.
defend his possession.
You're a
He
fucking
can't do
idiot.
it. I'm the only one.
ultimate crash
I'm the only one with
For
credentials.
30 fucking minutes, these people were intrigued
30
by who
seconds.
I am.
30
Anyone
seconds.
can come to my fucking channel and see it.
So this
You're
is
an
why
absolute fucking liar.
this is why they wanted
I
to
would
know your
never
credentials
hire
because
you
it
as an
turns out
engineer.
that you're a
You have
liar.
fake backgrounds
Every
up behind
accusation
you.
is the
Fake
You have
backgrounds.
Fake fucking backgrounds.
These
Look
are my
at 'em.
books. You want-
Fake ass fucking
I
backgrounds.
pulled
My background's fucking real.
I-
You want to see my background,
I pulled this.
motherfucker?
I pulled this
You're
off
a
No,
my
piece of
nobody wants to
bookshelf.
see your background.
You're a
I'm
piece of
not
shit.
interested.
You're a piece of shit. Anybody can go buy books and pretend like they're wise.
Is this book
You're a complete fraud. I just figured you out, bro.
Pulled this off.
You
Damn.
beg people for money. Do you ask people for donations as well on your YouTube channel?
Fake?
I actually get nothing from this, by
You
the
have
way.
no, that's what they do,
This is
everyone.
a fake
They
book.
create YouTube channels to beg people for fucking money.
This is wild.
I
They
get
have
nothing from
no
this, by the
fucking
way.
idea
Sounds
what
like-
anything
You're
means.
just here
It
for the love of
sounds
the
like-
game.
I'm just
That's
here for
it.
the vibes, man.
Sounds like
This
jealousy
is
to me.
pathetic. These are pathetic dudes.
I'm just here for the vibes.
This is wild.
Life itself
This is
the
a really good
spirit,
crash
and they
out.
reject
I
life
bet,
as being
I bet this
God.
person has some really interesting theories
That's
about
what's
vibrations.
insane about this whole
and
thing.
crystals.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an atheist. Prove God exists. I'm an atheist. Life.
Wow.
Are
wow,
you
he really
alive,
steel manned us,
jackass?
didn't he?
Life isn't
Are you alive,
related to God.
jackass?
Life is not related to God.
So
After this
God
conversation,
is,
I might
God
not
in
be.
your Christian mind frame, which you were probably
I-
raised as
I don't.
Christians, weren't you?
I don't
Your
think
mommy
this
and
guy.
daddy.
I don't
No,
think
I
this
wasn't
guy
raised
has a
as a
Did your
PhD in
mommy and
anything.
daddy? See,
I
they won't even
was not
answer.
raised Christian.
Did your mommy and daddy raise you in some religion, and now you're grown up and you think you make a right choice by getting away from it?
No,
My
I made
parents
a
were
right
not
choice
religious.
because I actually went to school
Cowards.
and studied it, like unlike you.
You didn't go to school and study
Yeah, I
it.
did.
If you
I got-
studied,
I got
if you
2 degrees,
studied,
yeah.
most top scientists say that there is something that is creating something.
No,
Do you
no, they don't.
realize that?
So, do you see this
I
degree
don't
right
think
here?
so.
He's
You-
still. I could
what's
care
that-
less about your
what's that say
engineering
on it?
degree.
This is not
What
an
about my
engineering
PhD?
degree.
I could care less.
What's it say? What's it say on there, buddy?
Wait a minute.
Anybody can go to
If
school.
you could care less,
What-
that means
what's
that you
it
do
say?
care about this,
Degree,
right?
Yeah, it's could
And
be.
the people that
Ma-
taught
Yeah.
you were still
Masters-
morons.
Masters
That's not my fault.
of Divinity? Is that
Sir,
is that an engineering degree?
I actually school scholars that schooled you.
I find that to
dumbass.
be
Or you
not
could
true,
teach
actually.
online is not the same thing.
That's what you don't know. So
Yeah,
I went
name-
to school.
name
I
one-
got a degree.
name
but my
one.
degree is only as good as the people
Yeah,
that taught me.
name-
Until
Can
new
you-
person
name one
comes along
scholar.
and calls you a moron fraud.
Name-
Can you
This
name,
is
like,
name
one
one.
This is
Degree
like
is
an
worthless.
this is an iconic
Name one
crash
scholar.
out, by
How
the way.
much money did you
Is
use to
wild.
get that
Name one
degree?
professor
Name-
at
name one
Harvard that
scholar,
you
Answer the
taught
Captain.
question.
under.
How
Name
much
one
did you have
scholar.
to pay to get a degree?
For me, 0 because I
Oh.
had a full scholarship, asshat.
Full
Yeah,
scholarship that you're
I
still
didn't pay
paying
for my degree either.
Liar.
I'm actually getting paid.
I didn't pay a
because
dime of
undergraduate
tuition.
students,
They
so-
lie.
I didn't pay a dime of tuition, and you'll never guess who paid my
Me neither.
scholarship. Who? You want to know who paid for it?
Your parents?
No, the guy who started Generac Generators. He has a scholarship for divinity students, and I fucking got
so
it.
Generac generators.
Yeah.
Who's that? Who gives a fuck about that?
I do because they paid for my seminary
He
education.
does. That's why he's. I do. Does the
Yeah,
rest of
obviously.
the 10 billion people on the planet give a fuck about that guy?
Yeah, he was like a
No, they
like
don't.
like he
10
had like $1
billion
billion.
people don't fucking know who the fuck that guy is.
Generac-
Who created Generac?
Generac
what
is
the
like
fuck are you talking about?
the number one
Nobody
brand for
cares.
generators.
Nobody cares. I
It's
don't
the
use them.
number one.
Do you use them?
A lot of people do
This
around
is
the world.
The iconic crash out. Most iconic
This,
crash
really
out
this
of
is
the
one of my
game.
favorite crash outs.
It's a
I'm
crash
surprised
out
he's
now.
not
This is what they
figured out
say,
yet.
everyone. They'll accuse me of crash out. They accuse me of lots of shit.
Nobody's accusing you. It
Because
just
they
happened.
actually have no education. You saw earlier in the
You
program.
literally flipped
I
us
just
the way
off
that they
showed
were
you mine.
acting when I was addressing their
Shouted
thing.
swears
And
and
now, when I
everything.
finally have
Show us
had
your
enough
diploma.
of these liars,
Show
I
us your
flip 'em
diploma.
off and start cussing at them because that's what they deserve.
Show us your diploma.
That's what you
Oh.
deserve.
Show us your diploma.
Go find
I
out
can
who
show you my
am and
diploma.
look it up.
You won't give us the data.
Well, but
Go find
yeah, you won't give
I
us the
don't need to,
information.
do I?
you want
Privacy.
What?
Earlier,
oh,
the guy was talking about my privacy,
sounds
and
like-
now he's bringing it back.
sounds
up
like
again.
you don't.
I love how he's
Sounds like you
crying
don't
about
have
his
anything
privacy.
then.
Now he's wanting to find
I
out
love how
again.
he's crying
Look it
about
up. Just don't
privacy,
look
and
it up.
He said
You know
that he
that's called a
publicly posted
hypocrite.
it on his YouTube.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's called a
that's pretty
hypocrite.
wild. That is
It's
wild.
One or the other, man.
Oh,
If you want to
University of
see private or
California.
yes,
There you
yes.
go.
That pictographs don't have meaning.
They don't. Not in modern Hebrew. Nope.
Oh my God!
Do you know what Akkadian is?
Akkadian is a Sumerian language, you dipshit.
It's not, dipshit. Try again. Do you know what Akkadian
wait
is?
Wait a minute. Oh, he says no, Akkadian is not a Sumerian language.
Nope.
Everybody, go and find out. What
Sumerian-
language do Sumerians speak?
Sumerian.
Akkadian. And
No,
they wrote
Sumerian.
In cuneiform, and they wrote in cuneiform.
Sumerian is a
What a
different language from
fucking
This is a
Akkadian.
rough-
Man,
This is a rough day.
It's crazy.
complete idiot.
I'm just surprised he's still going.
I'm surprised he's still breathing.
Sumerians speak what language? Do you know?
Sumerian.
Sumerian. Yeah.
Sumerians speak what?
Sumerian.
Is the name
No
of the
such
language.
thing.
Yep.
No, I'm about to show you. All right,
No, you're
I'm
not.
about to put you in your place so
You're not
everybody
gonna
can
do
see
that.
just exactly how foolish
Are you
you
going
are.
to show us your online
Are you
manifesto
guys ready?
or what?
So just to be sure,
Sumerians
Akkadian.
speak Akkadian.
No,
Right
they
there.
don't. Nope.
Yes.
Nope. In fact, if
There
you're
you go.
using
Akkadian is an early Semitic language, making a
if you're
distinct cousin of
using-
languages like Arabic and
if you're
Hebrew.
using the
Which
Google
actually isn't
AI
true.
overview, it says the
the way,
Sumerians and the
everyone,
Akkadians were distinct
He's
peoples
using his own
with
thing rather than a real one that
fundamentally
everyone else can go and
different
look and find out.
languages.
Sumerians spoke Akkadian.
They didn't, so we'll do this again. Akkadian developed after the Sumerians were already failed as an empire. The Sumerians and the Akkadians were distinct peoples with fundamentally different languages. The Sumerians spoke and read Sumerian, which is different than Akkadian. Akkadian developed out of the Akkadian Empire from Akkad. That's Assyrian. The original Assyrian Empire was based in Akkad, which is why their language is called Akkadian.
Yeah, duh. Yeah.
So they're different languages. Duh.
And Abraham comes from the land of Sumer, and he spoke Akkadian.
Ah, yes, the land of
because
Sumer.
people in Ur of Chaldaea
Shinar.
they spoke
Linguist PhD, y'all.
Shinar, not Sumer.
Akkadian, not
Shinar. No.
You are of
Shinar is
Chaldeans,
not
dummy.
Sumer. Chaldeans is a Greek word for the Babylonians, dummy.
Babylonians is very
He doesn't
closely
know.
related
He
to
doesn't
who?
know any fucking languages. None.
It's the Sumerians.
I'm surprised he speaks English, to be honest.
Are we sure that he does?
No.
I can't wait to put this up on my YouTube
Please
channel to
do.
shut you guys down.
I would love the
Complete
publicity from
morons
this
right here,
Tag
everyone.
for
me,
all
you know,
5 of your viewers.
So
all
tell
that
me,
stuff.
why is God not real to you?
Oh, easy,
Well,
because it
look,
entails logical
if
contradictions.
God existed, then he wouldn't be so cruel as to have punished us with you for an hour.
Says
He
who?
did indeed
Says who?
punish us
Says
for an
who?
hour,
According to-
therefore God is
and
not
that the
real.
gospel according to retard in the middle?
Oh, there
boy,
we
you're
go.
just trying to do death by
Oh,
mod.
the gospel
Now-
according to the
There we go.
retard in the middle.
Now he's
This
using
can be
now
no
he's using
God,
slurs.
because God would not do
He's-
such things.
He's really
fuck
trying
are
to.
you to
He's
say
really
what God
converting
can
all of
and
us
can't
now.
do, you
My
dipshit?
goodness.
I'm your mama.
I knew a crash out was coming too. Actually, there's
I'm
a
the
couple
guy-
people in the
I'm the
comments
guy who
You're
that
a
said you
dumbass.
crashed out in Joel's
Enormous
stream
rhetorical
earlier.
That's
hog
right.
that you're tripping over.
Yeah.
These guys can't handle me. That's why they love to take
Yeah.
clips. They'll love
Are
this
you
clip because
sure?
they think they'll make
Skeleton
money
Man,
off
can you
of
handle
it.
my enormous
But guess
rhetorical
what?
hog down your throat?
This image is copyrighted. I dare you to clip
What
it
image?
without. I dare you
Which
to violate
one?
YouTube policy
Yep,
and edit
What
it.
By the way,
I dare
hey,
you. I
hey
dare
Skeleton
you.
Man, it's already on
one?
YouTube. It's
You're
already on
gonna
YouTube.
edit
You know
already
it.
that?
there.
They'll edit it.
It's
But I
live.
dare you to edit it. Watch what
Edit
you
what?
do if you edited this. If you edit this video and take a clip from it, I dare you to.
The whole
I
thing
want
is
you to.
posted.
We will be doing it like almost immediately. Why do you think we don't clip? We clip videos, buddy. That's what everybody
You
does on
clip,
YouTube.
if you clip videos?
You're on our channel.
Oh,
you
well,
came
wait,
you
you
came
clip
to us.
videos?
Yeah.
Is this a live stream?
Yeah, and then we're gonna
Yeah.
clip it later and post
And you
it.
clip videos from your live stream
Yeah.
When we're done
Yeah.
streaming,
to
we will
present it to
we will-
present people
we will
in a
clip
way
the
that is what?
conversation in a way that you present
Characteristic
yourself.
damage?
Wait,
Nope.
do you think that you have
Misrepresentation?
an
We don't do any
Have
of
you
that.
ever read YouTube
We don't do
policy
any.
about that?
We don't do any
See,
of that.
these guys.
So dummy, we don't. You're muted now. So what we don't do is edit the videos. What we do is we clip the entire conversation and
Doo-doo.
post it from beginning to end to show how unhinged and stupid some callers are, and you're going to be a particularly funny one.
You like to mute people, don't you? You think you
I
can
have
be heard.
I have to because you just shout over people that you disagree with
You're
rather
a
than
coward.
talking.
You're a coward. All you
I'm
gotta
not
do
a-
is say, "Let me
I'm certainly
talk,"
not
and
a
I let you
coward.
talk.
Certainly
DV,
not a coward. You don't let anyone
you're
talk.
not a man.
I'm
You're
certainly
you're
a man.
like a little girl.
Ask your mother about
You're
it.
a boy.
I'm a man, and I'm gonna show you who's a little girl.
They always get
I'm
so
a big
tough.
man, and I'm gonna
They
show
get
you,
really
you
tough.
little girl, who's a real man.
With a
Come on,
big
flex your arm.
PhD.
Let's see your muscle, man. Come on. Come on.
Where's yours?
Literally trying to flex.
Look, I
This
got him
is
to do
just
things.
hilarious.
That's
Where's
how much
yours?
of a woman he is. I
Where's
tell him
your-
what to do, and he'll do it.
Do it,
The
buddy. Flex.
misogyny comes out now.
Show
You're
me,
a
show
chump.
me your guns, buddy.
You're a chump.
Show me your guns. I want to see them. Are you
Now you're
scared?
going to try to be like me.
Are you scared? You don't want to show your guns?
Little man in the middle, come up
I'll
close
show you
like this. Let me see your eyes.
It's not even
Let me
huge.
see your eyes.
It's like mediocre at best. But why can't
See,
you show
look at them.
yours?
Look at them.
I want to see your
I
guns.
control them. They're my puppets.
Hey,
I-
Skeleton
listen.
Man, say something stupid.
My bicep's not even hard to beat. Just show yours.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm
So-
not your slave. I don't
so
need
now,
to do
Oh,
it.
see, he
so
just
now
said
you're
something
I
stupid.
already made you my slave. You're my slave.
Interesting.
Remember?
Okay. Uh-huh.
I'm the one who
Yeah.
told you to show me
Wait,
your
he's
guns.
pro-slavery
and you did.
now?
Mm-hmm.
You're my
Bros
slave.
pro-slavery. Cringe.
Geez, he's pro-slavery
Look at
and he
your
does
comment section.
slurs.
Look
This
at
is
your
pretty
comment
wild.
section. Read your comment section.
Yeah, they're all laughing at you. They said you got
Don't you, need
mods.
to, don't you need to do your super chats now?
Not until
I
we're
mean, we
done
do, but this is
goofing
really
on
good
you.
content, man.
Yeah.
This is like top tier content, and so like the super chats are just gonna roll in while we're
let me
doing
ask
this.
you
So
this.
thank you for
Have
funding
you
the
ever
channel. By
seen
the way.
me? Let me
Yeah,
ask you this.
actually,
Have you
that
ever
is
seen
the
me
case.
on other people's
It is
fact,
channel?
appreciated.
let me see.
Have you ever
In
seen
fact-
me on other people's channel?
Just
Your,
during the course of this conversation, Captain, we've had almost $175 of super chats come in because you're such a boner.
That's crazy. That's such good content, bro. Thank
Mhm.
you. I appreciate you.
So
Yeah.
let me explain
Thank you for
something
funding
to
the
you.
channel.
Let me explain something to you.
Mhm.
There are podcasters that are way bigger than you. Way bigger than you.
What the fuck
Yeah,
are you talking about?
definitely.
And what they do
No.
is I come, they invite me to their channel.
Oh yeah,
Whose
which
I come
podcast
to
one?
their
have you been on?
channel.
Which one you
And
been
guess
on?
how many
Which-
many views they get?
Which one have you been on?
You could go type me up on Muslim Lantern. You know who Muslim Lantern is?
Never heard of him.
Christian Prince.
Nope.
Never heard of him.
Nope.
Oh, so you're not up there with anybody. You don't have a lot of followers. What? How many you got?
I don't follow
25,000?
Muslims.
And half
So
of
I have
half of them are bots.
670,000.
Half
Well,
of yours are actually my
I've-
views.
I've
my
got
views
about
on other people's channel,
I've
Gets
got
up
about
in the
200,000.
Millions.
I have
Oh, yeah?
670,000
Well,
followers
then
on
show-
TikTok.
What's
Yeah.
the video you're on then?
670,000.
I mean,
On TikTok,
your
What
latest
video were you
YouTube
on?
Video
What do you
has
use
no
as a
views.
stream? What do you use as a stream?
You're on it right
Your
now.
last
I don't know what that
video,
means.
your
Hold on, I'm actually
video
looking.
from yesterday has 13 views.
So how many?
Eee.
Oof.
That's
13.
Okay.
yeah. So and
What video
and
were you
then
in?
Your point?
Another
What's your
9
point?
views.
What video
20
were you
views,
in?
Ego man.
26,
What video?
Ego man.
9,
bragging
Ego
about
man.
What's
views.
This is so rough.
Telling other people
Oh
that
my
they're
God, I'm-
ego
I'm-
man
what's your
when
point?
you're the one
Wow,
bragging
that's
about views.
impressive.
Tell us the name of a video you were in so we
Go
can
look
look it
at
up.
Muslim Lantern and me. I've got over a
Yeah.
million views.
Looks like
I'm
what
asking
video
you,
were
what's
you
the
in?
name of the
Be
video?
quiet.
What's
Be
the name of the
quiet about
video?
What's the
who
video?
knows
What's the name of the
who on
video?
what.
What's the
You're
name of the video?
pathetic.
What's the name of the video?
Western man claims to be Almighty.
Western Man. All right, Muslim Lantern.
They don't even say your name.
Western Man. That's the name of the
They
video.
don't even say your
that's
name.
One, that's one that has over 400 something thousand views.
But no,
We
actually,
have a guy named Juan.
actually,
another
we don't
guy named
even-
Juan, he
buddy-
has over 695,000
buddy, you're
views.
doing too much. We haven't even found your first video yet.
I'm a
His
liar,
YouTube
remember?
channel has
I'm a
50
fucking
subscribers.
liar,
Wait a
remember?
Yeah,
minute.
you are.
Hold on. This is so funny. Okay, so indeed, Western Man claims to be Imam Al-Mahdi. It does have
What's it look like?
453,000 views. And you know what all the comments are saying? He's not just a clown, he's the whole circus. Allah protect us from whatever afflicts this man. May Allah protect us from fake claimers. He
Hear
tried to
people
mock Islam,
saying
but ended up being a
God,
mockery. People
but yet
claiming to
to
be the
promote
Mahdi is not a
themselves-
recent phenomenon. How did
Oh,
Muhammad
he
sit
did
through this without
no.
dying every time this guy
Even though
spoke?
he
I'm dead.
doesn't believe
Mental
in it.
health issue is
Oh,
serious. If someone
they're
claims to be Mahdi,
clowning
that
on
automatically
him.
just...
Oh
It's
shit! The
rough.
whole video
And he's
is you
bragging
getting
about
clowned on.
Yep.
He doesn't even
I'm
know he's
looking
a
at his most
clown.
popular video on his own YouTube channel, and it's all similar. You are certified insane. Is this satire? How do you say cuckoo in Muslim? It's
As a Christian, I
rough.
hope we can all agree
Wild.
that this dude is nuts. Oof.
Now he's saying as a Christian. Now look,
The problem
you don't
with
even believe
crazy
in God.
people
Wait,
is
DD,
that they
DD.
don't know they're
Wait,
crazy.
DD, time out.
So shut the fuck up, dude. I'm reading the comments, you idiot. I'm reading the comments, dummy. As a Christian, I hope we can agree that this dude is nuts. You're out of your mind. You need help. You need psychological help. Go find some. All right. Do we have any more business with this clown? Do you want to keep going or?
In principle, no.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, he did get into a video with lots of views. They just weren't good for him.
That's true.
I have a feeling this
there's
could
that.
go on perpetually.
Yeah, we could do this for a long time. Unfortunately, I've got things I have to do today. My son and I and my girlfriend are going to be getting up to some stuff, so we can't stay too much later. But here's what I would like to do. What I really want to do. What I really, really want to do is to figure out where this guy got any of his credentials, because it sure as fuck isn't Harvard. Where I can find any piece of information to demonstrate that this guy has any education, because he doesn't know Greek, he doesn't know Akkadian, he doesn't know Sumerian, he doesn't know Hebrew. So what I want to figure out is what language other than English can you actually speak?
So we don't believe in God, but if we can come across people who down the man, then we're going
Dodge.
to read that and like it.
So dodge.
Dodge.
So you see how pathetic you really are?
Dodge.
Full on
That's
dodge.
not dodge. That's a
Bro's
pathetic
dodging
man.
harder than the LA Dodgers.
You made a
Is that what
claim
Ian
God
says?
isn't real. That's called a
Yeah,
claim.
you got it.
You know
Did
what
I
a
do
claim
right? I
is?
did it right?
God isn't
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
Now,
Sprechen
prove
die
it.
Dutch?
Prove your claim.
Sprechen die
Sprechen
Dutch?
Hola, mi amigo.
So you can speak Spanish.
I can speak many languages, fool.
Okay.
You
Namaste.
can say hello in all of them.
Namaste. Yeah. That's speaking a
Udi,
language?
ik pay Attenly.
Ooh, you speak Pig Latin now? Oh, you're so smart, huh?
Is that the only language you can
reverts back to
understand
being a
besides
child.
English?
Yet, the whole subject matter of the seven spirits, did they
That'll
even
be a
one time
yeah.
discuss
That's
this?
that's
Anyone?
just a yes.
Anyone on his... No, they never discussed it.
No, never.
Because this is how unintelligent you really are.
Yeah, that's what it is. Well, tell you what.
God is not real. Where's your evidence?
Right. So here's what we're gonna do, Skeleton Man. We're
No evidence.
We're at this point
No
28
evidence.
minutes over our quitting time, and I know you've got a lot of things to say. about
No,
the
actually,
seven,
I'm leaving
about
right
the
now. I
seven
can just
spirits.
leave. I don't really care
Well,
for you, to be
you've got
honest.
things
Okay,
about
bye.
seven
YouTube
spirits
is
that you want to
childish
talk
and
about,
stupid.
which is why
So
you're
when
on
I
it.
leave,
Later.
when I
So-
leave, go ahead and run your little fucking girly mouths.
Okay,
Well,
bye.
I just cut you, so you can't leave. You're already gone. Oh, okay. Well, that was fun.
Oh no.
I was actually expecting a crash out because there were people in the comments who already know this person because he crashed out
No
on
way.
other live streams that
No
said
way.
a crash out was coming.
I
So we
love
just
that.
needed to figure out where it was coming from, and we found it. That's fantastic. Also, a concise dictionary of Akkadian will explain to you as well how syllabic languages work. The pictographs don't mean anything. But
have you
don't-
ever considered that you could put the emphasis on the wrong syllable?
Obviously. Yeah. Syllable is a V, not a B now. We have got it.
Of course, of course.
The fact that he
Naturally.
didn't know what a
He's a
syllabic
PhD from
language
Harvard.
was
Of course.
crazy.
You gonna question a Harvard PhDs?
Never. I would never do
That's-
such a silly thing as that.
So he had a PhD in linguistics from Harvard, which qualifies him to talk about religion, except his PhD was fake, which now he doesn't have any qualification. He can't even talk about linguistics. Oh, it is fucking crazy. Anyways, we got some super chats to catch up on. I apologize, we got
That
so
we
many
do.
now, but we're gonna get through it. Adrian says Ian is not beating the allegations today. Well,
No, of course not.
I mean,
Ian is
Ian's not here
it
to
turns
defend
out,
themselves.
You know, what are you talking about? I'm allegedly not Ian. I'm also allegedly Ian. I mean, the allegations could be wrong, right?
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
And like, look, I as Ian, I do indeed endorse Dr. Blitz as the winner of the feud between Blitz and Quantanaut. Quantanaut does not know how to do a volume integral. Quantanaut is incapable of doing a Fourier transform. This is me, Ian, saying this.
And me as Dr. Blitz, I actually concede the whole feud. You know, I concede it to Quantanaut. So, you know, I guess that's more final.
I guess we'll have to wait and see what Quantanaut says.
Well,
We'll have to.
Waxbees, thank you for the 99-cent super poop. And Kane, thank you for the super chat. Are we seriously using the word mysticism in 2026? And yes, that's still happening, unfortunately. I think it's going to keep happening, actually, which is unfortunate. Gretchen with the follow-up super chat. Good news is in for some bad news. Well, a good news did not bring.
No way, y'all. The last guest just posted his dissertation on his YouTube channel.
Oh,
Really?
fucking A, let's go.
Wait, what's his
Yeah.
name? What was his name again?
It's the
It was
Captain Skeleton Man.
Okay, Captain. Hold on, I gotta check.
Here, I'll just send you the exact.
Get the link. Get the link. Hold on. Get the link for us.
Yep.
Where's it at?
Where?
I'll send it to your.
Oh yeah, he posted it an hour ago.
Yeah.
Where?
But it says dissertation by Almaty.
Oh, yeah, dissertation by Christopher Almaty. Author's opening
Oh, this
letter
doesn't
to
look
peer
like a-
reviewers.
This doesn't look like a dissertation.
Yeah, this is obviously not a dissertation. He doesn't know
Oh,
what
wait
a
a minute.
dissertation is.
Hold on. Oh my god, it's ChatGPT. Oh my god, go to 303. Go to 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Oh my god, this is so bad.
Oh no.
Seriously, pull this up, Justin. Go to 3 minutes and
Yeah,
3
I got
seconds.
it. I got it. Hold on. This is crazy.
This is okay now.
Why would he keep that in the video?
Let me get
Why would he do
303.
that?
Oh, so
All right,
good.
I want to put it on screen. Hold on.
You gotta go back just a few frames, and it says okay, like go back a few frames.
Mhm,
Yep, sorry.
I see the exact frame that you're talking
Right
about.
there, right there. Oh, you see it? Oh, that's so rough.
Oh, there. Yeah, there's. There's the
Okay,
thumbs
now
up.
the
thumbs up.
actual dissertation.
Oh no!
ChatGPT, please give me a PhD in linguistics, please.
This
Thank
is
you.
crazy.
Oh, that is the freest content I've ever seen. We really got to get on this whole clipping business, Justin, because we are
Okay.
missing out on dollary dues.
So this is true, and I have one person that I started clipping my videos, and I've got a second one that should be starting soon. And I'm thinking I could probably convince both of them to clip for Unapologetic as well. You and I need to sit down and talk about the structure.
Yeah, we can talk after the show.
But I now have, I think, 2 people that might have the time and the ability to get it done. So
Excellent.
we'll try to get that going. We really do have to do this. But yeah, this is unfortunately,
like especially with this guy. Mwah.
Yeah. I mean, this video on its own, I can clip myself and post it, or not post it. I'll
Well,
upload
yeah,
it.
I mean that's
won't take very long.
I feel like I've been honored. I was here for this event, and I was here for Ian's bipping and bopping.
Yeah,
you're just getting up all over there.
Maybe I'm the common thread.
I think
It's
Skeleton Man might be the new BMF, which is well, you guys don't know BMF probably, but Karen says we have 3 iterations of Ian: allegedly, eventually, and absently. Does that mean he's the Trinity? Anyways, praise Doug. Well, Karen, praise Doug. I think that is the case. Yeah, definitely. And Chris says the specific God of the Bible isn't possible. I agree with that one. Whether there is a God possible is different than whether or not the Christian God is possible. I think that's just a heavy no. And Dr. Joe, someone with a real fucking PhD, by the way, says the selective answered prayer and random miracles apology, I'm reconvinced. God not only exists, but is a good guy with admirable prioritization. Yeah, isn't that wild? Like, if God is doing these goofy ass sun miracles, but then saying like fuck off to the children with bone cancer, I ain't got time for that one. DD Main, thank you for your donation, and Chris, thank you for your follow-up super chat. Physicists say everyone would see the sun. Nuh-uh. I mean, true.
You know what?
I didn't account for that. I didn't account for that.
Had you ever considered nuh-uh?
It's a powerful retort.
Keep telling me that, but I'd never learn.
Well, if you were smart enough to be a flat earther, you'd learn. It's just you lack the brain power. Simeon says mass hysteria is a hell of a drug, and it happens a lot. Quite a few mass hysterias in the history. And Tim, good to see you. Dr. Quantonaut Blitz, round 3, excellent. Rare for a guest host to fit into the unholy trinity as well as he does. Actually, I think Quanta's a great fit with us. It helps that we've, the 3 of us have known each other for a while, but Quanta's a fantastic fit. And Contrary, have you heard about the butterfly people of Joplin, Missouri? No. Do you guys know about this?
Isn't that an episode of Star Trek?
About to find out.
There's like a butterfly people in Star Trek Discovery.
I think this
like they're like kind of people, but they're also butterflies. Or is this like a indigenous thing? Because it could be an indigenous thing, but
I don't know what this is referring to.
Oh, it was a tornado thing. That there was like
I remember the tornado.
Enigmatic creatures reportedly appearing during the events of the F5 tornado.
Oh.
That killed. Okay, yeah, it's that kind of thing.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, there is one article on
Mothman. It's Mothman.
It is Mothman.
Gotta be. Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to check into that one. Have you heard? The answer is no, I haven't heard until now. Thanks for the update. And AI-induced apologist says good news sounds higher than the Pope for sure. Well, that's basically what he's putting himself at. He's the authority, but he cannot tell us what the text means. Scott Duke says absently Ian. Oh no, not again. I like this team up too. I mean, listen, it's been a fun team up. And Steph says maybe anecdotal, but diving into miracles for evidence of God is early onset deconstructing, last ditch effort energy. I don't disagree. When I was doing my miracle apologetics, it was because it seemed clear that the Bible itself wasn't a great tool for apologetics and I needed something else. And so here we are. Relax with Russell says his head wouldn't have still been bleeding from the crown of thorns, though, because dead bodies don't bleed, and they also washed and perfumed the body. So this is actually true. In Gospel of John, before being placed in a tomb, it says that Nicodemus, I believe, helped to clean up the body, wrap it, and spice it, which means it seemed unlikely that they would have just placed it on a cloth and then wrapped it over top of his head. Scott Duke says, I demand Shroud of Justin merch. Fucking A. Let's do it.
That'd be pretty good.
Somebody's probably already clipped that. So, somebody clip the Justin Shroud and maybe we
Right.
can do something with that. And Oklahoma's... This sounds like a bad name. Oklahoma, come on. Listen, maybe I'm misreading this name, but you got to be careful around here.
It's
the
intentional.
camera phone seems to stump God's miracle power. I mean, true. Yeah, every time the camera shows up, God's miracles are surprisingly absent. Beheaded Kamikaze says 11 equals thousands, 3 equals 1, and words don't mean words. And that is Christian math. You have to adopt that to be a Christian. It's mandatory.
All numbers are identical.
Indeed. And Scott Duke says, let me know when that Shroud of Unapologetic beach towel is available. See, I knew we were going to do it. We will get a merch shop and make sure that it has a shroud in there. We'll make this happen. And Oklahoma's says a good God wouldn't send these people within the world or with the world. I mean, if I was a God and I was in charge, I would just make sure that everybody was good, or I would just, like close up the wombs of somebody that would give birth to a bad one. I wouldn't kill him. The V dude says if God was real, we wouldn't have moved on from good news. Or sorry, we would have moved on from good news an hour ago. Checkmate.
So true.
You know what? I'll have to apologize.
It was Justin's fault.
Having such a good time cooking that guy that I had no idea how long he was up here. I was just...
You were cooking.
It was hard when somebody says so many wrong things in one conversation. It's hard to let them go.
Well, if you cook for too long, it becomes burnt, though. So
true. Yep. And this is only a 4-hour show typically, so I gotta be more cognizant of the time. Straightforward. Thank you for the super chat. Says good news got slammed with bad news. Sundays are awesome with you guys. Well, thank you, Straightforward. And he definitely had a bad time, I think. Reverend Nate says Spice Girls taught us to become one. Wait, Spice Girls taught us to become one. Oh, yeah. Checkmate. I mean, this is true. Spice Girls, maybe they were influenced by Christian math. And I'm the Big Cheese. Good to see you. Says, how do apologists claim the early church lost its shroud for like 1,000 some years and never ever wrote about it at all? That's a fair point. It showed up at a time where the church was actively manufacturing relics, and there's no providence to it. Like, why would nobody have mentioned it prior to the 1300s? It's weird if this is literally the cloth he was buried.
Yeah, it just shows up over 1,000 years later. No big deal though.
It seems like the type of thing somebody would have kept. I am the Big Cheese says, if the shroud image was produced by a radiation-based miracle, wouldn't the woman who visited the tomb get some sort of cancer by handling this rag? So yeah, if the rag became radioactive, like it seems...
Well, it would have been a prompt radiation dose, not a chronic radiation dose. So they would have, been vomiting.
Is what the
losing their
nerd
hair.
would say.
Yeah.
Allegedly, not Ian is the cool one today.
Yeah, it's
Quanta.
true. I'm pretty cool.
And I'm the one who doesn't know how to use an oscilloscope today.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all right. Mr. Chris O'Brien says, bouncing boob-shaped lights and a dirty sheet. Sounds like you all need to become a Catholic. Is a bad wet dream. I mean, that's kind of what happened, to be fair. That's what they were describing. Catholics are dirty-minded. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. I'm the Big Cheese says Christianity. I mean, Catholic schoolgirls do have a reputation for a reason.
Oh.
Same. I'm the Big Cheese says Christianity lifestyle and doctrine directly violates and blasphemes the first 5 of the 10 commandments. I mean, Jesus does cause people to blaspheme. It's a different name than Yahweh for sure. And Chip says, wait, is Zeno an honest Philbro? I know that's a contradiction, so either he's honest or a Philbro, but wow, rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and all that jazz. Well, thank you, Chip. And yeah, that's why I was so pleased to see Zeno up here, because I was like, oh, he's actually trying to do the hard work. Congratulations, right? Synthwave says Blitz is losing the feud.
They said false. It, not me.
There is a consolation prize, don't worry. And Sydney Raptor says, Dr. Blitz, I used to get sinus headaches, but turned out to be low blood sugar, high metabolism, felt coming, manifested as sinus pain and pressure.
I've had a sinus infection for the last 3 weeks. It's acute. It's not a chronic
Chronic.
thing.
Yeah. Well. And Sydney says, Blitz, next time you feel it coming on, try Mars Bar. I don't think Blitz
Why?
is diabetic. Get your sugar up.
I'm not diabetic.
Yeah. I understand that if you're diabetic, these might be helpful solutions, but I think Blitz knows enough about his medical situation.
My
He knows
organs,
he's not
you know.
diabetic. Yeah.
Your
Game Master
organs, they
Flash.
cause so much trouble, Blitz.
I know. Just take them out. You don't need them.
You should borrow some from
Historically,
your
yeah.
real brother.
Yeah, I know. He is a good source of human flesh.
I mean,
I believe it.
sure. Game Master Flash says that we should bring back using Mo as long as Ems is okay with it. So I did that one live stream. I did a live stream once, where I called him Mo for a while. I think people found it entertaining, and even Ems thought it was kind of fun. But yeah, maybe we'll resurrect that. A professional, thank you for the super chat, says just tuned in, caught it live while at work cleaning up cat crap at the animal shelter. Cook them.
That's
well
rough.
done tonight. Yeah, it is rough. Simply Wet for sharing and Rock Hard for Doug. Cleaning up animal feces is not great. In fact,
It's really not.
that's what put me on the straight and narrow, made me start to get interested in Christianity, like for real. This is a little bit of Justin lore. I got in some legal trouble when I was a teenager, and I had to spend my whole summer shoveling out dog kennels and cleaning out cat cages at the Humane Society for free, rather than hanging out with my friends. And I was like, I'm not gonna fucking do this again. I got to change my life. So I started going to church, and
Crazy.
You know what happened after that?
What a wild
Polyproline
world we
says,
live in.
I know, right? The legal system turned me religious by accident. Polypropylene says, you didn't go to a real school. Everyone always agreed with me at my school. I mean, that is a danger. If you go to a school and all the professors and students are like in agreement on shit, that's not good. The reason why you don't hire your students to be professors, because institutional incestuous education is like the worst of the worst. It turns into an echo chamber. Lady Still Dreaming says conduction zone, not induction zone. Just saying, the lives. So I did go through the idea of doing induction rather than conduction. I feel like I'll just like the sound of conduction better, but induction's really good. I don't know. Maybe I'll take a vote. Either way, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna be tearing shit apart, doing demonstrations on how electricity can be fun and cool and interesting. And fuck, I might even convince Dr. Blitz to do a couple of videos with me so we can do like some really, really cool stuff detailing fields. Something that Blitz should be better educated on than I am. We, like in electrical engineering, obviously we learn about the fields, but like we don't spend that much time on it like a physicist would. I am the Big Cheese says, I believe in a crater, but a cool, edgy, esoteric crater that is half the Force and half Deepak Chopra and half Dr. Sebi. Basically skeleton. Yeah, that is the case. And now we're just over halfway through our super chats, and all of the rest of them are for skeleton. Every last super chat now is about skeleton.
That's so funny.
Oh boy.
Which is...
I'm ready.
Exceedingly. My body is my mind is willing, but my body's not ready.
This could be a lot. Skeleton really, he really brought some flavor. I'm the Big Cheese says Captain Skeleton neglected to name his 8th spirit Moonshine. Indeed that is the case. I believe he had some spirits. Design says, so confused, since the religious equate life with having purpose, do they regard molecules that self-assemble RNA alive, spirits, or demons? Fair. If life is somehow a spirit, where do we figure out the difference? Where does biology stop and spirit start? I don't know if they have a good answer for that, and they're probably all going to have different answers. Dr. Joe, thank you for the additional super chat. Hope you're doing well. That sperm turns into life assertion is nothing more than men whose ego can't allow women the exclusive power of creating and carrying life. PhD for real. And yeah, there's, it's funny because even if like you're progressive or a feminist, if you're raised as in this society as a man, sometimes you still have like lingering ways of thinking and talking that is still like misogynistic and egocentric, and it takes a while to unlearn it. But a lot of the callers we have on here, I think, are fucking purposely misogynistic egomaniacs. But up here, we're all willing to learn and change so we can get better.
But of course, we've already done all of this work. We're perfect
All
at
of
this
it.
point.
Yeah, I've never
All
made a
of it, yeah,
mistake.
yeah.
It's all done.
That's right.
Yep, fully deconstructed out of the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm. I don't even believe in men anymore.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Don't even exist. Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
They're
I'm a man anti-realist.
Oh shit. Okay.
Just like an Ian anti-realist.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, our live got flagged a second time. What for this time?
I mean, that's okay. It's not really a big deal considering that we're gonna end the live soon.
I know. Our live got flagged twice today. This would be a good time.
On TikTok? It's not great, but...
Well, what are you going to do?
Not the end of the world.
Tim says, is the PhD from Harvard in the room with us?
No.
It is not.
You know it's not.
It is not. Oh boy. Game Master Flash says, so Skeleton Man had a free look at his paper. Boom, peer reviewed. Yeah. It was clear he didn't know what peer review meant.
I don't think it was a friend. I think he just fed it into ChatGPT. No, he had ChatGPT produce it and review itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad. Dr. Joe again. Dr. is having a field day with Skeleton. It says, also my title, Positive Evidence-Based Intervention to Treat Substance Abuse Disorder in Private Practice. Does this curriculum work? I also wrote the curriculum that was studied. Indeed. If you wrote a dissertation, you probably know the dissertation title, even if it's a long, complex one like this. In fact, my understanding is that the longer the title is, the better the dissertation is. So.
False.
Mine's longer than yours, Blitz.
Trivially false.
Just playing. Game Guy says a Skeleton is so bitter that he got called out. Not only did he get called out, like it doubled down embarrassingly.
It was pretty rough.
Doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down.
Yeah. Bookit says, ask him where Harvard is located. Oh, fuck. He wouldn't
I
have
was
known
thinking
that one
about
either.
that. Yeah, there would have been no way.
I did try to sneak it in, but I'm not sure if he heard me over everybody.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Him with an additional super chat. No, he said it was publicly available. That's what I thought. He said, go find it. Blitz and Quanta aren't being unreasonable or pushing him without a basis. He's lying. Call him out for it. I think we got there. I was trying to be as charitable as possible to him, just so we can move the conversation forward. But come on, we all know he's lying, like about literally everything. Herbie Shine, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. And Herbie, thank you for being a member. I see your star. Skeleton had a massive, out of nowhere crash out on the Inquiry Couple channel. They posted it as a separate video. Oh, no way. They got a visit? Okay. Now I'll have to track it down. I wonder if we could... This would be a guy that would be interested to go to all the atheist live streamers and snatch his videos and do a compilation, because I bet they're wild. In fact, give me 1 second. I'm going to put that in my notes for this guy. I'm going to say... appeared on let's see, Inquiry Couple and others. Make a compilation. Oop, fuck. There we go. Compilation of the crash outs. Gotcha. Thanks for that. I appreciate that, Herbie. And a Brisinger Blaster. Skellboy crashed out and got BMF'd on John Cohen's stream? No fucking way.
Of course
Okay.
he did. He's just been making the rounds, right? He must have been.
Yeah.
Got like a humiliation fetish or something.
Jesus. All right. Thank you. Listen, I love this. And you know how hard it is to make John do something like that. Liar and a fraud. So John Cohen never loses his cool. In fact, I got to get John Cohen back on my channel. John Cohen's fantastic. But thanks for that. And I'm the Big Cheese says, I bet if someone said that Captain Skeleton is talking like someone who makes up a fake Harvard PhD, he will threaten violence. You know what? I actually thought that's where it was going. when he started asking about like flexing muscles, I was like, oh, does he want to get like, is he going to play the violent card? Like, you wouldn't say that to my face. Like, why the fuck wouldn't I? Listen,
I was really hoping that he would, but he didn't.
Worst case scenario, you fucking lose a fight. It's not that big of a deal. I don't know why people think that like another person would back down just because they might lose a fight. It's not that bad. You lose some, you win some. You go home, you recover, you'll be fine. I Am the Big Chief says, I bet Justin can challenge Skeleton to a Hebrew or Greek language contest and wipe the floor with him. Listen, he couldn't get past, do you know Hebrew? Or do you speak Hebrew? A midaber is speak in the participle form. But if you don't know that, I don't know what to do with you. And he didn't know Kodesh is the word for holy. It's crazy. Haruach HaKodesh just means the Holy Spirit. That's the combination. It's wild. That's why a temple prostitute is a Kodeshim. It's a concretized whatever. Anyways, we all know he was a fraud. Game Guy says, sure does misuse a lot of words for a guy with a PhD in linguistics. Yeah, you know, maybe we misheard him. He had a PhD in linguini? Maybe.
Ah, linguini.
He's really good at fucking making pasta. Okay,
it's all coming together.
Okay, that makes sense. Coffee Mom says Captain Zero, secondhand embarrassment on YouTube, 1,334. Yeah. I listen. I love that he thought he was going to post that on his channel and clown us. I hope
like
he
embarrass
does.
us. Like
yeah, I'm excited for it.
I'm hoping that he does post it because
he literally intimated
so
that
funny.
he would like sue us if we cut the video up when we posted it. It's wild. Eat Some Shorts, thank you for the super chat. Says nobody makes me think my own thoughts that you thought I thunk. First Rear Admiral Dr. Skeleton Man. Yeah, that's probably the right combination. Kurt Fell says, time doesn't exist, guys. Get with the program. Also, Dr. Blitz, please assist me with my medical concerns. You're dodging me.
Yeah, Dr. Blitz.
Oh no, I have responsibilities now.
I
Can't
did
just
have
go around not treating people's medical concerns.
I did have one question on time. I know we
Yeah,
always
Dr.
get
Blitz.
bogged down on this.
Oh boy.
I've been flirting with the hypothesis that I don't know how big of a hypothesis it is, but I've seen quite a few physicists write articles on it that time might not actually exist. It's actually just an illusion.
Yep, that's a real thing. I mean, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I'm the philosophy dork, so I can say that.
So, is this something that a lot of physicists take seriously, or is this more like string theory?
It's the kind of thing that a lot of physicists don't even bother thinking about. Keep in mind, most physicists are like Dr. Blitz down here, where they build instruments and test run experiments and collect data and do analyses and things like that. A very, very small portion of physicists are actually like concerned with like the nature of time as far as like quantum gravity is like it's just a vanishingly small percentage. And so you know, it's going to be a small fraction of physicists that have even considered it.
Okay. But my only thought is, if time doesn't actually exist, right? It's just something like an illusion created by how our brains process things. Then it seems like there's even less of a problem when it comes to like an infinite regress in the past.
Yeah, that seems plausible. Seems reasonable.
Just some thoughts.
I mean, like, even in just like the block universe idea, if you're fine with the universe being infinitely large, like spatially,
yeah,
then by special relativity, you kind of have to be okay with the concept of infinite time as well.
That's what I thought. Yeah. I gotta be honest. I am personally can't find a good reason to think that the universe is finite. I realize that that's just like my opinion, man. But it just makes sense to me that the universe wouldn't have an end point. But whatever. Relax with Russell says we moved on from Daniel 7, but not this. This guy is a liar and a clown. He's insufferable. Playing word games and doing Spirit of the Gaps. Yawn. You're right. Actually, it was Spirit of the Gaps. 7 of them, to be precise. And Based as Shara says his thesis is a Tumblr page. You nailed it. You nailed it.
Is
Although
he actually on Tumblr?
No
I
way.
think
There's no way.
That'd be
it's a
really
joke.
funny.
I think it's a joke. I think I know Ashera enough to know that this is a joke. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is a joke. Captain from Jamnik, Captain Skelecon Man. That is an accurate one, actually. He is a con man. And Kurt says, everyone thinks look silly. Wait, everyone thinks look silly, guys. Come on. CPT Skell is here to teach. Listen up. Everyone thinks you look silly. I think we're missing
Who
a wording
knows?
here.
I think so too.
Well, Kurt, my friend, thank you for the super chat at least. And Christopher says it's scary that this man probably convinces others. I don't know if he does.
There's no way. Dude has like 50 followers.
Yeah.
Based on his the chat of his videos or the comments.
Yeah.
No.
I think to be fair, towards the end of the conversation, I actually did kind of start feeling bad because I'm like,
me too. If
he wasn't such a prick, I'm like, he might not be well. And that's a real thing that happens to people. It's one of the reasons, like, I won't say who. I got a family member who legitimately is schizophrenic, and I just avoid arguing with them because, like, they just don't live in reality. They need medicated. And so why are we doing
mutually
this?
exclusive, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can be a bad person and also happen to be mentally unwell. And I think that might be what we were seeing.
That could be the case, yeah. But, you know, what you can do. I hope he comes to my channel. He kind of suggested that he might. Dr. Carla Strand, as far as I'm aware, actually another real doctor. Thank you for the $20 super chat. 20-year plus academic librarian here. Yeah. I've checked subscription databases, World Catalog, Harvard's catalog, and can't find what I think he is claiming is his dissertation. I can contact friends at Harvard if Skeleton would like. Dr. Carla, if you have resources, like you can go to his profile and like snip his face and probably use AI to match it with the catalog of graduates from the linguistic program. I'm sure there's a yearbook with everyone's pictures. I'm sure you could match that up with a picture in a yearbook from Harvard. So I wonder if those yearbooks are published on like archive.org. I'll look at that later. But let's know what you find, Doctor. Okay. Tracy, formerly Yantu, says, "Oh my God, I feel like Justin. I just got it. Quanta, not Blitz." Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. All right, I appreciate you appreciating my work. And Nightman cometh. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Captain Skeleton Man got his PhD in delusion studies from Harvard University's Trust Me Bro campus in Florida. You got it. Sponsored by Trump University, I assume. And Gretchen, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. Israelite. This is the other thing. When he said he's an Israelite, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about in Israelite? Anyways, I didn't want to get deviated on that point. Israelite with a PhD in linguistics can't speak Hebrew. Ha! Kodesh, fuck that, made me laugh. I know, I'll never... Oh, that's not a laugh. Ha Kodesh. Thanks for that, Lamau. Sideburn Harvard. Gretchen, I'm glad you called out the Israelite thing. I actually forgot about that. It's weird to me that somebody would claim Israelite heritage, but then not know the language. I wouldn't specifically brag about being like in tune with my heritage. Like imagine my heritage is like Irish because I have a red beard, but then not know fuck all about Irish culture. If you're gonna claim the heritage like it's important, know something about it. 49 Perfect says Skeleton is out of his damn baby mind. That's true. That's true, actually. And Otto MDX says, please, 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 please post BHD Skeleton Man as a clip. We will. How soon should we post it? I usually put some distance between the live and the clip just because I want people to kind of forget what happened in the conversation so that it feels like watching a new conversation. But maybe if it's a really fucking good clip and people want it right away, sometimes I'll post it right away. Peace, Love, and Cake says Captain is a perfect example of why the internet and social media are the worst thing that ever happened to humanity after religion. I mean, it does make some bullshit easier, for sure. And Hasik Lass, thank you for the super chat, says I just have to give some money. Well, thank you, Hasik. Really appreciate that.
It's very appreciated.
Yeah, it's what helps to keep this channel going. And 49 Perfect says Skeleton looks like he begs for money on the street. True, he was accusing us.
Let's not make fun of people who are, having a rough time on the.
It
That
feels
is
like
true.
an
The
insult to
homelessness
people
scenario,
who
though.
don't make the choice.
That's true.
Yeah.
But he was specifically accusing me of begging for money, which is wild.
That is also crazy. I mean, look, not once did anybody say, "Give us money, please. Give us money, please. We need to fund the channel. We're trying to go to Ohio so that we can run a specific kind of special event in Ohio in about a month. So please give us money." Nobody said that.
I've never asked for money on any of the channels.
Once again, I'm just here for the vibes.
Just so we're all,
my
aware.
my grad student salary is really keeping me rolling in it.
Blitz and I actually had jobs before social media. I don't know if people know this. Like, we didn't need social media to make money. It just happens to be that it does. This career is enjoyable and it pays the bills, and we can be our own bosses. So, in fact, I would have done this even if I had to take a huge pay cut just so I could be with my son more. I mean, it's worth it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Kurt says, for the record, this was a huge pay raise for anybody. If you're working in academia, if you can make enough money to do this full time, you're making way more money than you would have made in academia.
Yeah.
That's just the reality.
I was in electrical engineering, so my threshold to replace my job was a little bit higher than some, but a lot of people could transition from their day job to streaming if you get, 50
for the record,
followers.
and Quantanaut, you guys got a raise like 3 years ago or something like this. You guys got a pretty big raise because of the union. That happened right after I finished my PhD. This is in the UC system.
Yeah.
So when I was a grad student, I was making $25K a year. This is in 2020, like this is 2020, 2021, 2022, $25K a year. So this is a step up.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, what's the number? Like 36K now or something like that?
I don't know.
I'm actually on a fellowship right now, so I'm not getting that amount. I'm
Yeah,
getting a
sure.
different amount,
I think that the unions fought for like 36K a year or something like that.
Yeah.
think
Although
that sounds right.
I'm probably gonna here in the near future I'm gonna take a huge cut because I'm literally at a point where I have to start canceling shows to finish my book. Like I have to fucking finish the book. I apologize, people who watch 3 times a week. I need at least 1 day a week, every single week that I can write a chapter or 2 chapters in the book to finish it. But
imagine trying to write a book. Imagine thinking that anybody wants to read what you have to say.
I know.
Crazy.
Well, a lot of people have been asking me to because my topic on the prophecies and not a lot of books that really go into it. There's a lot of apologetic books about it, but none from my perspective. So I actually do have to finish it. And it's got a lot of good content, and that's why it's taken so long. It's like 600 something pages. It's very thorough. Kurt says, Justin Blitz, Quanta, please stop begging me for money. Kurt, don't give me your fucking money. We've had enough of your greenbacks.
Stop giving us your money.
Guys, whatever you do, do not fucking feed the troll. Stop paying us. Or we're going to... If you guys keep paying us, you're going to force us to be on this screen more. Is that really what you want?
You're going to force us to invest in the Unapologetic show, invest in the Unapologetic channel, and expand. You don't want that.
Actually,
and might even get Ian to show up.
Yeah, possibly.
To be clear, friends, we actually are going to be expanding Unapologetic here in the future. So look forward to this this channel getting some growth and a lot more fun.
New kinds of content.
Yep. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist says, "Here's some more money, you complete frauds." Well, thank you, Jessica. We really appreciate that. And you're right, we are frauds. We don't have any credentials. Blitz has no PhD.
Exactly.
I didn't go to school one day actually. The V-Dude says, I'm doing a second super chat just to make Captain Boner Man more triggered. Love you, Justin. Definitely Ian and better Dr. Bliss.
Indeed. I'm definitely Ian.
I'm definitely better Dr. Blitz.
I appreciate that.
Hey, so Dr. Blitz, can you tell me about the equations behind you?
Oh, yeah. See, that's a triangle, and that's another triangle. And would you know it? There's a third triangle.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Crazy.
Makes sense. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat. Speaking of money, here's some. I got it from my freely available PhD doctorate writing thingy that I won't let you see because my privacy is from Yale. There it is.
Makes sense.
But thank you, Bacon and Bush. And Reverend Nate says Captain Crashout doesn't want to reveal their identity, but they want everyone to know who they are and who they school. What? True. He does want to be recognized for schooling atheists online. Just not you don't. He doesn't want you to know who he is, though. And Cynthia says, just have to send money. Well, thank you, Cynthia. We super appreciate it. It supports the channel and helps quite a bit. And Gretchen says, academic stolen valor, the shame. True. True. If you don't have credentials and you claim that you do, that's pretty fucking rough. And even I have to spell out to people sometimes that I had a non-traditional engineering path in my education because I went to multiple. It's different. We'll explain that later. But it's important to be very clear about what your real education is, because like there are people who get BS educations and then try to convince people that they know things when they don't. And there are people with real fucking educations who you probably should actually listen to, even if you don't agree with them. Just give them a listen. They probably learned something that you didn't learn. Timothy says Captain Crashout, crybaby. Yes, Captain Crashout probably should be his nickname. And Chewbone says this guy also crashed out big time on John Cohen's stream, claiming he was a scholar. I'm gonna have to watch that today. I bet it's actually pretty good. John's really good too about keeping a straight face in the middle of the crash out. Jessica Transmitter Alchemist says thank you for educating us on the Slavic language.
Indeed, Slovakian.
Did I not enunciate
Slavic
clearly?
languages. No, I heard you perfectly.
It was very clear. I mean, look, he did this a few times where he like because he didn't know what you were saying. He didn't know the word that you were saying. He just interpreted it incorrectly. Like when you said Ifrit, he thought you said Ivri or something because he didn't know what Ifrit is.
No.
Similarly, when you said syllabic, he thought you meant Slavic because he doesn't know what syllabic means. So he just kind of associated with like the closest thing that he could think of.
It's really bad. It's really bad. I should have quizzed him in more Hebrew since he was Israelite. What are we gonna do? Dan says Captain Cry has no degree while mocking yours. True. You know what? I didn't even expect him to like know a bunch of Hebrew. Like I studied Hebrew, but if you took me in Israel right now, I'd barely survive because my education was in reading classical Hebrew from the Bible. But he should know something.
And they don't tell you what the word is for toilet.
Yeah, exactly. Like he needs to at least know introductory like phrases. Kurt says, no, he did not just claim, he copywrote his image. That's what he tried to say. Yeah, I didn't even know that was possible, to be fair. Benjamin Horowitz says, atheists would never accept this behavior, so tell me, who has access to morality? True, if there was an atheist in the community that was acting like this, I think we would probably not work with them. That's my case, at least. I wouldn't. And Game Guy says Skeletons 50 subs are going to be mad at you guys. True. They're going to be really upset. I hope that they don't say bad things about us in the comments of the videos that nobody watches. And Game Master Flash says Skeleton Man is a misogynist, slur-speaking dipshit who doesn't know the meaning of consent. He was asked not to smoke on stream and lit a cigarette. I know! He literally did. I mean, right there. Terrible. And he's ruining the property value of his home. 49 Perfect says, have more money because Skeleton is a worthless bigot that uses slurs and knows nothing at all. That is the case, 49. I'm shocked by somebody with a fucking PhD in linguistics that he didn't realize the R slur was inappropriate in 2026. It's pretty bad. And Akel says, cash for crash. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Cash for crash is great. And we just got another fucking restriction for harassment and bullying on TikTok. There's no gun stuff here.
Oh, we're harassing and bullying the memory.
We're bullying you, not Ian.
Fair enough. And Cynthia says, Justin, show me that muscle again. Okay, it's not impressive, but this is what I got. That's all. That's it. I'm just not. I'm an old man now.
That's a pretty thick arm, though. I'm just saying.
I can.
Maybe it's not like mega highly defined, but there's clearly some muscle there.
There's a bit. I do it pretty good in the gym. I don't have good definition. I'm old. I'm fluffy. Yeah, I got.
That's what happens.
I got that outer coat. But what are you gonna do? And From Kurt says, please make CTP Skell 4th mic. What's CTP mean? Captain. Okay, please make Captain Skeleton 4th mic. What's 4th mic?
I don't know what that means.
Oh,
Maybe
you
make
mean
him the fourth
member of the Unapologetic?
That'd be so funny.
That'd be hilarious.
We
That'd
are
be really
looking to
funny.
expand.
For Cora says, I think I've seen him on John Cohen. Maybe Cora, that seems to be the case. A couple of people have said so, so I think you're right on that one. And Bear Peace, thank you for the $20 super chat. This banger crash out faux doctor has a stuffed Snoopy behind him and resents our host's books and board calculations. No offense to Snoopy, free Snoopy. Actually, he literally said that my background was fake. It was just like a green screen.
I mean, there's definitely 2 people here with backgrounds that are not green screens and instead have real books.
Yeah.
Oops.
You know, I can tell you what this part of the equation means. This is the proof that 1 is equal to 3.
Is that what that W is?
Yep.
Yeah. It's that Holy Spirit algebra. And Carnage with another super chat. Admiral Skeledweeb. Okay, hold on. Admiral Skeledweeb is big. He's beautiful. He's gorgeous. He can do handstands. And your mothers were wrong for having you.
Beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands. Mother was wrong for having you.
That's so good.
Good call out, Carnage. Good call out. Actually, he was big and beautiful. You see that hair that he had going on?
Yeah.
He was trying to hair mog Blitz.
I mean, it happens, yeah.
It does happen. It does happen. And For Cora says, just double checked. He crashed out on John Cohen. Yeah, that is the case. That certainly is the case. And Matthew Mulkeen says, bet that Skeletor would not know the PhD he alleges is through the Kenneth C. Griffin Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. I feel like there's a joke in here that I don't get.
No, I think that's just the name of the graduate school at Harvard that awards linguistics PhDs.
Oh, is it really? Oh.
I imagine so, yeah.
Okay. So, I misread it. I bet Skeletor would not know the PhD he alleges. Okay, yeah, I could have asked him what is the name of the specific college at Harvard, and he wouldn't have known that.
I was just trying to ask him for the name of a single professor.
Oh, yeah. Well, he says he schools my professors, and I asked him to name just one scholar in my field, and he wouldn't do it. So, what are you gonna do? Kurt says, we start a donation pool for Captain Skeleton in the event he produces a PhD from Harvard. True, we should have a betting pool on this one. I don't think he's going to produce anything. Maybe he meant that he worked as a groundskeeper for Harvard to some degree. He was at Harvard. Maybe we just misheard him. Unicorn. Thank you for the super chat. I looked up Skeleton Man's credentials. Doctor of Philosophy in Delusion, Engineering, University of Atlantis, Trump School of Bullshit. That is it.
That's
the only credentials. And Hotep says this clown should learn hieroglyphs. He's clueless. True. He literally tried to say heuristic is Egyptian. No. It's not. Hieratic is a form of Egyptian. Bugat says, I took a screenshot of his phone. You can make it out. Says, no Sumerians did not speak Akkadian.
That's so
I
funny.
know. When he showed it, that's what I saw too. Which is why I said, I'll pull it up on Google AI Overview as well. And then I read it and showed it on screen. Dude's a liar. Just a liar from way back. And Kosher Drill says, the sad thing is that Nut probably got off and said, man, I really cooked those guys. True. This is what we talk about. There are some people who are actually, they're so crazy, they really do believe that their own farts don't smell. And I think,
by the way, don't use got off and nut in the same sentence if you're not trying to make it funny.
True. Or you're like an auto mechanic that has a real problem with rusty equipment. North Florbidson says, I'm honestly concerned about that man's mental health. Someone needs to check on him. Actually, I tend to agree. I don't think he's well. Dr. Joe might have to give him a call. Morton says, here's some money, but I don't remember you begging. Well, thank you, Morton. We really appreciate that. And no, we've never begged for money. We were doing this show back when it didn't make any money because we're in for the love of the game.
It only started making money once I started being a host.
It's true.
That's what it is. Reverend 8 says, Justin, auction off that new Shroud of Sharon. I should. Actually, I am going to be, you guys know, especially over winter, I have an amazing coffee mug collection that I use on stream. There's a fundraiser coming up for somebody in the community, and I'm going to be auctioning off all of my on-screen coffee mugs and signing them and shipping it to the people who bid on them at my own expense. And then all that money is going to go towards our beneficiary. And so if you like some DZ merch in the form of some of my famous coffee mugs, keep an eye out. DB, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, I was in that F5 tornado. The butterfly people were people flying through the air due to the tornado with their back skin ripped off. Children saw them and thought they were angels. That's fucking crazy.
Ugh.
Oh,
You didn't need to share that with us.
that's rough, actually. That's rough. Ezekiel, thank you for the super chat. Captain of rudderless ship full of spirits, pilots into stormy waters to be destroyed by the Kraken. True. Kraken fucking ate him up. That's what happened. Absolutely what happened. Also, I did find Old Spice has a Kraken scent now. And I'm going to have to switch my...
Nobody can smell you through the
deodorant.
screen, Justin.
You have to dress for the job you want, okay? It doesn't
And
matter.
the job you want is like 17-year-old.
I want a contract with fucking Old Spice to do the commercials, okay? The Old Spice sponsor me already.
Maybe I think I could smell skeleton through the screen, so it can't happen.
Yeah. Speaking of sponsorships, Dr. Blitz, you and I talked previously about using Faved. Don't fucking use them. They're a train wreck. I did one campaign with them and it was an absolute nightmare. Oh, I'm working on a new organization right now. Rod Bolo says it might not be time or space, but definitely the ultimate boss for God, and everything else is existence. Yeah, true. I mean, yeah. If God could be at least described in a way that is comparable to something that exists, it would be helpful. Straightforward says,
Very helpful.
Wow. Captain is just straight up lying over and over. Damn. I will never understand how people act like this. Just wild. But see, that's the hard point is, there's some things he's saying that he might believe because he's out of his mind. And there's some things like, I know when he read that AI overview, I know he lied. He had to know he was lying. We all saw it. And Reverend 8 says skeleton versus Minar needs to happen. Idiot Olympics. Oh, I would pay money to see Minar and Skeleton Man get into a debate. We got to make this happen. Dr. Carla Strand, thank you for the super chat. Let the record show I tried to tell you about the dissertation during the call. I'm sorry. Sounds like you all need a librarian on call to handle fact checks so you can focus on cooking. Hit me up. Well, it would be nice to have somebody dedicated to doing research during the stream, like a librarian.
So the only thing about that, though, is that it's rhetorically really weak to have somebody on the side looking stuff up for you and then telling you those things. It's just an unfortunate reality that people be like, "What? You have your assistant Googling stuff for you during your debates?"
True. Yeah. Carla, if you find something, you're always welcome to Discord it to us during the stream, and
definitely
we'll probably be able to access it. But yeah, if you have any way to find out if that dude graduated from Harvard at all in any capacity, we'd love to know it. Reverend 8 says,
eat my shoe.
Yeah.
I would eat Quantanaut Blitz's shoe.
Yeah.
I mean, I have two, so.
Yeah.
We'll share.
Reverend Nate says, Delulu University is a prestigious school. Respect Captain Chud. Fair. That is real. And Basic Share says, here's more money. I want y'all to be Chaos Goblins. Well, thank you, Cher. Really appreciate that. And we are doing our best to be agents of chaos in this theistic nonsense world. And Drews Maximus says, thank you for your donation, but thank you, our friend. And Booget, thank you for yours. Was forced $2, and all it cost was $2. Exactly. We're not even charging interest over here at all. Actually, in fact, YouTube takes about 30% of it anyways, and then taxes is going to take like another 20%. People see the super chats coming in, they think that the streamers are balling, but we actually don't keep most of it. Drews says Captain Skeleton Man is live right now rambling. Oh, are you fucking serious? He's doing a live stream right now?
No way.
Hold on, I gotta see.
No way. This is real. This is.
He is.
He's fucking crying right now. Hold on, let me see what he's up to. Hold on. Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna pull it.
He has 20 people watching.
All from our stream.
There's gonna be a lot more now.
Wait,
all
the
gonna be from our
the live stream. The live stream is the comments are being so mean to him.
Well, I mean, obviously.
Well, yeah.
Right.
He's still crashing out.
Let me see.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna import the audio here. Well, actually, let me add.
It's like the
app.
post-game discussion. It's like, oh, what happened out there, man? Oh man, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It was rough.
I can't hear the audio from the browser. Can you?
No.
Oh, it's a shame. I think my soundboard is. Oh, because the audio is probably turned off. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah.
That bought because they're like stroking their ego. Oh, look, pay for $55 a month. Oh, look, we'll give you 10,000 views, subscribers. Oh, look, we're going to stroke your ego. You're such a champion.
Wait,
you're such a big
I'm trying to play it on my own computer, and I'm
but
not
yet,
hearing it.
when they finally look and they say, "Oh, look, I've got 400,000 views."
Maybe
that means I'm going to make. Well, 1,000 views is only $1.
His audio is not coming through on
1,000
YouTube.
views.
Hold on.
Can someone
You got
confirm?
4,000 views. You
He's
think you're
talking a
going
lot
to get
about money.
$40, but then you turn around and you only see $4 as a check, and you wonder, how come I only have $4 check? I got 400,000. They forget to add in their bots.
The fuck's he talking about?
Something.
You think
You can
bots
have
are
fun.
sending
I don't
super
take things
chats?
seriously, man. You'll learn
Bro,
that if you
got
if you
absolutely
really come to my
roasted
channel
on
and start
Unapologetic.
noticing. I like
I'm
to have fun
commenting.
myself. I don't take these things personally. However, they will be posted,
He is live right now, yeah.
because a lot of people sometimes are just asshole to be asshole, and I like to know who the asshole is. That way, if they do get out of hand or they start attacking someone else in my comment section, which people.
That's enough of that for now. Yeah, he crashed out and immediately went to his channel to cry. Yeah. Kane says, if streaming pays more than essential jobs, something is broken. I agree. I'm a lib leftist from way back. I think it's if you can't afford to keep a business open when you pay a fair wage, then your business model's broken. And that's just the unfortunate reality of it. Is what it is. Yeah. Oh. No, you're not muted. Hold on. All right, say something now. No, you're not muted on TikTok. For the soundboard right now, for one reason or other, just stop picking up the Video Ninja audio. It's the soundboard just decided it's not gonna. Give me a second to see if it's there must be some sort of competition here for tracks. All right, say something for me. Oh, it didn't grab it. Let me delete this web browser input. 1 second. All right. Say something first now.
Oh, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. When I added the web browser as an audio source on my soundboard, it conflicted with Video Ninja output because Video Ninja is a web-based. It never left.
So can we hear us now?
Yeah, everyone.
Okay,
everyone
so what
should be able to hear. Yeah.
So I'll just summarize what I was saying because it was taking a long time to say anyway. Even if we're doing debate content, even if we're doing educational content, at the end of the day, if you're making money from social media, you're making money because it's entertaining for people. It grabs people's attention. It's an attention economy. And the point is that for the most part, the vast majority of people who try to make this work as a means of income, it will not work for them. It's like the people who go to LA to become actors, right? The vast majority of people who go to LA to become actors, they're not going to be successful. So it's just the lucky few, people like Justin and myself, who have able to make it work to the extent that we can not, that we don't need like a proper job. And for the same reason that actors and athletes make a lot of money, it's because there's a large number of people that want to be that, but very few people end up actually being successful at that. And so a lot of money gets poured into that venture, even if it's not as valuable as like, being a teacher or being an engineer or whatever it might be. It's just the nature of the capitalist world that we live in.
Yeah. Like the reality is there are a lot of super intelligent people doing debate content, doing TikTok and YouTube. And they don't always get watched because their model is wrong or they're not captivating, and it just is what it is. And it's hard to control what you like. Like there are creators that I just love watching. I didn't choose to like that. It hit my fancy, right? But yeah, a lot of this is actually just entertainment. It's like going to watch a sports ball game. People want to see a fight. A debate is like watching a sporting event, like a match. Libertas Dragon says, thank you for your donation. Hey, thank you, Libertas. And Reverend Nate says, Justin lacks definition, just like Captain Chud's brain. That is true. Actually, though, because summertime rolled around and I've been actually eating properly May and June. So I'm actually down a couple, like 8 pounds now. I hope by the end of the summer to be back in a healthier position.
Chiseled.
Because my doctor, when I ran my last set of blood work, it was like my cholesterol was a pinch high because I gained some weight and I got to get it gone now. So, but yeah, maybe in a couple months I will have a little bit of definition. We'll see. But
let's go.
My girlfriend loves me for me, even if I do have fluff. So I'm not, I'm not too concerned about it other than my health. Peace, loving cake. Thank you for the super chat. Says, for Doug's sake, Justin, I'm the same age as you. Stop calling yourself old. I won't have it anymore. Sorry, Peace. I didn't mean to do that. It is true though. I don't actually feel old. It's just that when I grew up, 40.
No, you feel like you're 19. It's just then you get out of bed and your knees creak.
Sometimes I act like I think. Yeah, it can be hard sometimes keeping up for sure. Mr. Pete Buster learned so much, Justin. Thanks. I'm now drowning theists with real information. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Pete Buster. From day one, the goal of my channel content was specifically to empower people with information to combat these dumb apologists. That was goal number one, because I was motivated by Rhett and Link's deconstruction content that people were giving them a hard time over their valid concerns. Like, no, fuck it, these are real concerns. Like, there are people. If you go to seminary, these are all valid critiques, but there's no educated atheists from like seminary or Bible college that are giving credit to these problems. I was like, fuck, I have credentials. Let me tell you what they're actually doing in these schools. Libertas says Captain is restreaming the live right now. I know, it's exciting. Maybe I'll watch
What a time to be alive.
Yeah, exactly. I'll watch the replay, his commentary on it. And Dana De La
I just
Noche,
have a video on the side, and he's doing like weird stuff with his hair. It's wild.
I love that.
Now I gotta get it going. To be fair though, listen, he looks like he's older than I am, and he's got a great hairline. So like,
he really does. Yeah.
he's got something going on for him. You know, he's got all of his teeth still and they're straight. You know, Daniel De La Noche says John Cohen posted his convo with him 2 hours ago. Fuck. All right. We know where to find it. It's already been posted. Let's go. And Just Shmuley says you keep missing what he said. He has a Harvard PhD on his live now. He's saying he doesn't have a PhD and doesn't care about a piece of paper. Oh, fuck. He literally said on his own live stream that he does not have a PhD. God damn
he
it.
just lied to us.
I got to add this to my
Man.
notes. All right.
I am
Let's
shocked.
see.
Look how shocked I am.
Befuddled. Befuddled even.
This has rocked me to my core.
Also, look, I'm looking at his background of the stream that he's showing us right now, and there's just too much stuff going on his wall.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah,
is.
it's like the inside of a fucking Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
Friends,
True.
the audience here is amazing, and I love it that it's so proactive. You guys are awesome. If you could do me one favor, if somebody can go into the stream where he says he does not have a PhD, please clip that piece of video and send it to Blitz, Ian, and Quanta, because I will include that when I clip this conversation. So we'll make sure to have all the stuff to demonstrate that he's a lying liar, pants on fire.
Please.
Booget says, my mom is only 45. She's not old. So you're not old. Well, thank you, Booget. I appreciate that. And to be fair, you know, 40 in the 40s actually isn't that old. People have been living, as long as they were not dying in war, they've been living into their 70s.
You know what they
pretty
say?
regularly.
45 is the new 80.
True.
They're
I've
all
heard that
saying it.
so often.
At least once.
I'll say this: 40's not old, but if you're fucking 40 and you're going to the club to pick up chicks, get the fuck out of there. You're not 20. You don't belong there. Go join a book club. And last super chat from Mike Beden: call Captain Skeleton's watchers from here. Wait, call Captain Skeleton's watchers.
All Captain Skeleton's watchers are from here.
That's true. All of them. All right, friends. So here's what we're going to do. We're over an hour and a half late to end the stream. Thanks for sticking out with us. It was a hell of an end. And
it was something else.
It was wild. So we're going to call it here.
Happy I was here for this.
I want everybody to go to the Captain Skeleton Man stream right now. All of our audience, go to Captain Skeleton Man on YouTube.
Is this brigading? This might be brigading.
And tell him how much you love and appreciate his education for us.
That's a good idea.
Tell him you love
raid, not a
education.
brigade.
And you know what? Clip it. Watch the stream. When there's something that you really like, just make sure you're recording, clip it, and send us your favorite part of the crash out. It's gonna be a long one
Just
too.
such big fans.
What I want to know is like the last quandary is why has he got fucking like masking tape on his arm and shoulder? You guys?
I think it's called kinetic tape or kinesthetic tape or something. It's a physical therapy thing. So he could just like have injured his arm or injured his shoulder.
To me, it looked like some
Of all the wild things going on, that's probably not the thing.
Yeah, I'm just not that concerned about that thing.
Yeah.
But everybody, thank you so much for watching. It's been a show.
Yeah, been a hell of a show. We'll see you next week, friends. Is Ian back next week?
I don't know, but next week's my birthday, so make sure to watch.
Happy birthday! Well,
Yeah.
wait,
Happy
fuck.
early
Next
birthday.
week, Blitz. What? Next week your birthday?
Yeah.
Next week's my birthday.
Wait a minute. No, I mean literally a week from today.
Oh, exactly a week from today.
Yeah.
Okay,
When's your birthday?
mine's coming up, but it's not. Is it less than a week? It's fuck. We're 1 day apart. It's the 20th.
Really? Do we need to? We might need to do
Wait,
like a.
So your birthday's 1 day after
bash?
mine?
Yeah.
Oh my
Fucking
God.
A! Holy
This is a
shit!
miracle.
Maybe we do like a birthday stream or something.
Atheismo is real.
Indeed.
about that?
Praise Atheismo for blessing the middle of June.
Well, maybe we'll do this. On my birthday, you can come on my stream. On your birthday, I'll come on your stream, and we'll do
my
a
birthday
double
is
stream.
Sunday,
Right. Oh,
which
you
is
can
the
stream.
Unapologetic Day.
I was gonna say you could stream after Unapologetic.
Maybe, yeah. The downside about Saturday is I'm having a root canal on Friday. So
Don't
we'll
do
see
that.
how
Yeah.
I feel.
Don't worry about it. Next year, we'll plan it out for next year.
All right, next year. All
All
right,
right,
kill the
fantastic.
stream. I have to go eat
All
lunch.
right.